From birth, a man had only one dream: to become the greatest martial artist in the world. But as he got older, he faced a hard truth. Even a lifetime of training would not be enough to reach the top. Still, his desperate desire never went away. This desperation led him to an ancient legend. It spoke of a divine dragon, guarding a golden fruit that could grant eternal life. His journey ended with a deadly fight against the great dragon guardian. At last he reached the place where the fruit was said to grow. He could barely believe what he was seeing. The golden fruit from the legend was real. It shined with a strange, divine light. Tired from the battle, he sat on the dead dragon and stared at the glowing fruit. After catching his breath, he walked slowly to the tree, feeling a new sense of confidence. He was sure this fruit would help him finally achieve his lifelong goal. Without waiting, he picked the golden fruit and ate it. A strange and powerful energy exploded inside him. His body trembled, as if being remade. From that day on, he was known as Gilfus Eldragon, the strongest man in the world. But decades later, even the great Gilfus Eldragon became old and weak. As he lay on his deathbed, his sad children and grandchildren gathered around him. They knew his time was almost over. His oldest son, Gilliam, held his hand tightly, as if begging him to stay. Gilfus, head of the Eldragon family, told his son not to be sad. It was simply his time to go. Gilliam tried to smile, saying the house was already lonely since their mother died and would be even sadder without him. But Gilfus warned him not to let grief make him weak. As the room fell silent, Gilfus thought about the golden fruit. He admitted to himself that maybe the old legends were not true after all. Still, he felt lucky. He had lived long enough to have a family, which was more real than any legend. He told his family that he had lived a long, full life with no regrets. But deep in his heart, he knew this was a lie. Even at the very end, he could not let go of his dream. If only he had more time, he would have kept chasing the peak of martial arts, the one dream that was always just out of his reach. He held on to that wish until he took his final breath, but then something impossible happened. Gilfus opened his eyes again. He was confused and wondered if he had just been sleeping. Everything felt strange. The room was different. His body felt very light, and it looked nothing like the place where he had just died. When he looked down at his hands, his eyes widened in shock. They were not his hands. He realized he was a baby. He quickly understood that his new situation was completely bizarre. As a master martial artist, he was baffled. How could someone have done this to him without him noticing? Then, a thought suddenly struck him. The divine dragon. The golden fruit. He finally understood the chilling truth. The fruit didn't give eternal life. It gave a new one. Though he hadn't expected it, this new knowledge filled him with joy. He had a second chance to finally reach the goal he had failed to achieve before. He soon noticed he was not alone. Looking around, he recognized a building on his old family's land, the Eldragon Manor. Somehow, he had been reborn into his old family. He then saw the room was full of other infants. Just as he wondered why there were so many babies, a group of maids entered with baby bottles. But instead of milk, the bottles held a thick, red liquid. Gilfus watched as the maids filled the bottles with the red substance, thinking they were about to feed the babies. But then, one maid brought out a small, crying goblin. They forced the bottle of red liquid into the goblin's mouth. Moments later, the goblin began to shake violently. A red light pulsed from its small body, and then it exploded in a spray of blood. Gilfus was frozen with shock and horror. Fear and confusion filled his baby mind. He wondered what on earth was happening. One maid calmly said the mixture would be safe once they added the right amount of water. As they started feeding the other babies, another maid picked Gilfus up. He stared at the bottle and knew it was not milk. He could feel a terrifying and immense power coming from the liquid. His expert senses told him what it was: dragon blood. It was far too powerful for a baby's fragile body. But before he could react, the maid gently put the bottle in his mouth. Like any helpless baby, he began to drink. A huge, raw power shot through his tiny veins. His body shook with pain. But Gilfus knew exactly what it was. The ancient, wild blood of dragons was flowing through him. He thought to himself that this was very dangerous. But it was also a great opportunity. At first, he felt he should stop and resist the overwhelming power. But then he had a greater thought. If he could absorb this incredible power, he could become stronger than he ever was, and finally reach the true peak of martial arts. With fierce determination, he kept drinking the powerful dragon's blood. Golden energy began to flow through his tiny veins, but his will, forged over a long life of training, did not break. "Do not underestimate me," he thought with defiance. "I am Gilfus Eldragon," he repeated the words in his mind, pushing through the horrible pain until he finally overcame it. The maid watched in disbelief as the baby drank the dangerous liquid. Every sip should have killed him instantly, but somehow, he survived. Inside the baby's body, two dragon energies fought for control. When one won, Immense power flowed into the newborn, Gilphus. As the two energies became one inside him, Gilphus saw a great opportunity. He finished the drink and felt terrible pain. Instead of dying, his body changed and adapted to the power. He was amused to see other infants had survived too. A small smile appeared on his baby face, knowing how strong the will to live could be. But even with all his power, his baby body was weak. He grew tired, and soon, the reborn Gilphus dragon fell fast asleep. 7 years passed. The baby, now a boy named Zeke, was incredibly strong. He trained hard, doing one-handed push-ups with a large rock on his feet. After his 1000th push-up, he kicked the rock high into the air. He then jumped up easily. Zeke, once the great Gilphus Dragon, was amazed by his own strength. He knew it all came from the ancient dragon blood inside him. In his world, everyone was believed to have a source of power inside them. The dragon blood given to babies held immense power. The few who survived it would grow up to be stronger than normal humans. Inside Zeke, this dragon power was especially strong. He was sure he was already stronger than he had been at this age in his past life. He was also the only baby known to have drunk a whole bottle of dragon blood. Because of this, his body had changed in ways he never expected. But even with all his power, he was frustrated. He was only a 1-star practitioner, though he had trained hard enough to be at 4 stars. The O, star, was a measure of one's power. The more stars a person had, the stronger they were. But each new star was harder to get. In his past life, Zeke had reached 10 stars, a level no one else had ever achieved. Time flies, Zeke said to himself. He was now 7 years old, so different from the centuries he had lived before. He was the secret son of the Eldragon family head. His mother died when he was a baby, and he had never met his father. He was shocked to learn that 1,000 years had passed since his rebirth. The world had changed into a place where only the strongest survived. The best proof of this harsh new world was the ritual of giving babies powerful dragon blood. After that came a dangerous test called the Dragon Trial. Only those who survived both ordeals were trained as elite warriors. Zeke should have been one of them. But whenever he asked his servant why he had no teacher, she always gave the same cold answer. She was not allowed to say. Now 7 years old, Zeke still hadn't received any training. He found it strange, because all other survivors were supposed to start their lessons. He lived alone with just the quiet servant. When he asked her about it again, she just asked what was wrong with his situation. Zeke sighed. He decided making his body stronger was more important for now, since he could teach himself fighting later. He asked for news about the other children or his family, but the servant again refused to tell him anything. Frustrated, Zeke looked at her with a hard expression. "Will you never answer me?" he asked sharply. The servant just repeated that she could not talk about it. "Isn't this cruel?" Zeke asked sadly. The servant replied that she was only following orders to take care of his daily needs. The servant was a 3-star practitioner and could have taught him basic fighting, but Zeke wasn't interested. After 7 years, he was used to her cold silence. Zeke decided to leave and walk into the deep forest. The servant watched him go without saying a word. Zeke was annoyed that she was really letting him leave so easily. Deep in the old forest, sunlight barely came through the thick trees. Without pausing, Zeke pulled some poisonous plants from the ground. Then he calmly ate them. They tasted awful, but it was a necessary part of his strange training. He suddenly felt something in the air and told himself to be patient. He could feel someone watching him from a distance, and the feeling wouldn't go away. After a moment, Zeke sighed. Tired of being watched, he called out for whoever was there to show themselves. He then hid himself perfectly in the tall grass, crouching low. Zeke felt a dark and heavy presence nearby. When he finally saw where it was coming from, he saw a creature called an anger boar. He frowned, wondering about the strange black mist surrounding it, which he had never seen before. The huge boar kept eating grass, not noticing him. Zeke suddenly stood up, surprising the large animal. With an angry roar, it charged right at him. But Zeke wasn't scared. Instead, he smiled, excited for a fight. The boar rushed forward, but Zeke moved incredibly fast and dodged it easily. At the same time, a golden energy gathered in his fist. He hit the anger boar with a powerful, bright punch that went right through its body. He grinned. The attack was stronger than he thought. Even as a 1-star practitioner, his power was much greater than others at his level. He easily lifted the dead creature onto his shoulder, thinking it would be better when he got stronger. He felt tired from 7 years of being ignored by his family. He thought maybe it was time to leave for good and start his own journey. From the shadows, a hidden man watched. He was amazed that the boy was a 1-star practitioner, with no training, and had killed the boar in one hit. He was also puzzled that Zeke had sensed him. He knew Zeke's mother was dead, and his father, the family head, ignored him. The boy shouldn't be so strong. But as the son of the head, he would always be watched. That's why the man was assigned to watch him. He wondered if the boy's strength came from his father's blood. He thought the kid would be interesting to watch grow up. Then, the man disappeared back into the darkness. Back at his home, Zeke was packing his few things. He was ready to leave, but he suddenly sensed several powerful people outside. He wondered why they were there. He listened at the door. They were talking about how peaceful the area was. Zeke decided they weren't there to hurt him. He decided to face them, opening the door and asking what they wanted. The men were surprised. Zeke saw the Eldragon clan symbol on their clothes and wondered what his family wanted now. The men bowed respectfully. Their leader said they were there to take him to an examination. Examination? Zeke asked, confused. He was annoyed. He couldn't believe they wanted him to take an exam when they had never taught him anything. A few days later, Zeke returned to the Grand Eldragon estate. The familiar sight felt almost like a dream, but he was not here to stay. A different, secret reason had brought him back to his family home. A servant stopped him at the door. He was told to change out of his dirty travel clothes before going any further. The reason for his summons soon became clear. It had something to do with a place called the Dragon's Nest. The Dragon's Nest was a famous school run by the Eldragon family for 1,000 years. Every child in the family hoped to attend. By chance, today was the day of its entrance ceremony. Zeke learned that he was there to take the school's required entrance exam. He felt a heavy weight, as he knew nothing about his family's current generation or their customs. A deep sense of disappointment washed over him. They had called him back just for this. He could not understand the timing. He had already made plans to leave, to see the world and live his own life. While sitting lost in thought near the large school gate, a young boy carefully walked up to him. The boy, named Rangus, softly asked if Zeke was okay. He said Zeke looked very troubled. Surprised, Zeke asked for the boy's name. Rangus introduced himself and explained he had only approached because Zeke looked worried. Zeke replied casually, but secretly, he was sensing the energy flowing inside the small boy. He thought to himself that for a shy boy, Rangus was very observant. Zeke then apologized for seeming so distant and lost in his own world. He introduced himself, admitting that he was confused and knew nothing about the entrance exam. Rangus seemed a little nervous about the test himself, but he told Zeke that the exam was usually the same every year. When Zeke confessed he knew nothing at all, Rangus was shocked. He thought it was too reckless to take such an important test without any preparation. Just as Rangus started to explain the details, a loud, arrogant voice interrupted them. Another boy walked over, calling Rangus a weakling. Rangus turned around with wide, shocked eyes. He knew who the boy was. It was a boy named Retin. He sneered at Rangus, telling him to go home before he got hurt, acting as if he did not belong there. Rangus stammered that he was there for the exam. Retin moved closer, scoffing at the idea with a threatening look. Retin laughed loudly and cruelly. He said it was impossible for Rangus to pass, and then insulted his father, calling him a, quote, pseudo-dragon. Rangus's small fists tightened, shaking with anger. Zeke watched him closely. This revealed the strict ranking system of the Eldragon family, a hierarchy they all followed. At the top were the novice whelp dragons. Then came the soldier child dragons. Below them were the adult dragons of captain rank. And finally, the respected elder dragons. At the very bottom of this system were the pseudo-dragons, who were looked down upon. They were the ones who had failed the Dragon's Nest, marked forever as incomplete dragons. But Rangus had a secret dream. He wanted to prove that pseudo-dragons were still true dragons. Zeke stepped forward, curious about Retin's confidence. He calmly asked why Retin was so sure Rangus would fail. Retin snapped back angrily, asking who Zeke thought he was and if he was looking for a fight. Zeke stayed calm and simply asked his question again. He wanted to know the reason for Retin's certainty. Retin pointed at Rangus and shouted that the reason was obvious. He called him a weakling. Zeke tilted his head. He noted that from what he could sense, Rangus actually seemed stronger than Retin. Rangus stared in shock. No one had ever defended him like that before. Retin's friends grew angry. They could not believe Zeke would say they were weaker than a pseudo-dragon. But before things could get worse, an important-looking man appeared. He was the examiner, and he announced that the entrance exam was about to begin. He told all the participants to line up and get their numbers for the test. As Retin walked away, he gave Zeke an angry look and warned him that he would remember his face. Zeke just sighed. He thought to himself that the children of this generation were very quick to anger. Rangus pointed out that they were about Zeke's age. He added that anyone would be mad if they were told they were weaker than him. Zeke muttered a simple reply, a small smile playing on his lips. The exam was required, so they had no choice but to take part in it. But when Rangus mentioned that it was possible to skip the test, Zeke looked surprised. This proved to Rangus that Zeke truly knew nothing. Worried, Rangus suggested that Zeke should probably quit now before he ended up getting hurt. Zeke just scoffed at the idea. He said a genius like him was not afraid. Rangus could only shake his head at his strange confidence. Zeke laughed and said they should hurry because the test was starting. With a sigh, Rengis agreed and followed him. At the testing area, the examiner explained the simple goal. To pass, they just needed to leave a scratch on the large stones behind him. They could not use their own weapons, only the ones provided. They could also use their bare hands, but everyone only had 3 chances. Zeke sounded disappointed. He had expected the test to be much harder. He had survived the dragon trial as a baby, so he was ready for a terrifying challenge. This felt too easy. The examiner called the first participant forward and told him to start. A nervous boy took a sword from the academy and hit the huge stone as hard as he could. A loud clang of metal against rock echoed across the area, making everyone's ears ring. To everyone's shock, the boy's sword broke in 2. The force of the blow traveled back up the weapon and broke his arm. Zeke stared, completely stunned. He had not expected to see something so brutal. The boy cried out in pain on the ground. The examiner calmly told him he still had 2 tries left and asked if he wanted to continue. Since the boy could not even get up, the examiner failed him and told others to clear the way. The injured boy was dragged off, and the examiner called the next number. Rengis trembled with fear after seeing what had just happened. Zeke felt annoyed. He turned to Rengis and asked him what was so special about the stones. Rengis explained that the stones healed instantly. Worse, they reflected any strong physical attack back at the attacker, but 100 times stronger. Zeke thought that was too much for a simple test, but Rengis said it was possible to scratch them if a person could channel their energy correctly through their body first. Zeke murmured in understanding. He realized that controlling one's inner power was more important than fighting skill for this test. He took a quick look at the other children waiting for their turn. He guessed that very few would pass, not even the arrogant boys from before. More and more children failed the test as it continued. Many of them were badly hurt by the stone's power to send attacks back. After a while, the examiner's voice called out Zeke's number. With a calm smile, Zeke said it was his turn. A nervous Rengis asked him one last time if he was sure he did not want to quit. Zeke just said, "Don't worry," and walked confidently toward the stone. As he got closer to the examiner, the man's eyes suddenly grew wide with shock. A faint energy began to glow around Zeke, showing a hint of the great power he once held. The examiner told Zeke to choose a weapon, but Zeke simply shook his head and said his fists would be enough. The crowd whispered in disbelief. They did not think it was possible for him to break the large stone with his bare hands. They believed his own fists would shatter instead. Watching from the side, Rengis grew very nervous for his friend. His fear turned to anger at himself. He wished he had stepped in to stop Zeke from getting hurt. The examiner gave the signal for the test to begin. Zeke walked to the giant stone and placed a hand on it. He thought about how old and mysterious the material was, but knew it did not matter now. He focused his inner power, making it glow brightly around his fist. Rengis continued to tremble with worry about what would happen to Zeke. Zeke, however, was filled with excitement. It was the first time he could use his full strength, and the stone was a perfect test. Rengis's worried eyes suddenly grew wide with alarm. With a powerful roar, Zeke slammed his special burst strike directly into the stone. A huge blast of energy erupted from the impact. Rock, wind, and dust flew everywhere in a violent swirl. Amazed but needing to protect himself, Rengis quickly raised his arms to shield his face. The examiner stared with wide eyes, completely shocked by what he had just witnessed. As the dust settled, Zeke stood calmly in the middle of the destruction with a satisfied smile. He said aloud that the technique still felt a little too powerful for him to control perfectly. Even though his hand was badly hurt, he laughed at himself. He knew he still had much training ahead of him. The other participants stood in complete silence, unable to process the impossible thing they had just seen. Retin, however, looked both shocked and very annoyed. He couldn't believe Zeke had destroyed the special stone. A woman in the quiet crowd broke the silence with a small smile. She found Zeke very interesting. Everyone else was still too shocked to move on from what had happened. Zeke didn't notice their shock and happily waited for the examiner to give his result. But the examiner was still frozen. The stone was no ordinary rock. It could heal itself. Only very high-level warriors were supposed to be able to break it, but the young boy had done the impossible. The examiner muttered about Zeke's family status, wondering if his power came from his father's bloodline. The technique he used also felt strangely familiar. Zeke's impatient question snapped the dazed examiner back to reality. He asked what the result was. Shaking himself out of his shock, the examiner finally announced that Zeke had passed. Another examiner then came forward and handed Zeke a small bottle of green liquid. Zeke asked what was inside, but the man just looked at him rudely and told him to move along. Zeke frowned, annoyed by the man's terrible manners. He wondered if everyone in this time was so rude. Before he could say more, an excited Rengis ran up and praised him for his amazing performance. Zeke just grinned proudly and boasted that it was nothing. Zeke then asked Rengis about the liquid. Rengis explained it was a healing potion from the Eldragon family. Zeke repeated the words, "a healing potion," and Rangus confirmed that was what it was. Because of his status in the family, Zeke briefly wondered if it could be poison, but he trusted Rangus, so he thought it might be a rare and valuable spiritual medicine. Indeed, the potion was made from many incredibly rare ingredients. These included special herbs that could only be found in hidden, secret places. It was also infused with the power of divine and phantom beasts. This medicine could heal both new and old injuries, and could even make a person's power stronger. It was almost never seen because it was so difficult to create. After he drank the green liquid, Zeke was amazed by how quickly and powerfully it worked. He asked Rangus if it was truly a spirit medicine. Rangus didn't know that term but said the family's potions were far better than any others. Rangus then asked if Zeke was really that surprised by the potion. Zeke said of course, as it healed his serious injury and eased the pain from his training. But he noted it didn't increase his power. Rangus said he was even more amazed by Zeke himself. Zeke just chuckled and told him not to joke. To himself, Zeke thought that such a potion proved how much knowledge had grown in the last 1,000 years. Rangus again praised Zeke's incredible strength. Zeke declared with conviction that his dream was to become the strongest of all. Soon after, the examiner announced that Retin and his friends had also passed the test. Zeke expected that from Retin. But when Rangus's number was called next, he saw his friend trembling with nerves. Even though he was clearly afraid, Rangus found his courage and walked stiffly to the front. Zeke wondered why his friend was so nervous. Zeke shouted loudly for Rangus to believe in himself. Embarrassed, Rangus quickly told him to be quiet. Rangus took a deep breath, chose a weapon, and got ready for the test. When the examiner gave the signal, Rangus charged forward and attacked the stone. But just as he had feared, his first try wasn't strong enough. He failed. He decided to try again, but this time his weapon just bounced off the hard stone. The impact knocked him off balance, and he stumbled backward and fell to the ground. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the force of the blow. Retin and his friends laughed cruelly. They mocked Rangus and his father, telling him he should just give up. Retin then looked at Zeke with a sneer, asking if this was the friend he claimed would pass. He continued to taunt him. After a long, hard stare, Zeke finally told him sharply to stop talking nonsense. The examiner told Rangus he had one attempt left and asked if he wanted to take it. Rangus was too overwhelmed by embarrassment and the crowd's ridicule to answer. He simply lowered his head in shame. But then Zeke walked right up to Rangus and asked him what he was doing. He asked why Rangus had chosen a sword, when he should be using a spear. Zeke pressed him, asking why he would use a weapon that didn't suit him and enter a test without any plan. Retin smirked as he listened to Zeke bluntly tell Rangus that he couldn't possibly succeed the way he was now. Retin and his group laughed again, calling Zeke an idiot. They jeered that Rangus only knew how to use a sword, because that's all his father taught him. They sneered that changing his weapon now would make no difference. Zeke ignored them completely. He turned and asked the examiner if changing weapons was allowed. The examiner said it was. With a confident smile, Zeke announced that this was very lucky for Rangus. He turned back to Rangus and quietly, but clearly asked, "Do you trust me?" Rangus suddenly remembered all the times he and his father had been insulted and looked down upon. Gritting his teeth with new defiance in his eyes, Rangus stood up straight. He declared firmly that he would trust him. He would fight with a spear, just as Zeke told him. Rangus shared a difficult secret about his father, who had never made it into the dragon's nest. This failure brought shame to their family, and people made fun of his father by calling him a fake dragon. Despite the insults, his father endured it all quietly, just so he could raise Rangus with love. This inspired Rangus to make a promise. He would prove to the world that he was a true dragon. With new determination, he stood up and grabbed a spear. Today he would stop the rumors and show everyone they were wrong. He knew using a sword again would not work. This time, he decided to put all his faith in Zeke. The only problem was that he had no idea how to use a spear. Zeke saw his hesitation and pointed to a magic stone. Zeke told him to forget everything and just stab the spear straight through the stone. Rangus felt a familiar doubt. He knew the stone was incredibly hard and could heal itself, making it impossible to pierce. But Zeke was different. He was the first person to truly believe in him, and it was a powerful feeling, so Rangus chose to push aside his fear. He would trust Zeke, and more importantly, he would trust himself. As he channeled his energy into the spear, he felt something strange and powerful. He had used a sword for years, but could never fill it with this much power. With the spear, it was surprisingly easy. With a loud cry, Rangus attacked the stone with all of his strength. Nearby, a boy named Retin was laughing, certain that a simple weapon change would not be enough. But Rangus felt a deep connection to the weapon. The spear felt like a part of him. With one last roar, he pushed the spear forward with all his might. Impossibly, the spear went clean through the enchanted stone. The shocked faces of Retin and his friends were a sight to see. Even the examiners were amazed and pleased. He hadn't just scratched the stone, he had broken straight through it. Zeke cheered loudly for him. Rengis, however, just stood there, unable to believe what he had done. An examiner's voice then boomed, announcing his success. Still in disbelief, Rengis could only ask if he had really passed. Zeke just smiled, put an arm around his shoulder, and confirmed that he had. A wave of pure joy washed over Rengis. He hugged Zeke, repeating over and over that he had passed the test. Retten's group refused to believe it, calling it a fluke. Retten himself stood shaking with rage, unable to accept that Rengis was stronger. The examiner then announced that the trial was officially over. He said the entrance ceremony would begin right away. Zeke asked if that was all. Rengis nodded but guessed there would be more tests waiting for them inside the dragon's nest. At that moment, a group of people appeared from a dark hallway. As they stepped into the light, the examiner introduced the head of the Dragon family, who had come to congratulate them. Zeke's eyes narrowed on the leader. He whispered and asked who the man with the cold, dark expression was. Rengis looked nervous and replied that it was the family head. Zeke pressed on, asking why he looked so cold and wasn't even smiling. Rengis quickly put his hand over Zeke's mouth, begging him to be quiet. Zeke nodded seriously once Rengis moved his hand away. Looking at the group, Zeke could feel the immense power coming from the leaders of the Dragon family. Some were 7-star rank while others were a strong 6-star. Their combined power was impressive, even to Zeke. The family head, Balsa Dragon, was especially strong, holding a rare 8-star rank. 1,000 years ago, that kind of power was almost unheard of. Zeke wondered how many people were that strong now. Zeke muttered that he didn't like the family head. Rengis shushed him again as Zeke thought, I never imagined this man would be my father. A dark, heavy energy radiated from Baalsa, making the air in the room feel still and oppressive. The examiner quickly called for silence, announcing that Master Baalsa was about to speak. Baalsa stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. He told the students they must all become the flesh and blood of the family. With his words, the heavy pressure in the air grew stronger. It didn't affect Zeke at all. However, many of the other students trembled in fear, struggling to breathe under the weight of his power. Zeke noticed that the pressure was even affecting Rengis. It was strange to Zeke how the family head could overwhelm people with his presence alone. Zeke could also feel a deep hatred mixed in with Baalsa's power. It only made him dislike the man who was his father even more. When Baalsa finally turned away, another man stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. He had blonde hair and a cheerful look. He thanked Baalsa and said the master had high expectations for them all. As Zeke wondered who this person was, the man said his own speech would also be short. He simply told everyone to train hard and grow stronger. An examiner seemed surprised it was over so quickly. The blonde man smiled and joked that long speeches make people worry. Zeke found the Dragon family members strange, but at least the heavy feeling in the hall had lifted. The examiner then announced that the new students would get their dorm assignments. Zeke asked if they would all be in the same dorm. Rengis explained that there were 4 different dorms: East, West, South, and North. Every student was assigned to one of the 4 halls. When Zeke's number was called, he stood and waved a friendly goodbye to Rengis. He was heading to the East Hall. As he walked, he thought to himself that a lot had changed in this place over the last 1,000 years. When he finally found his room, he mumbled that it took him a while, and his roommate was probably already there. He gently pushed the door open. He greeted his new roommate with a smile, apologizing for being late and announcing that they would be sharing the room now. To his great surprise, Zeke found that his roommate was none other than Rengis. Zeke couldn't help but laugh. He thought it was funny how fate seemed to keep bringing them together. He then asked if they had anything else scheduled for the rest of the day. Rengis told him that their official training would begin the next morning. Zeke acted uninterested. This made Rengis ask if he had paid any attention to the examiner's earlier instructions. Zeke freely admitted that he had chosen not to listen. With a sigh, Rengis suggested they get to bed early, since a hard day of training was ahead of them. Later that night, Zeke looked out his window. He thought about his dream of leaving the Dragon family and exploring the world. But the things he had discovered during the exam, especially the magical stone that could heal and the amazing healing potion, had revealed interesting secrets he never expected. He realized that if he wanted to understand all the changes from the past 1,000 years, staying with the family for a while might not be such a bad idea. A whole month passed quickly at the academy. The training grew even harder. The students now had to perform their exercises while holding heavy dumbbells. A strict instructor explained that the dragon's breath technique was one of the most important skills created by the 15th family head. He told them they absolutely had to master it. But his attention was soon caught by a few students who were doing incredibly well. One of them, a young woman named Master Lika, had already mastered the technique. Her powerful energy showed she was very close to reaching the next level of strength. Yet another student caught his eye so completely that he could hardly believe what he was seeing. It was Zeke. He held the dumbbells while also balancing large stones on his head and arms. The shocked instructor muttered that Zeke must truly have the blood of the family head. The instructor was confused, however, because it was known that Zeke had never been formally trained. This made his raw power a complete mystery. Zeke himself was just as surprised. A technique he once knew had been improved over time, and was now being taught to even the minor branches of the family. He understood that breathing techniques drew power from the world to make a person stronger. How well it worked depended on natural talent, which was why great families always kept these methods a secret from outsiders. Zeke saw that this new version of the technique was simple and safe for anyone to learn. But it had a major flaw. It could only be used while standing still, making it useless to him. His own original technique allowed a person to draw in power even while moving. This made it much stronger in a real fight, but it was also much harder to master. He guessed that his technique had been simplified so that more family members could learn it. He admitted this had made the entire Eldragon family stronger, and a strange feeling of satisfaction washed over him. He never imagined that the skills he created 1,000 years ago would still be so important. He wondered if his other techniques had also survived through the years. A small smile formed on his lips as he whispered that it was interesting. From a distance, Lika watched him without looking away. Later, in the busy cafeteria, other students stared in shock. They could not believe how much food Zeke was eating. As he continued to eat with great energy, he saw Rangus sitting across from him, hardly eating. Zeke asked him what was wrong, telling him he needed to eat to become strong. Rangus just asked a question back. Didn't Zeke think his own amazing stamina was strange? Zeke replied that it was simple. To get stronger, you just had to eat more. He told Rangus to train harder and push himself. He offered Rangus some of his food, but Rangus politely refused, saying he was already full. Zeke was thinking about how some students already seemed so well trained before they even arrived at the academy. Just then, a young woman walked up to their table. It was Lika. She told Zeke he was very impressive, her voice full of confidence. Zeke blinked and casually asked who she was. Hearing this, Rangus nearly choked on his food. Rangus whispered in a panic, asking how Zeke didn't know her. He explained she was Master Lika, the family head's daughter. Zeke just shrugged, saying he still didn't know her. Rangus began to sweat, telling Zeke he couldn't talk to her so casually. He explained she was a top candidate to be the next family head. Zeke calmly replied that he was a family head's child too, even if he was illegitimate. Rangus was frozen in shock. Lika, however, now looked at Zeke with great interest. She asked sharply if it was true he was the family head's illegitimate son. This was Lika Typhon Eldragon, a strong candidate to lead the family one day. Zeke shrugged and asked why he would lie. Lika pressed him, asking how an illegitimate child could have destroyed the magic stone with his bare hands. She wondered how someone from a minor family could be so strong. He simply answered that it was because he was Zeke, then turned back to Rangus and told him to eat. For a moment, both Lika and Rangus were completely silent. Then, a mysterious smile appeared on Lika's face. She told him he was an interesting person and sat down in the empty chair beside him. She offered him a position working for her, as one of her trusted followers. Zeke raised an eyebrow and asked what she meant. She explained that she wanted him to join her group. If he became her ally, she promised to always support him. She reasoned that every illegitimate child needs powerful friends. She wanted him to use his great strength to help her become the next family head. She promised that once she was in charge, she would help him achieve his own dreams. Without a second thought, Zeke flatly said no. Lika's patience was fading. She frowned and asked him why he refused. She wondered if he wanted to become the family head himself. As she spoke, a powerful energy began to crackle around her. Zeke could tell she was very close to reaching the next level of power. It was truly impressive for someone so young. But Zeke remained completely calm. He told her she could think what she wanted, but he had no interest in being the family head or having any title. Lika's voice turned cold as she asked why. Suddenly, Zeke stabbed his knife into the table with a loud thud, startling Lika. He declared in a firm voice that he didn't need to serve anyone. He was, he stated, the strongest person there is. The entire cafeteria fell silent. Even Lika was struggling to process the immense power she suddenly felt from him. For just a moment, his presence had completely overpowered her own. Rangus quickly stepped in to break the tension, telling them both to calm down. But Lika refused to back down. Embarrassed and angry, she challenged Zeke to a duel. Zeke, however, did not seem bothered at all. He just kept eating his food as if nothing had happened. Soon, news of the fight spread through the school. Students excitedly whispered that Master Leka was heading to the training grounds for a duel. Others were shocked, wondering who could possibly be brave or foolish enough to challenge someone from the famous Typhon family. When they reached the training grounds, the crowd buzzed with whispers, all wondering who Lika's opponent could be. Zeke couldn't believe Lika was actually serious about the duel. Rangus asked him nervously if he was sure, reminding him he was about to fight Master Lika. Zeke replied bluntly that he still didn't know who she was. Rengis sighed, saying Zeke should show some respect now that he knew he was also the family head's son. When Zeke brushed him off, Rengis insisted that he needed to understand his opponent. Rengis explained that Lika was the daughter of the family head, and also had blood from the Typhon family, one of the 4 great families. He added that she was a genius who mastered her family's special sword technique at a very young age. Zeke just looked confused. He said the only thing he understood was that she was the head's daughter. Rengis stared at him, stunned, and asked how he could possibly not know these things. Zeke answered simply that he just didn't, and told Rengis not to ask him about it. Rengis could only blink, at a complete loss for words. To Rengis' surprise, Zeke suddenly laughed. He grinned and said that not knowing anything about his opponent would only make the fight more fun and exciting. Rengis sighed, overcome with worry. He felt that no matter how strong Zeke was, Lika was on a whole other level. He asked why Zeke had even agreed to the fight. Zeke simply answered that he never runs from a fight. Besides, he added, it looked like his opponent was ready. Lika stood ready with her sword stuck in the ground before her. A powerful energy, like faint lightning, crackled around her. In a cold voice, she asked if they were done talking. Lika impatiently asked if they were done talking. Across from her, a calm Zeke simply nodded, confirming he was ready. Overcome by fear and shock, Rengis stumbled backward before turning and running away. As he fled, a worried warning to be careful echoed back toward Zeke. Zeke then turned his attention back to Lika, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He asked why she was so determined to fight him. Lika stood tall, her ambition clear in her voice. She intended to become the next head of the Eldragon family. To achieve this, she had to defeat Zeke and make him one of her followers. Zeke was genuinely puzzled by her statement. He could not understand how his defeat would help her accomplish her goal. Lika looked at him with disbelief, asking if he truly knew nothing about their family's current situation. She disdainfully wondered if his ignorance was due to him being an illegitimate child. Zeke answered simply that this was not the case. He calmly admitted that his knowledge of the family's affairs was very limited. Realizing his ignorance was genuine, Lika began to explain. She told him that there were 5 candidates, including the 2 of them competing to be the next family head. She explained that all their siblings, except for him, were connected to the 4 major branch families. The position of head was so powerful that it had started a fierce conflict between these branches. To stand against her powerful brothers in this struggle, she needed strong allies. Zeke quickly understood that this was a complicated power struggle between the family's main branches. The situation seemed overwhelmingly complex, and he felt no desire to get deeply involved. Lika continued, explaining that as a candidate, she needed to strengthen not just her power, but also her influence by gathering many followers. Without another word, she surged forward, charging directly at Zeke. She declared that she would defeat him right there and make him one of her subordinates. But with effortless fluidity, Zeke simply sidestepped her powerful strike. He continued to evade the rapid series of blows that followed. Lika, however, was relentless and refused to let him escape her constant assault. The few onlookers watched in shock. They could barely follow the fighters as they moved, amazed by their incredible speed. Lika wielded her huge greatsword with a grace that made it look weightless, her attacks flowing smoothly and quickly. As the siblings fought, the crowd murmured in awe of Lika's power. They saw her strikes growing faster and stronger, and many thought her victory was certain. What the cheering crowd could not see, however, was the growing frustration inside Lika herself. She simply could not figure out how Zeke was able to effortlessly dodge every single one of her well-aimed attacks. A frustrating suspicion began to grow in her mind. It felt as though he were just toying with her. From a safe distance, Rengis watched his fear turn into pure amazement. Zeke's calm and measured movements filled him with awe. Zeke commented aloud that her fighting style was unlike any he had seen before. He acknowledged that her movements were indeed much swifter than any ordinary fighter at her level. Irritated, Lika snapped at him to stop talking and focus on their fight. Zeke simply clenched his fist, a new tension in his arm. He calmly replied that he was focused. He continued, saying that his focus was precisely why he could land a powerful strike so easily. His punch landed squarely. The force of the impact knocked the breath from Lika's lungs, causing her to gag. She collapsed to her knees, holding her sword in one hand and clutching her aching stomach with the other, as pain shot through her. A collective gasp went through the spectators, followed by whispers. They wondered how Zeke had evaded all her attacks and who this mysterious boy truly was. Lika struggled to her feet, confused. She knew she was faster than other fighters at her level, and demanded to know how he kept up. Zeke agreed that she was indeed faster than any he had ever seen. But then he added that to him, she was still just a 1-star level fighter. Lika snapped back that he was a 1-star too, so he should not be able to match her movements. Zeke calmly replied that there was a simple reason. He could read her every small movement, from her breathing and eye shifts to the subtle tensing of her muscles. By observing these tiny details, he continued, he could predict her next move. It was all based on experience. Losing her patience, Lika roared that he was lying and launched another lightning-fast strike toward him. But Zeke, with frustrating ease, dodged her once more. He remarked with a faint smile that, just as he said, he could see and read her every move. In the very next instant, he countered with another powerful attack of his own. The attack sent Lika crashing violently into the nearby wall. A collective scream of shock erupted from the spectators. They wondered if Lika had truly been defeated. Reincarnates shouted in excitement, cheering that Zeke had beaten Lika. Zeke, however, remained calm and corrected him, saying it was not over yet. Their fight was far from finished. As the dust settled, Lika slowly rose to her feet once more, bruised but still defiant. Zeke noticed her resilience. He understood she had used her inner power to protect herself, avoiding serious damage from his attack. A slight smile touched his lips as he admitted that Lika was a truly extraordinary girl. Reincarnates desperately pleaded for Lika to stop fighting, but Zeke firmly told Reincarnates to move back, warning him that he could get caught in what was about to happen. Then, Zeke's eyes widened. He felt an intense surge of power begin to flow from Lika's body. He wondered if she had just advanced to the 2-star level. The spectators gasped as they also noticed the dramatic change. A glowing mark blossomed on her body, proving she had indeed become a 2-star, radiant with a pure white aura. The 2-star level was a critical stage that allowed a fighter to channel power directly into their martial arts, making it visible as an aura. Lika's eyes gleamed with her newfound power. She stated that because of Zeke, she had achieved the 2-star level much sooner than she ever expected. Her gaze then hardened. She declared that because of this power-up, he no longer had any chance of winning. Her white aura blazed like a fire as she charged, her great sword now wreathed in shimmering power. Zeke didn't flinch. Instead, he laughed, a sound of genuine thrill. He exclaimed that she had really improved, excitement dancing in his eyes. He deftly dodged another rapid strike, marveling at how incredible her speed had become. But then, his expression shifted. He felt a sharp sting on his cheek, followed by the faint touch of warmth from a shallow cut. Zeke was surprised, knowing he had dodged the attack. A triumphant smirk appeared on Lika's face, as she asked if he could finally see the difference in their strength. This, she proudly declared, was her true ability. Now that she had fully become a 2-star and gained her aura, she would show him the real power of the True Thunder Greatsword technique. Zeke's smile only widened. He was excited that he would get to witness a martial art he had never seen before. He was practically beaming. For him, this was quickly becoming the most thrilling and enjoyable part of their entire fight. Lika suddenly attacked. Her sword crackled with golden lightning as she rushed forward, filling the arena with a brilliant light. The electrical storm hit Zeke without warning. He stumbled back, caught off guard, and shouting in surprise. He shouted in disbelief, asking what kind of powerful lightning technique she was using. He thought it was too much for a simple sparring match. Lika just smirked and plunged her sword into the ground. A golden light surrounded her as she calmly noted his surprise and prepared another attack. She yelled the name of her attack, and a glowing web of electricity shot out from the ground. It moved to trap Zeke, but he twisted away just in time. After landing, Zeke realized how much stronger she had become. He knew this would be a difficult fight. The crowd whispered in amazement. The fight had completely changed since Lika reached a new level of power. Reincarnates grew worried, but Zeke noticed that her movements had not changed much. They were still simple, but every swing of her sword released incredible force. Her lightning was now terrifyingly powerful. Zeke was also surprised by her speed. Her lightning felt different and mysterious, not like anything he had seen before. Zeke was still confident he could find a way to beat her. He grew curious about her strange lightning power. While dodging her relentless attacks, Zeke watched her closely. He studied her movements and the rhythm of her strikes. Lika frowned when she saw Zeke calmly smiling as he dodged. She told him he looked too relaxed for a fight. She charged forward again, a streak of golden light. Using a special technique, she covered herself in lightning and struck, but Zeke dodged it at the last second. He thought she was as fast as lightning, but then she suddenly changed her attack and caught him by surprise. This time, her sword hit him. The powerful blow sent him flying backward through a cloud of dust. Reincarnates gasped in panic and tried to run to Zeke. Another person in the crowd stopped him. As the dust settled, Zeke slowly got back up. His clothes were burnt, but he was not ready to give up. Lika charged again, hitting him directly with another powerful blast of lightning. To her surprise, Zeke remained standing. Lika wondered in disbelief how he was still on his feet. Reincarnates broke free and ran toward them. He desperately shouted for Lika to stop, saying she had already proven her strength. Lika coldly refused. She told Rengis that stopping now would be an insult to Zeke. Rengis begged Zeke to surrender. Lika agreed, telling Zeke to kneel and promise his loyalty if he wanted her to stop. Zeke just looked back at her and smiled, saying nothing. Her expression hardened. She mocked him for being a proud Loragon despite his birth. She lifted her sword, her power growing stronger. She declared she would use her full strength to finish the fight. As she used her secret technique, Heaven's Thunder, lightning crashed down from the sky. A huge bolt of golden lightning came down from above. It hit the ground so hard that it shattered the stone floor around Zeke. More thunderbolts rained down like arrows, hitting his body over and over. Rengis screamed in terror. He could only watch, as his friend was covered in golden lightning. Smoke rose from his burnt body. Lika stuck her smoking sword into the ground. It looked like the fight was over. She took a deep breath. With some regret, she said softly that it was over. But then a calm voice asked, "Is that so?" A powerful golden lightning aura suddenly erupted from where Zeke lay. Lika turned around in complete shock. She stammered that it was impossible, and asked how he could have a lightning aura. Zeke stood up through the smoke, smiling calmly. Golden electricity sparked around him as he casually asked if this was a lightning aura. He shrugged and said he honestly did not know how he got it. His calm words sent a wave of shock and wonder through the crowd. Lika whispered, "Impossible," again, unable to believe what she was seeing. Zeke smirked and explained that he let her hit him on purpose to study her lightning. He said that somehow he learned how to use it himself. Lika snapped back that his claim was absurd. Zeke thought about what happened. He had let her attack him because he was curious about her lightning. All the while, he had been using his own special breathing technique. His breathing technique and her lightning worked together in a strange way, causing golden energy to build up inside him. Before he knew it, he could control the same lightning that had been attacking him. He began to think that maybe Lika had a special body type. He figured her family's sword style meant her whole family probably had a natural connection to lightning. Zeke walked toward her with confidence. He admitted that he was impressed by the power of lightning. He grinned and said the duel had been great training for him. He then thanked her, revealing that he had also reached the 2-star level. As golden lightning flared around him, he declared their battle was not over. Lika roared in anger and charged at him again. She swung her glowing sword in another furious attack. Zeke easily dodged her attack and prepared to strike back. But as he moved, he suddenly vanished in a flash of light and reappeared across the arena. He was surprised and wondered what had just happened. He realized that getting so much power had strengthened his body. The new lightning aura must have changed him. He thought about how the lightning aura made him so fast. He admitted to himself that he could not control his new speed yet. In the audience, Rengis was stunned. He could no longer see their movements because they were too fast. The two fighters were just blurs of golden light. Rengis noticed that Lika had not been able to hit Zeke for a while. Frustrated and angry, Lika yelled at Zeke to stop toying with her. Zeke calmly replied that he was not, but he admitted she was a real threat. He then moved with incredible speed and kicked at her. She blocked it with her sword, but the force pushed her back. The powerful kick sent her stumbling backward. Zeke smirked and said it was time to end the fight. Lika repeated his words, a hint of worry in her eyes. Zeke confirmed it was time. He said he wanted to try out a new technique he had been thinking about. She repeated his words in disbelief. He nodded seriously, then wondered to himself what he should name his new move. Lika was confused by him thinking about names in the middle of a fight. She wondered where he had learned to be so bold. Before she could think any more, Zeke appeared next to her in a flash. Golden lightning gathered in his hand. He shouted the name of his new technique, Dragon Destruction Combat Arts, Special Form Lightning Peak. The blast hit her directly, surrounding her in a powerful storm of golden lightning. Her body shook from the attack. Her sword fell from her hand as she fell to her knees, with electricity still sparking around her. The arena was completely silent. Everyone stared in shock. Zeke had won the fight. Lika lay on the ground, defeated. She breathed shakily as the shock set in. After a moment, she struggled to sit up. Her body was still shaking from the powerful attack. She could not believe she had lost. She thought about how she was supposed to be the next head of her family. She told herself that she could not lose to anyone, a bitter feeling growing inside her. Zeke calmly walked over and offered her a hand to help her up. He told her she was strong and amazing. He said he was excited to learn something new and that the fight was worth it. He smiled and said they should fight again sometime, because it would be boring if this was the last time. Lika froze and her face turned red as she looked at his hand. Even though she had lost, she felt a little bit happy. It might have been pride, or it might have been admiration. Zeke eagerly suggested they have another match soon. He smiled, saying he was already looking forward to their next fight. A little shy, Lika shook his hand and admitted he was the better fighter, accepting her loss. Much later, in a chaotic place far away, a dimensional rift swirled with energy. Inside stood Baalsa Eldragon, the family head and father of Lika and Zeke. He was surrounded by many strange, hungry monsters. The ugly creatures rushed at him with wild fury. Baalsa's eyes began to glow with a bright, burning light. He released a powerful wave of energy, a draconic pressure that stopped every monster in its tracks. With a quiet sound, he drew his sword and prepared the first form. It was the start of the Dragon Destruction combat arts. He swung his blade in one smooth motion. All the monsters around him were sliced in two, falling to the ground. He calmly put his sword away. A deadly silence filled the air. From a distance, his soldiers ran forward to finish off any monsters that were still alive. His work done, Baalsa turned to leave the rift. But before he could, he was stopped. A soldier called out with an important report. Baalsa stopped and asked what it was. The soldier calmed himself and announced that Lady Lika had reached the 2-star level. Hearing this, Baalsa stopped moving, his powerful presence suddenly still. The light in his glowing eyes dimmed. He answered coldly, "So what?" The nervous soldier explained it was amazing for a 7-year-old. He said that with her talent, she could reach the 5-star level after graduation. Baalsa's reply was cold. He said talent was useless, and only wanted reports on how she could be helpful, not worthless news. The soldier was silent as Baalsa started to leave. Just then, the soldier desperately added that Lady Lika had recently lost a sparring match. Baalsa stopped again, his expression hard to read. In a low voice, he asked if she lost to one of her brothers. The soldier shook his head. He said she was defeated by someone her age named Lord Zeke. Baalsa repeated the name, Zeke, in a low, dangerous whisper. He remembered the boy's mother, a maid. He thought to himself that she had been a gifted fighter, but had died after childbirth. Baalsa faced the soldier and sharply asked who had trained Zeke. The soldier nervously replied that Lord Zeke had never been formally trained. He explained that Zeke won with his own skill and had also reached the 2-star level. "I see," Baalsa said coldly. He turned away and gave a chilling order to begin the first trial. The soldier was shocked. He argued that it was too soon, as most students had only been training for a month and were not ready. Baalsa cut him off. He said, "Death doesn't wait, and only the strong survive. Star levels were meaningless if they failed the trial." He added that those who fail were not worthy of the family name. The soldier agreed quickly. Then Baalsa gave another order, to summon Freya and tell her to return at once. The soldier was stunned. He asked if Baalsa meant that Freya, and Baalsa simply nodded. Baalsa confirmed it. Since Zeke was so interesting, he wanted Freya to design the trial and watch everyone herself. The soldier bowed and agreed. For the first time in a long time, a small smile touched Baalsa's lips. He said quietly to himself that Zeke was the most interesting of all. The next day at the Dragon's Nest training grounds, students were busy with their exercises. Zeke was off by himself, training hard. He sat against a wall, balancing a big rock on his head and holding heavy weights. Rengus and others watched him in awe. With his eyes closed, Zeke thought about the Strike Dragon combat arts. It was a simple but well-made technique for strengthening the body, easy for young ones to learn. Rengus asked Zeke why he wasn't training with them. Zeke casually replied that he had already learned the technique they were practicing. Rengus was shocked, asking how he could learn it so fast. With a smirk, Zeke simply said it was because he was who he was. Zeke then grew serious, telling Rengus his power was flowing the wrong way. A confused Rengus asked what he meant. Zeke carefully placed the large rock on the ground with a soft thud. He told Rengus to turn around. Zeke placed a hand on Rengus's back and used his own energy to guide and fix the flow of power inside him. Taking his hand away, Zeke told him that was the correct way for his energy to flow. Rengus turned around, grateful and amazed that Zeke had truly mastered the art. Zeke playfully pretended to be offended by his doubt. Rengus quickly said he wasn't doubting him at all, smiling sheepishly. He explained that only his father had ever taught him that way before, and he wanted to learn more from Zeke. He added that since Zeke was strong enough to beat Lady Lika, he thought this simple art might be boring for him. Zeke shook his head, saying it wasn't boring. He liked how simple and stable it was. He said it reminded him of his own martial art, which his own children had found too difficult. The Dragon Destruction combat arts was a very difficult technique that required great control over one's mind and body. The art had 4 forms, but Zeke had created a 5th one during his fight with Lika. There was also a final, secret form he once used to kill a dragon. He wondered what had happened to his other techniques over time. The thought made him excited. He decided to continue his own training, saying everyone learns in their own way. But Rengus interrupted, asking Zeke to teach him so he could become a little stronger. Zeke looked at him for a moment, thinking it over. Then, with a small smile, he agreed to teach him. Rengus was surprised he agreed so easily. Zeke was confused by his reaction. reminding him that he was the one who asked. Rengus admitted he didn't expect such an easy yes. Zeke said he was serious and believed Rengus was worth teaching. Just then, Lika came over. Though a bit hesitant, she also asked Zeke to teach her. Rengus was surprised she also wanted to learn. Lika calmly asked if that was a problem. Lika admitted with new humility that she used to think no one her age could beat her, confident as the next family head. She explained that their match destroyed her pride, and she was amazed at his skill with lightning. Zeke sighed and joked that it was his fault. Lika looked at him with determination, saying she wanted to become strong enough to beat her brothers and him. She asked him to teach her. Zeke became quiet and thoughtful. He didn't answer right away, leaving Lika waiting for his response. Lika looked at Zeke with genuine concern. She asked if he was truly fine with the situation, knowing his unique standing in the family made things complicated. Rengus also agreed. He knew that Zeke was Balsa Eldragon's son, which made him a rightful successor, whether he wanted to be or not. Zeke remained calm and said he didn't mind. He turned the question back to Lika, asking if she was well enough to train. He pointed out that her injuries from their match should have taken a month to heal. With a confident smirk, Lika told him not to worry. She had already used a healing potion. Zeke and Rengus shared a quick, quiet look. They whispered to each other, doubting that such a medicine could be so effective, especially not the basic potion from the entrance exam. Rengus figured that as the family head's daughter, she must have a much stronger potion. Zeke sighed in amazement, remarking on how different the current era was. Lika confirmed their thoughts, admitting she would have been in bed for a month without it. Then, she returned to the reason she was there. She looked at Zeke directly and asked if he would agree to train her, wanting to grow stronger under his guidance. Zeke agreed without hesitation. He smiled faintly, saying he never turned down ambitious young people. His answer surprised both Lika and Rengus. They pointed out that he was the same age as them. Zeke let out a rare, genuine laugh and agreed with them. He then teased Lika, asking if she was sure she wanted him as an instructor since he had defeated her. She firmly replied that she didn't care about that. She declared that she couldn't be picky if she wanted to become the next head of the Eldragon family. She had to become stronger by any means necessary. Remembering her goal, Zeke asked why she was so obsessed with it. She answered that if she failed to become the family head, she would only be used for a political marriage. In the best case, it would be to a cousin, but in the worst, to a man she didn't even know. Zeke's expression grew dark. A flash of anger appeared in his eyes as he demanded to know what she meant. Lika explained it was because of the value of the Eldragon bloodline. Their power was special, so the family was obsessed with keeping their blood pure. Rengus shivered, sensing a terrifying aura coming from Zeke. In a cold voice, Zeke said the Eldragon family had started doing disgusting things. He clenched his fists, determined to destroy such filthy traditions. But before the mood could get any darker, several instructors arrived, drawing everyone's attention. Lika wondered why they were there. Zeke quietly worried that they might have overheard his angry words. From behind the instructors, a woman with fiery red hair appeared. One of the men announced that they had a new instructor. He told the students they should be grateful she was taking time to teach them personally. The red-haired woman walked toward Lika. With a polite smile, she extended a hand and asked if she was Lady Lika. Sensing danger, Lika immediately jumped backward. Zeke stepped in front of her protectively, while a trembling Rengus grabbed his arm. The red-haired woman's smile widened. She complimented Lika's sharp reaction and her powerful aura. Zeke was unsettled because he hadn't sensed her presence at all. Rengus nervously whispered, asking who she was. The instructor then introduced her as Lady Freya. Freya added her full name, Freya Fuick of the Black Dragon Corps, and gave a polite bow. Her eyes then landed on Zeke. She asked if he was Lord Zeke, and he confirmed with a simple nod. She challenged him, asking if he was surprised by her sudden appearance. He answered calmly that nothing she did was surprising. For a moment, Freya froze, and her smile faltered. As Zeke's eyes began to glow, he commented that her stealth technique was interesting. Freya immediately understood why even the family head Balsa Eldragon was so interested in the boy. Meanwhile, Zeke continued to study her movements. He noticed her power was focused in her lower body, flowing in a way he had never seen before. He realized this must be why her steps made no sound. A spark of excitement appeared in his eyes as he wondered what kind of fighting style she used. Freya took charge, confirming she was their new instructor. The students began to whisper in disbelief, as they knew Lady Freya, the Tempest Wind, was one of the family's strongest warriors. The other instructor confirmed her high rank as a 6-star practitioner in the Black Dragon Corps, the elite unit that served the family head directly. The students were stunned, unable to understand why someone so important would come to teach them. Freya smiled faintly and said she would train them, but on one condition. They had to pass a simple test. The students gasped in response to her words. "Don't worry," she told them, though her eyes were cold. "The test is simple. You just have to find a crystal and survive for 1 month inside the Poison Dragon Mountain. Rengus's face went pale at the name, but Zeke felt a strange sense of nostalgia. He explained that the Poison Dragon Mountain was home to countless poisonous creatures. Rengus added with a trembling voice that even touching a single leaf could be instantly fatal for a normal person, calling it a place of pure danger. Zeke remembered often using that place for training in his past life. Still, he thought the tests seemed too harsh for such young students. Freya laid out the rules. Each student would get a crystal orb, and they would be disqualified immediately if it broke or was lost. When a nervous student asked what happened to those who were disqualified, Freya answered bluntly that they would be expelled from the academy. She told them not to worry about the poison itself. If they used the dragon's breath breathing technique correctly, they would be safe as long as they held their orbs. Lika, always practical, pointed out that the mountain also had monsters. Freya's eyes sharpened. She told them they would have to defeat the monsters themselves to get food, as they wouldn't last long otherwise. The students were horrified. One of them muttered that it was impossible, and many others doubted their basic techniques were strong enough to harm the creatures there. Freya smirked. She gave them 5 days to prepare, allowing them to choose a basic weapon art to learn from the family archives. She explained that mastering the new skill would greatly improve their chances of survival. But, she warned, her smile gone, if you fail to learn it in 5 days, I will not be responsible for what happens to you in the mountain. A timid student asked if she would help them if things became too dangerous. Freya let out a dark, chilling chuckle. You are in the Dragon's Nest, the land of the Eldragon family. Here, the weak do not survive, she said. If you can't defeat a few monsters, you might as well go die peacefully among them. The students trembled with fear. Rengus looked like he was about to cry, while Lika stood silently, deep in thought. Zeke frowned to himself. He wondered if this was the same Eldragon family he once knew, as it felt so different from when he had been its head. Freya then announced that class was over. She began handing out martial arts books, telling the students to come forward and pick a weapon technique. The students rushed forward, a mix of eagerness and anxiety on their faces. Rengus hesitated, unsure what to pick. Zeke advised him to take a spear technique, reminding him that he had used one during the entrance exam. Rengus quickly agreed, thanking Zeke for the advice. Lika announced her choice, saying she would pick a great sword technique since she was already familiar with its basic forms. But Zeke stopped her, suggesting she try learning axe arts instead. When Lika asked why, Zeke explained that it would help cover her current weaknesses. Since the suggestion came from Zeke, Lika didn't question it. She simply nodded, trusting his judgment completely. Freya then called out, asking if everyone had chosen their books. Once they had, she told them to use the next 5 days well, as mastering their chosen technique was key to their survival. She warned that if they failed, they would die a pathetic death in the Poison Dragon Mountain. Just as she was leaving, Freya paused. She turned back and warned them of one more thing. Their seniors would be trying to steal their crystal orbs. Rengus was shocked. Freya explained that the senior students were taking the same test, but their mission was to hunt the first years and take their orbs. She noted that while the younger students had the advantage of numbers, and the mountain was large, the seniors would use every skill they had to hunt them down. After delivering her final chilling message, Freya turned and left. Rengus looked horrified. He cried out in despair, wondering what they would do now that they had to face both monsters and upperclassmen. Lika frowned, already thinking through the problem. She knew that the upperclassmen were much stronger, and that she and most of her classmates wouldn't last long against them. Zeke agreed with her assessment. He suggested that if she couldn't fight alone, she should form a small group with others. He pointed out that working together wasn't forbidden. When Rengus asked what Zeke planned to do, Zeke simply shrugged. He said he planned to go alone and enjoy the test. Lika sighed with a small smile. She remarked that somehow, that sounded just like him. Before starting their training, Zeke suggested they get something to eat. As they left, Lika asked Rengus if he ever thought Zeke was a little strange, and he agreed that sometimes he was. 5 days later, all the students gathered at the base of the imposing Poison Dragon Mountain. They were filled with a mix of fear and grim determination for the challenge ahead. Freya stood before them with a confident smile and declared that the weather was perfect for the test to begin. Rengus felt a nervous shiver. The exam was about to start. He wondered if he really deserved to be on a team with Lady Lika. There were many skilled noble students. He could not understand why he was chosen. He was just a commoner with little power, not even a single star to his name. A voice pulled Rengus from his thoughts. It was Raymond and Celine, who told him they felt the same way. They looked both nervous and hopeful. Celine, another commoner from the East Hall, admitted she also could not believe it. Being chosen by Lady Lika for the trial felt like an impossible dream. Raymond, also from their hall, gave a comforting smile as he looked toward Lady Lika. Lika noticed their worry and spoke up. She said their background did not matter. She chose them for their potential and skills. Lika's words settled Rengus's mind. He felt a new determination and held his spear tightly. He looked at her and promised he would not be a burden to the team. Raymond agreed, vowing to do his best to meet her expectations. Lika smiled brightly, telling them she was counting on them. Her confidence spread to the others. She then turned to Zeke and asked if he really planned to face the trial alone. Zeke just nodded with a confident smirk, saying he could not wait to start. A nervous Celine admired both Zeke and Lika for their bravery. Raymond remarked that their confidence came from their noble bloodlines, but Lika quickly stopped him, saying she was nervous too, and not to compare her to Zeke. Zeke looked genuinely surprised to hear she was nervous. He asked why, saying everyone else seemed like a promising group of students. But the others all disagreed, telling him there were many reasons to be nervous about the trial. Lika looked back at Zeke, asking if he really thought her chosen students were skilled. He said yes without hesitation, thinking to himself that she had gathered a talented group. He thought her ability to spot talent was amazing. Zeke praised their team's balance, saying the trial would be easy. Sweating, Rengus told Zeke that he had always been too confident. Freya's voice interrupted them, asking if everyone was present. She looked around and saw that many students had already formed groups. She thought this was a smart move, since most of them were still learning how to fight. Freya stepped forward and announced that the trial was about to begin. She explained the rules. They had to survive for 1 month in Poison Dragon Mountain and protect their crystal orbs. To succeed, their orbs had to be safe. Since all orbs looked the same, a lost one could be taken by someone else. The students grew anxious as they understood this important rule. Zeke's eyes lit up. He realized this meant stealing orbs from others was part of the game. Freya continued explaining. After the new students were inside the mountain, older students would be sent in to steal their orbs. The upperclassmen laughed and made fun of the new students. They said taking the orbs would be easy because the newbies were weak. Zeke's classmates felt a mix of fear, excitement, and worry when they heard this. Freya finished her explanation and declared the trial open. The mood instantly changed. With a loud shout, all the students ran toward the dark shape of Poison Dragon Mountain, feeling both hopeful and scared. As the students ran off, Lika called out to Zeke, telling him to survive. He smiled and promised he would, telling her and her team to survive too. With a determined look, Lika gathered her team to move out. Zeke told them one last time to be careful. Freya then looked at him. She told him it was his turn to enter, her voice filled with curiosity. Zeke agreed, shrugging a little as he apologized for getting carried away. Freya raised an eyebrow, repeating his words. She asked if he was not nervous. Zeke said no with a calm smile. He then turned and walked toward the mountain. Freya watched him leave, thinking he was a strange boy. That night, by the campfires, a worried instructor approached Freya. He asked if the new students would be safe. Freya raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant. The instructor explained that the trial seemed too hard for beginners. Another instructor agreed, adding that most students had only been at the school for a few months. He went on, saying that few had even 1 star, and none had real fighting experience. He wondered aloud how many would make it out alive. But Freya just smiled and told him not to worry. She explained that while the mountain had many poison creatures, most were weak 1 or 2 star beasts that were not a real danger. With a happy smile, she finished by saying the students would be fine. But then she whispered to herself that eventually she would release that thing. An instructor heard her and asked what she said. Freya just smiled and replied that it was nothing. She then turned to the older students and announced it was their turn. With excited eyes, they grabbed their weapons and ran toward the mountain. As they disappeared, Freya whispered to herself with a cruel look in her eyes. She wondered how many would survive and said she was excited to see the results. Inside the dark mountain, the upperclassmen started their hunt. One with sharp eyes quickly found their first target. It was Zeke. He was standing perfectly still at the bottom of the mountain, not seeming to notice them. One of them sneered, wondering if the boy was stupid for still being at the entrance long after the others had gone in. Another one did not bother talking and simply aimed his crossbow, ready to shoot. But before the arrow could reach him, Zeke's hand moved like a flash, catching the arrow easily in mid-air. The upperclassmen stared in shock. Zeke calmly snapped the arrow in 2 and told them he had been waiting for them. One of them wondered what he meant, but another yelled that it did not matter after seeing him catch the arrow so easily. Without waiting another moment, Zeke moved forward in a blur. His eyes shone with excitement as he smiled and told them it was time to play. Celine and her friends fought fierce monsters deep inside Poison Dragon Mountain. Celine defeated a giant frog-like beast, watching it fall to the ground. Just then, another monster jumped from the shadows, attacking her from behind. Raymond moved quickly, using his shield to block the attack and save Celine just in time. He then hit the creature hard, knocking it to the ground and leaving it dazed. With a final, determined move, Raymond used his shield to kill the creature instantly. Raymond smiled, happy to see that Rangus was also easily winning his fight against a monster. Lika's voice cut through the noise as she praised their great teamwork. Rangus nodded thankfully. But Rangus was shocked when he saw the huge pile of dead monsters that Lika had defeated all by herself. Celine was also amazed, whispering to herself that Lika's power was on a completely different level. Raymond agreed. While they had fought only a few monsters, Lika had already taken care of most of them. Lika just shrugged it off. She explained that as a 2-star warrior, these creatures were only a warm-up for her. She noted that everyone had gotten stronger, especially Celine and Raymond, who were now 1-star warriors. They both looked at Lika with gratitude, knowing her guidance made it possible. Rangus, however, was quiet and worried. He felt left behind now that the others had their first star. Celine noticed his sad expression. Celine gently told him not to worry, that he would get stronger too. Raymond added his support, telling him to be patient and keep trying. Their encouragement made Rangus smile, and he thanked them. Lika then pointed out that he had impressively defeated 3 monsters even without a star. She explained that because Rangus had trained his spear skills with Zeke, it was only a matter of time before he became a 1-star warrior. Hearing her strong belief in him, Rangus felt emotional and his eyes began to water. Lika looked up at the sky. She announced that night was coming and they needed to return to their base. Celine quickly agreed, shivering as she remembered how dangerous the mountain was after dark. On their way back, Lika suddenly stopped walking. Rangus sensed the tension and asked what was wrong, but Lika stayed quiet, staring ahead. Her face grew serious as she stared into the distance. She wondered aloud why another student was so close to their camp. A moment later, a figure appeared from the tall grass. The group was startled by the person's sudden appearance. Celine and Raymond immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight. The student walked out with a smirk. He said he was surprised Lika had noticed him so quickly. Lika recognized him as an upperclassman. She asked if he was there to steal their crystal, and he said yes. She realized her group was now a target. This upperclassman was a 2-star warrior. He grinned, explaining that his exam was to steal crystals from first years, and he was surprised to find Lika's group. Lika challenged him, asking if he still planned to fight her whole team by himself. But his grin grew wider. He laughed and asked who said he was alone. Then, 3 more upperclassmen, all 1-star warriors, came out from the grass behind him. The leader sneered, saying that even Lika would have trouble because her teammates were a burden. He drew his sword and shouted for them to surrender their crystals. He charged at Lika with a powerful attack, but she easily dodged it. "Stay in formation," she ordered her team, never taking her eyes off her opponent. "I will fight him." Meanwhile, Rangus, who had no star, was struggling. His opponent's constant attacks forced him to stay on the defensive. The upperclassman laughed and told him to give up. Rangus hesitated, but then he suddenly remembered a conversation he had with Zeke. He remembered asking Zeke if a weaker person could ever defeat someone stronger. Rangus had told Zeke he was afraid of being starless and a burden to his team against powerful enemies. Zeke had shocked him by saying he should just surrender if the enemy was much stronger, like a 3- or 4-star warrior. Against such power, a starless person couldn't win. But Zeke said there was a chance if his opponent was only a 1-star warrior. Rangus had asked him how. Zeke had said it was simple, he just needed to use an opponent's opening. A confused Rangus had repeated the word opening. Zeke confirmed it. If Rangus could find a weakness in his enemy's defense, he could win, even against a 2-star. Rangus then asked how he could find such an opening. Zeke's answer was simple: endure. He told Rangus to keep defending himself until the opponent made a mistake. At the time, Rangus had been unsure, but Zeke had insisted there was no other way. A weaker person could not force an opening on their own. You can only wait for them to make a mistake. Zeke had warned that if he couldn't even endure, he would never be able to beat a stronger enemy. He explained that it wouldn't work against someone amazing like Lika, but it could work against an ordinary 2-star warrior. He had also told Rangus that he must be confident in his own strength. Finally, Zeke gave one last piece of advice. Don't think too much about creating an opening or about the difference in power. Just wait, and when you see the opening, strike with your spear. Now, back in the middle of the fight, Rangus clenched his fists as Zeke's words filled his mind. He now understood that since he was weaker, his only choice was to endure the attacks and wait patiently for that one perfect moment. His opponent grew frustrated. His attacks became wild as Rangus kept blocking everything. "Just fall down," the upperclassman yelled in anger, making a powerful but careless attack. In that moment, Rangus saw it. It was the exact opening Zeke had talked about. Without waiting, Rangus gathered all of his strength and focus. With a loud cry, he thrust his spear right into his opponent's unprotected body. The upperclassman gasped and coughed before falling to the ground, unconscious. As his opponent fell, a bright light shone from Rangus's chest. It was the sign that he had just become a 1-star warrior. Lika noticed right away. She was surprised, then proud that Rangus had defeated his strong opponent. Meanwhile, the enemy leader watched in shock his confidence gone. He couldn't understand why Lika was so much stronger, even though they were both 2-star warriors. Lika knew the reason. After learning a technique from Zeke, she could put more power into her sword, which made her much stronger. "You are unlucky," she told her opponent, "to choose my group as your target." Golden lightning then appeared around her sword. "This ends now," she said, as she brought her blade down with incredible force. The enemy leader fell, knocked out instantly. After making sure all the enemies were defeated, Lika went back to her team and quickly asked if everyone was okay. When she knew they were all safe, the group felt relieved and cheered for their victory. They had won their first big fight against upperclassmen. Celine and Raymond hurried to congratulate Rengus on becoming a 1-star warrior. He smiled brightly and thanked them. Lika looked at her team proudly. Now that everyone was a 1-star warrior, she said their future battles would be much easier. Then, her expression softened as she wondered out loud how Zeke was doing. Meanwhile, in a much scarier part of the mountain, a scared upperclassman was running for his life. Tears ran down his pale face as he kept mumbling, "Please don't come here, Zeke." He cursed to himself, shaking with fear. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of monster Zeke really was. The older students ran through the woods, screaming for help. All they could do was hope that Zeke would not follow them. Zeke dragged one of the students he had just beaten. The others watched from a distance, cursing him. They wondered what kind of monster he was. He held the body of a giant snake in his hand and smiled. A mocking question was on his lips. He asked aloud if anyone else wanted to play his little game. "He's insane!" the older students cried as they ran away in terror. They were confused. They were supposed to be hunting him, not the other way around. As they fled, one of the upperclassmen tripped and fell hard on the ground. He tried to get back up, but when he lifted his head, he saw Zeke standing right over him. Zeke's red eyes glowed faintly. He sighed that he was tired of the chase and offered a hand to help the boy up. But he added that once the boy was on his feet, they would have to fight. The upperclassman's eyes widened in pure horror. His body went limp and he collapsed, passed out on the ground. Zeke tilted his head, looking puzzled. He muttered to himself, wondering what had just happened. He looked around for the others, calling out to them. He wondered why they had become so cowardly. He mocked them for running after being so tough earlier, then smiled and yelled for them not to leave him alone. Just then, Zeke sensed someone else nearby. He turned his head toward the hidden person and challenged them to come closer if they wanted a better view. No one answered. Zeke chuckled to himself. Since the person was only watching, he figured that what he was doing must be fine. He shrugged and announced he would stop holding back and continue his game. A man then stepped out from the very spot where Zeke had sensed the presence. It was an overseer for the exam. Sweat ran down his face as he stared in disbelief at the child named Zeke. He had watched Zeke easily defeat students who should have been much stronger. He was even more shocked that the boy had sensed him while he was hiding. The overseer understood how serious this was and decided he had to report everything right away. Back at the camp, Freya was surprised to see several observers arriving to give their reports. They told her a week had passed. 30% of the younger students had already quit. The ones who remained were getting used to the dangers of the mountain. An observer said he didn't expect many more to drop out. Freya then asked about the upperclassmen. The observers looked at each other nervously and didn't answer. Freya's expression grew stern, and she ordered them to tell her what was going on. One of them finally spoke. He said the upperclassmen were always running away. Freya frowned. "Running away? From what?" she asked. She knew there was no beast on the mountain strong enough to scare them. An observer explained that they were not running from a beast. They were running from Lord Zeke. Curious, Freya asked. "Why him?" The observer explained that Zeke had been hunting the upperclassmen. They tried to fight back, but in the end, they had no choice but to run. Another observer added that Lord Zeke seemed to be having fun. He was happily chasing them down like they were prey, which was something they had never seen before. A second observer agreed, saying that even for someone from the Eldragon family, Zeke was not normal. To them, he was more than just a gifted child. He was a real monster in a boy's body. Freya listened quietly. She said she had been suspicious from the start. Zeke had acted differently, choosing to enter the dangerous mountain all by himself, with no fear. His calm entrance made one thing clear. He never planned to hide. From the very beginning, his goal was to be the hunter. Remembering the look in Zeke's eyes, Freya had a chilling thought that the boy truly was a monster. Suddenly, an observer noticed a strange rumbling sound. A small smile formed on Freya's lips. "That," she said, "is exactly what I've been waiting for." A man walked over and asked where Lady Freya wanted them to put a giant cage. She told him to leave it there and thanked him. When the observers looked at the cage, their eyes grew wide with shock. They asked what kind of creature was inside, worried that its powerful aura was too much for any student. But Freya smiled, telling them not to worry. The creature had been adjusted. It was designed to only attack people who were 2-star level or stronger. She promised that the normal students would not be seriously hurt. One of the observers asked why such a strong creature was being brought in. Freya said it was a direct order from their leader, Baalsa, that she privately wanted to test the boy her own soldiers were calling a monster. She had to see if Zeke could survive against such a creature. With that thought, she gave the order to release it into the mountain at dawn. The next morning, deep in the heart of Poison Dragon Mountain, Rangus and his team stopped suddenly when the ground began to shake hard. Lika had a bad feeling about the tremor. Raymond wondered if an upperclassman was causing it. Rangus shook his head and said it was probably a large beast, but Lika still felt that something was very wrong. A moment later, a second, much stronger quake shook the forest. Then, a giant tree started to fall, crashing down right towards them. Lika screamed, "Everyone move!" The group jumped away, just as the huge tree smashed into the spot where they had been standing. When they turned around, Lika froze. Celine gasped and whispered, asking what kind of creature it was. Rangus's face turned pale, and sweat dripped down his face. In a shaky voice, he told them all to run. Standing before them was a giant stone golem with glowing red eyes. On the other side of the mountain, Zeke rested on a grim throne made from the monsters and students he had defeated. He sighed, feeling bored with the test. There was no one left to fight, and no rivals came near him. Even the exam observers seemed to have left him alone. He could not feel their presence anymore, as if they were letting him do whatever he wanted. The whole thing was just a disappointment, but then he felt a strange shake of energy from the other side of the mountain. At first he thought it was a 2-star creature, but soon he realized it was a 3-star. He frowned, knowing such strong monsters should not be on this mountain. He wondered if it was an ancient creature that had been hiding for years. The other students would have a very hard time fighting it. Even the skillful Lika would be in serious trouble. He thought the instructors should have checked the mountain more carefully before the exam started. But then another idea came to him. Maybe the instructors left the creature there on purpose as part of the test. He did not know what the instructors were really planning, but a small smile appeared on his face. This was perfect. He finally had a new opponent. The creature was far away. He wondered why it stayed so distant, but he did not care for long. He could not just wait. He decided to go to the monster and told it to wait for him. At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, Celine attacked the giant golem. Her powerful attack did nothing at all. She could not believe it. She had not even left a scratch on the golem's stone body. Raymond also ran forward and hit the golem with his shield, using all his power. But his attack failed, just like Celine's had. Seeing how strong it was, Lika stepped up. She filled her attack with her aura and lightning. After a bright flash, she saw a small scratch on the golem's arm. Lika quickly realized that only aura could hurt the golem. That meant only 2-star fighters like her could damage it. Her 1-star friends were not strong enough. Rangus asked Lika what they should do next. Lika took command and told them to listen carefully to her orders. She told them to run away as soon as she had the golem's attention. But Rangus refused. He said they would never leave her to fight alone. Lika told them they would only get in the way. She pointed to the golem's arm where she had hit it before. She explained that even with all her power, she had only made a tiny scratch. As 1-star fighters, she said, they were just not strong enough to hurt the huge creature. Raymond agreed they could not hurt the golem directly, but he said they could still help Lika make sure her attacks landed perfectly. Lika asked what he meant by that. Rangus promised he would not be a burden. Celine agreed, saying if they worked together to help Lika's attacks hit, they could win. Seeing how determined they were and how much they trusted her, Lika smiled a little. She nodded, understanding their feelings, and agreed to let them help her. Lika charged her sword with aura and lightning. Raymond got ready to defend, and Rangus and Celine prepared to help her attack. With all her power in her sword, Lika gave the signal to start their new attack on the golem. Lika moved as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of golden sparks as she rushed the golem. But the monster quickly attacked her back. Raymond lifted his shield to protect her, but as a 1-star fighter he had a very hard time blocking the powerful golem. Rangus and Celine ran in from the side to distract the golem. At the same time, Lika got behind the golem, ready to land her final blow. She used her powerful lightning sword skill, Heaven's Thunder. She hit the golem from behind with all her might. A huge explosion echoed through the forest. Lika's powerful hit knocked the golem down. When the smoke cleared, the forest around them was destroyed. Rangus ran to her, worried, and asked if she was okay. Lika said she was fine, but she had used up all of her energy. She asked about Raymond. Celine helped him stand as he answered that he was also okay. Just as Lika said they should go back, she felt a cold feeling. The golem was right behind them again. Without thinking, she pushed Rangus out of the way. As she did, the golem grabbed her instead. Caught in its stone hands, she could not believe it could still move. She regretted letting her guard down after her big attack. Celine was also in shock. She couldn't understand how the golem was still moving after being hit with Lika's strongest attack. Rengis quickly tried to save Lika by attacking the golem with his spear. But the golem used Lika as a shield, swinging her around so Rengis could not hit it. Rengis grew more and more desperate to save her. Suddenly, a giant tree flew through the air toward them. The tree hit the golem hard, making it let go of Lika. Rengis helped her up and pulled her away. Lika was confused and wondered what just happened and how she got free. Then, a new voice broke the silence. Zeke had arrived and asked, "What is going on here?" Rengis and Lika immediately recognized the voice. But Zeke did not check on Lika. He was just happy to see the monster. His eyes glowed with excitement as he asked, "What is this clay puppet?" Zeke sensed the golem, just as golden lightning lit up the forest. He recognized Lika's power and was shocked her group had already started the fight. He pushed himself to run faster, frustrated with his body's limits. In his past life, he would have been there in a flash. But now he could only endure the long, tiring sprint. He worried for Lika's young and talented group. They were facing a powerful monster, and he feared they could not hold out for long. Suddenly, an idea for a new technique stopped him in his tracks. Without hesitating, he grabbed the trunk of a giant ancient tree. With a powerful heave, he ripped the enormous tree right out of the ground. He combined his raw strength with the new technique he had just remembered. Then, he threw the huge tree like a spear, sending it flying toward the monster. Watching the tree soar through the air, Zeke felt a brief moment of satisfaction. This new throwing skill was perfect for his current body, giving him a much-needed long-range attack. He recalled the combat manuals for the exam, which explained the basic principles of these throwing arts. They were a perfect fit for him. As a ranged fighter in his past life, these new skills felt completely natural. His satisfaction faded quickly, however. He knew a single tree would not be enough to stop such a powerful beast. Feeling a new sense of urgency, Zeke began sprinting toward Lika and her friends once more. A battered Rengis stared in disbelief, unable to process that Zeke had actually arrived. Zeke's worried voice cut through the noise of the battle as he asked if they were all right. Rengis answered that they were, but the golem was the bigger problem. Zeke seemed curious, repeating the word golem as if he had never heard it before. The giant golem then stood up and charged directly at Zeke. Lika and Rengis screamed for him to watch out, warning him of the danger. But Zeke calmly reached out with one hand and stopped the monster's massive fist with ease. He noted how tough the golem felt, realizing he would need to use his aura constantly to damage its hard exterior. He casually pushed the golem's fist aside and declared that fighting it with normal methods would be too boring. Lika was exasperated by his reckless comment. Rengis was in shock. Their group had nearly died fighting the monster he called boring. The golem, unfazed, prepared to strike Zeke once again. Zeke's gaze became serious. He could tell from its size alone that the monster was incredibly dangerous. Yet, he did not back down. He simply raised his arms to meet the attack head-on. The impact was thunderous, shaking the ground and echoing throughout the forest. While holding the golem back, Zeke told the others to move away to a safer place. Without a word, Lika's group quickly retreated from the fight. Once they were clear, Zeke gathered his strength and, with a loud roar, threw the massive golem away. As the creature crashed through the trees, he again observed how incredibly durable its outer shell was. He gathered energy into his fist and charged forward with a dangerous look in his eyes, wondering aloud if its insides were as tough. Leaping into the air, he announced it was time to find out. He then struck the monster with a powerful, aura-charged fist, causing a massive explosion on impact. Zeke saw no reason to drag out the fight. It was much more efficient to destroy the golem from the inside with one powerful blast. His plan worked perfectly. Feeling a rush of excitement, he grinned, and decided this was a much more enjoyable way to fight. 1 month later, the main building of the Eldrion state was filled with its usual activity. Zeke, however, was in a bad mood, annoyed that his training had been interrupted. He was told the exam on the mountain was over. After the golem attack, there had been no other serious incidents. The difficult exam meant that only 30% of the 7-year-old students remained. However, the constant danger had made the remaining students much stronger. With the exam now over, Zeke had been summoned to see Balza Eldragon, the head of the family. Walking down a long hallway, Zeke asked his guide, Freya, why the family head wanted him. Freya frowned at his casual tone and told him to use a more respectful title, but Zeke brushed her off. Freya thought the reason was obvious, but explained that he was summoned because of his actions during the exam. Zeke seemed surprised to hear this. Freya confirmed it was his behavior. She explained that he, a lower classman, had attacked the upperclassmen, which was the opposite of what was supposed to happen. She sighed, adding that because of him, all the upperclassmen failed and had to retake the exam. Zeke argued that it wasn't against the rules, but Freya replied that no one ever expected it. Freya just shook her head with a sigh. She turned and reminded him to fix his terrible attitude before they arrived. She warned him again to correct his attitude and speech, especially when addressing the masterhead. Zeke simply tilted his head and asked, "Why?" Freya warned the young boy that his disrespectful attitude could be his downfall. She feared his father, Balsa, would have him executed for it. Unbothered, Zeke simply noted that Balsa seemed like a violent man. They reached a grand door, where Freya knocked sharply. She addressed the man inside as Masterhead. She introduced herself as Freya Wink of the Black Dragon Corps, announcing they had come as he requested. A deep, firm voice from within told them to enter. Freya pushed the heavy door open, and they walked into a large room. She quickly announced that she had brought Zeke as ordered. Balsa looked up from his writing. His gaze was sharp as he asked Zeke why he attacked an upperclassman during the exam. After a moment of silence, Zeke sighed. He was tired of everyone asking him the same questions. He did not answer directly. Instead, he asked his father if there was a rule against attacking upperclassmen in the test. Balsa asked him to explain. Zeke stated the only condition for passing was to survive for a month and protect their crystal orb. He explained that no other rules were mentioned. If his actions were forbidden, it should have been stated from the beginning. Fear and anxiety gripped Freya as she listened to Zeke's bold words. She cried out, questioning why he would dare to speak to the Masterhead in such a way. Balsa's eyes narrowed and a powerful dragon aura suddenly filled the room. The pressure was so great it forced Freya to her knees. She realized with a chill that this power was strong enough to kill Zeke. To her surprise, Zeke stood perfectly still, completely unaffected by the crushing force. Even more shocking, Zeke told Balsa to stop trying to scare him, calling it annoying. Balsa's face twisted with shock and irritation. With Freya still on the floor, Zeke asked if he was called there just for pointless questions. Balsa then asked how Zeke had done Cainsit. Confused, Zeke asked what he was talking about. Balsa mentioned the reports. Zeke had defeated an upperclassman and a 3-star golem. He demanded to know how the boy could withstand his powerful aura. With a serious tone, he questioned how a child born outside of marriage could have such unbelievable power. Zeke calmly asked if his father truly wanted to know the reason for his strength, saying the answer was simple. He declared that the reason was simply because he was Zeke. Balsa's brow furrowed in frustration at the arrogant answer. Zeke met his father's gaze with a sharp intensity of his own, completely sure of himself. After a tense silence, Balsa admitted Zeke's personality was as bad as the reports said. Still, he offered a reward for defeating the golem, a choice between an item from the dragon treasury or access to the second floor of the dragon hall. Freya couldn't believe it. She wondered why Balsa would reward such disrespect. The dragon hall and treasury were sacred places, holding the Laragon family's treasures from over 1,000 years. The dragon hall was a library filled with countless books, including forbidden ones. The dragon treasury protected precious family relics, from legendary weapons to ancient medicines. Both places were heavily guarded and held the family's deepest secrets. Access was rare, especially to the dragon hall's second floor. Freya couldn't understand Balsa's decision. Zeke, however, simply scoffed at the offer and asked why he couldn't have both rewards. Balsa was firm, telling him to pick only one before sending them away. But Zeke pointed a finger, shocked the conversation was over, and said he had more to say. Furious, Freya grabbed Zeke by the collar. She dragged him toward the door, forcing a cheerful voice. She thanked the Masterhead for the great honor and said they would be leaving. As she pulled him out, Zeke called back over his shoulder. He had one last thing to say to his father. He told Balsa that he would never get stronger as long as he kept his emotions locked away. Stunned by the words, Balsa unleashed his powerful aura again. But this time, he was shocked to find his aura pushed back by an even greater power coming from Zeke. Trembling, Freya begged Zeke to be quiet as they quickly left the room. Balsa stood alone in silence, thinking about the incredible power he had just felt from his son. Meanwhile, once they were back in the main hall, Freya finally lost her temper. She demanded to know why he had been so rude to the Masterhead after she had warned him. Zeke just shrugged, claiming he was trying his best to behave himself in front of his father. She couldn't believe it was his idea of good behavior. She wondered why he could be polite to others but not his own father. Zeke simply replied that it was different because Balsa was his father. Looking at his strange powers and personality, Freya concluded that he was no ordinary child. She asked him who he really was. He looked at her as if she were joking. He gave his usual answer, saying he was just Zeke. Freya was left completely speechless. Her mind raced. All children of the Laragon family drank dragon blood, which made them unable to defy the Masterhead's power. Zeke should have been no exception. She wondered what kind of child could stand so calmly before such power. Noticing her silence, Zeke asked if there was a problem. She quickly said no, but she had already decided to investigate the records of his birth. She reminded Zeke about his choice of reward. He could only pick one. When he asked for both again, Freya told him a firm no left. With no other choice, he chose the Dragon Hall. He valued knowledge more. Zeke felt he needed to learn about the last 1,000 years of history. Just then, Rangus ran up, excited about getting to see the famous Dragon Hall. Zeke asked if he was happy. Rangus nodded eagerly, saying the spear techniques he already knew were amazing. He couldn't wait to find even better martial arts inside the hall. He thought it was an incredible reward for passing their exam. Lika soon joined them, also buzzing with excitement. She wanted to read as much as she could. Zeke asked if there was a time limit, and she explained the basic rules. They could each borrow one book to take with them, but they could read as many as they wanted while inside. Lika asked Zeke why he chose the Dragon Hall. She admitted she thought he would have picked an item from the treasury. Zeke told her he had thought about it, but right now, knowledge was more important to him. Lika agreed, adding that the books on the second floor were much rarer and better than those on the first. She boasted that her own sword technique was the best anyway, but Zeke seemed lost in thought, and she wondered if he was even listening. When they arrived at the Dragon Hall, a guardian told them they had 5 hours and must remain quiet. Zeke wondered if 5 hours was a long time. Lika told him it was very generous, as most people only got 2 or 3 hours. She advised them to pick the one book they would borrow first, then spend the rest of the time reading. Rangus just hoped he could find one good book for himself. As they entered, Zeke noted that finding the perfect book for each of them would be a challenge. Rangus and Lika were too busy being amazed. They couldn't believe they were actually inside the legendary Dragon Hall. Zeke, on the other hand, was simply impressed by the massive number of books surrounding them. A wide smile spread across his face. He felt a rush of excitement. He couldn't wait to discover something new that could truly surprise him. A shocking new truth hit Zeke as he read through the books. He sat among huge piles of books, his mind struggling with strange ideas about rifts, chaos, and magic. There was so much new information that it made his head spin. Exhausted, he finally rested on the floor, thinking about the terrifying things he had just learned from 1,000 years of history. He could not believe the world had changed so completely, now linked to another realm by mysterious tears in reality. The book said that 900 years ago, a rift opened to a dangerous new world called the Chaos Realm. In that world, terrible monsters known only as Chaos were in charge. The powerful humans also lived there and fought against the Chaos. When the Eldragons learned of them, they formed an alliance to fight together. Because of this alliance, 4 strong female warriors married into the Eldragon family, starting the 4 great family branches. Zeke then remembered the boar with the black mist that he had killed, and the lightning he had seen around Leka. He now realized he had known nothing. The boar's mist and Leka's lightning both came from that other world. He was most fascinated by magic, which seemed to him like a very advanced technology from the other realm. Full of curiosity, he searched for books about magic, but was confused when he couldn't find any. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed in the Dragon Hall, telling him to be silent. He turned to see a golden glow in the shadows, but no person. He wondered if the voice itself was magic. Looking up, Zeke sensed no one else around, only the same faint power he had felt before. Then, the books in front of him started to move. As the books floated into the air, Zeke gasped in shock and asked what kind of magic was happening. But then he understood. Threads of source power were moving the books. "Amazing," he said, only for the voice to silence him again. Zeke grabbed a floating book and challenged the voice. How can anyone be quiet seeing this? "Show yourself!" A cloaked figure on the floor above said nothing, but used their source power threads once more. Instantly, Zeke was frozen, unable to move his body at all. The cloaked figure quickly tossed him down to the first floor, telling him his time in the hall was over. Then, he was thrown right out of the hall's grand doors. Zeke landed on his feet, thinking that he had just found another fun mystery. He was excited by his discovery and wanted to see more of the source power threads. Just then, a confused Rangus ran up, asking what had happened. Lika followed, asking why he was thrown out. Zeke just shrugged, said he got a little too excited, and asked what they had found. Rangus proudly announced he had borrowed a book on spear fighting and had already learned some of the basic moves. Celine added that she had also learned new skills from a book on sword fighting. Raymond said he had studied Guardian sword arts and borrowed a book about Guardian shield techniques. Zeke was awkwardly silent. He realized all these new techniques were just things he had created casually in his past life. Zeke then asked Lika which book she had chosen. She happily showed him a book on great sword fighting, made by the first family head but improved by the current one. It was perfect for her research. Zeke fell silent again. This was another of his old techniques that the 15th family head had changed, just like his other combat arts. He remembered seeing many books inside detailing his other old techniques, most with improved versions placed next to the originals. He wondered if the 15th family head was responsible for all the changes, finding the man more and more interesting. Looking back at the Dragon Hall, Zeke thought about how he had expected it to be boring. Now, he couldn't wait for another chance to return. 5 years later, Luca stood in a hallway, wondering where Zeke and Rangus were. Some classmates walked by and told her that Zeke and the others were at the training grounds. Again, Lika, now 12 years old, muttered to herself before thanking them. When she got to the training ground, she saw Rengis, Raymond, and Celine all getting ready to attack Zeke, who was also 12. Inside his office, Balsa was occupied with his duties. A report came in, bringing news of a newly discovered special rift. He questioned the reliability of the information, and the person on the other end of the line quickly confirmed its truth. The voice belonged to Ain, the captain of the Black Dragon Corps. He reported that their investigation showed an 80% chance of finding magic water within the rift. Balsa found the rift's location to be a major problem. He wondered why it had to appear in such a difficult place. But with the high chance of magic water inside, they could not simply ignore it. He knew the value of such a discovery. Magic water was what turned ordinary people into mages, granting them the ability to change source power into mana. This transformation had brought new kinds of magic into the world. But it also started bitter fights over the magic springs, where the water originated. In the current era, a house's power was measured by the number of mages it had. Unfortunately for the Eldragon family, they had no magic springs in their territory. Without any magic springs of their own, the only way for the Eldragon family to get magic water was by conquering special rifts. The number of mages in their house was dangerously low. Every single one, including Baalsa, was a seasoned veteran who had earned their power by taking on these rifts. Still, they were outnumbered by other houses blessed with magic springs. This made conquering any new special rift their most important mission. But the location Ain mentioned, the abundant dragon forest, was a difficult one. A border clash had happened there just recently. While most of the vast forest was in Eldragon territory, a portion of it crossed into the lands of a rival house. That rival house, the Kerberos family, claimed a larger part of the woodland for themselves, calling it the Great Abundant Forest. Ain confirmed that the rift itself was located safely within their territory. However, its large size meant the special area around it could reach into Kerberos lands. He knew those rivals would likely rush to it as soon as they found out. Baalsa grumbled that the Kerberos family was good at sniffing out opportunities like this. It was only a matter of time before they discovered the rift. This meant the Eldragon family had to prepare for a fight. The nature of a special rift limited what either side could do, but they needed to move quickly, before the Kerberos family realized what was happening. Having made his decision, Balsa told Ain to alert all the dragon nests immediately. He announced a selection exam would be held as soon as possible. Over at the training grounds, Lika watched the others train with Zeke, noting how they always gave it their all. Zeke stood calmly in the center of the action, waiting for them to make their move. The three trainees lunged at him at the same time, attacking from different sides. Zeke's expression grew serious as he braced his body for the impact. He took all three of their hits without flinching. The sharp point of Rangis's spear dug into his cheek, but Zeke only commented that their teamwork was good. He then told the 11-year-old Rengis that he was using too much force, which weakened the effectiveness of his spear technique. He turned to 12-year-old Celine, telling her she was too focused on speed and hitting many times. Her attacks lacked real power, and she needed to find a better balance. Zeke then told Raymond, also 12, that his shield work and movements were solid and correct, but he felt they were all still holding back too much. He told them to get more used to being on the attack and motioned for them to come at him again. Rengis rushed forward once more, prompting Lika to comment on how crazy their training sessions always were. Zeke overheard and asked her what she meant. She explained that letting them hit his unprotected body, without using any source power, was pure madness. Zeke didn't see the problem, simply saying that it was good training for him. He flexed, his muscles showing through his shirt, and told Lika to look at the results of his hard work. He explained that this was how his body had grown so tough, without relying on source power. Lika complained that he could at least make them pause their attacks while they were having a conversation. Just then, Rengis struck Zeke hard from behind with his spear. He yelled for Lika to watch closely and see just how tough Zeke's body really was. Lika squeezed her eyes shut and grabbed her head, muttering that they were all completely nuts. Raymond wondered aloud how Zeke could be so durable without source power. Celine agreed, saying it was beyond what a normal human body should be able to do. Lika told them not to compare Zeke to a normal person. She asked if they knew the nickname the older students had given him, the Demon Child of the East Hall. Zeke turned to her, asking if that nickname was supposed to be an insult. He then changed the subject, asking why she was there and if she wanted to train. Lika said she might train later, but she had something to tell him first. Zeke asked what it was. She told him it looked like they would be meeting the students from the other dragon nest soon, much sooner than they had expected. The news shocked Rengis. Raymond, however, said he always knew it would happen, just not this early. He figured it was finally time. Celine asked if this had to do with the next test, but Lika admitted she didn't know the details herself. Zeke was curious where she heard this, and Lika explained that she just paid close attention to the instructors, what they said and did. Zeke admitted he never noticed things like that, unlike Lika, who always seemed to know the latest gossip. Lika warned him that it didn't matter. they needed to be careful. The West Hall had asterisks that guy. She was referring to the other candidate for the next head of the house, their main rival. Zeke just smiled, saying that this finally sounded like fun. A few days later, all the students from the East Dragon's Nest were called to the arena. Among them were many new faces that the younger students had never seen before. Zeke observed that students from every grade were gathered together. Leica agreed, whispering that this was just like she said, and they were about to meet students from the other nests. A moment later, a sudden hush fell over the crowd of students. Freya strode into the arena, her sharp command for quiet cutting through the last of the murmurs. The students quickly formed neat lines, standing at attention before her. She then made her announcement. In 3 days, they would face the students from the other dragon nests in combat. A thrill of excitement went through Zeke. Freya gathered the students to share some unexpected news. In just 3 days, they would be competing against the other dragon halls. A ripple of whispers spread through the students. Such a battle was unheard of outside of graduation exams, and they couldn't help but wonder about the reason for this sudden event. Freya explained that while there were reasons, she couldn't share the details yet. She did, however, add one more thing. The winners of these matches would be selected for a special mission. At the mention of a special mission, Zeke's eyes lit up. He wondered if it would be worth the fight, and a feeling of excitement grew within him. The situation was becoming more interesting. Freya then laid out the rules for the competition. It would be an elimination-style tournament, with 7 fighters chosen from each of the 4 halls. The students had to decide on their representatives by the end of the day. An upperclassman asked if the fighters would be chosen only from their ranks. Freya's reply was sharp, asking why he thought she had bothered to gather every single student if that were the case. The participants would be selected from all grades. This announcement shocked to several of the upperclassmen. They immediately began to question what the younger students could possibly do against the other dragon halls. In their view, none of the lowerclassmen were strong enough to fight on equal footing. They saw them all as weak. Before she left, Freya stated bluntly that she didn't care how they chose their fighters. They just needed to decide among themselves before the day was over. The moment Freya was gone, an upperclassman named Rick stepped forward. He shouted that the 7 fighters would be chosen from the upperclassmen, and dared any of the younger students to disagree. Leica immediately shouted back that she had a problem with his decision. She insisted that the lowerclassmen had just as much right to participate in the battle, and should be included in the selection. Rick looked down at Leica with a mocking smile, telling her she seemed to have misunderstood the situation. This was about ability, he claimed, not about rights. He added that no matter how noble her family was, her bloodline meant nothing in a real contest of skill. In response, Leica began to walk slowly toward him, her powerful aura flaring around her. As 3 stars of power shone brightly around her, she asked him if ability was truly the most important thing they were discussing. The upperclassmen stared in shock, unable to believe Leica had reached the 3-star level. The rumors said she was only at 2 stars, and they wondered how she had progressed so quickly. Leica calmly stated that she agreed with Rick. Strength and ability should indeed be how they chose their fighters. She then loudly challenged him, asking if he could find 7 upperclassmen who were stronger than her. An enraged Rick was speechless for a moment before stammering that her strength was only due to her special bloodline. Still, Rick insisted that aside from her, every other lowerclassman was trash and couldn't stand against them. At that moment, Zeke's voice cut in, calmly telling him he was being too noisy. Furious, Rick turned on Zeke and demanded he repeat what he had said. Zeke obliged, mockingly telling him again that he was loud and annoying, which only made Rick angrier. Zeke then calmly asked Rick if he truly believed all lowerclassmen were weak and worthless. Rick fell silent as Zeke's expression hardened and a powerful aura surged forth from him. Zeke then made a proposal that they should all fight until only 7 students remained. Leica immediately grabbed her head, saying Zeke's idea was a huge problem and far too violent. That wasn't what she was trying to suggest at all. She proposed a better idea, holding a preliminary tournament. That way, anyone who wanted a chance to compete could join, regardless of their grade. She turned to the upperclassmen, asking for their thoughts. She added that if they were truly confident in their own abilities, they should have no problem with a fair competition. Rick reluctantly agreed to Leica's proposal, though he grumbled that it was a waste of valuable training time. As the upperclassmen turned to leave, Rick shot one last glare at Leica and Zeke. Leica then asked Zeke if he would be joining the preliminaries, and he immediately said yes. He added that Rengis, Selena, and Raymond should join as well, which seemed to surprise the 3 of them. Rengis quickly asked if he was serious about them fighting the upperclassmen. Zeke confirmed it without a hint of doubt. He reminded them that they had been training hard with him for a long time. If they didn't show the results of that training now, he asked, when would they? Selena nervously commented on the intense pressure of fighting their seniors. Raymond, however, simply said that since Zeke had decided, all they could do was give it their best. Leica smiled, happy that she would be fighting alongside her friends again. She tried to rally the other lowerclassmen to join, but they were too afraid, whispering that they had no chance against the powerful 3-star upperclassmen. Hearing them, Zeke let out a sigh. He asked his fellow students why they lacked motivation, reminding them that fighting stronger opponents was the best way to improve. He then added that for now, he was simply curious to see the so-called abilities of their upperclassmen for himself. The upperclassmen drew their weapons, their voices dripping with scorn as they talked amongst themselves. They complained about the selfishness of the younger students, certain that no matter what the lowerclassmen did, they stood no chance of winning. Rangus and his friends huddled together, trembling with anxiety at the sight of their opponents. One of the older students mocked them, suggesting they should go easy on the poor lowerclassmen. Another laughed, agreeing that aside from Leica, the rest of them were just 2-star babies. Zeke noticed the worried looks on his friends' faces and asked them why they were so gloomy. Rangus answered immediately, admitting that it was only natural to be nervous when all of their opponents were 3-star upperclassmen. Zeke simply reminded them of all their hard work. For 5 years they had trained with him, and he assured them that they had all done very well. Because of that training, he told them they needed to believe in themselves more. His words seemed to fill Celine and Raymond with newfound courage. Rangus, however, still couldn't quite shake the nervous feeling in the pit of his stomach. An impatient shout from an upperclassman cut through their conversation. He told them to stop chattering and wasting time, barking that they were about to be taught their proper place. Less than a minute later, however, the crowd stared in disbelief. Whispers of confusion spread as they tried to understand what was happening before their very eyes. The lowerclassmen had defeated the upperclassmen with shocking ease. Some spectators wondered if the older students were simply weak this year, but others knew better. It wasn't that the upperclassmen were weak, but that these particular lowerclassmen were monsters. A wide, proud smile spread across Zeke's face. He was delighted by the result and quickly went to praise Rangus and the others for their victory. He thought about how much sharper Rangus's deflection techniques had become and how keen his eye was for spotting an opponent's opening. Celine had also shown great mastery of the multi-strike Windflower sword arts, and Zeke was impressed by how smoothly Raymond could switch between his offensive sword skills and his defensive shield work. All of them, he thought, had shown magnificent results. If they could build more confidence through real combat like this, they would only become more formidable. He also noted Leica's growth. Her lightning aura was now powerful enough to take down an opponent with a single decisive attack. The other upperclassmen were still frozen in shock, unable to process the speed and ferocity of the battle they had just witnessed. Leica commented coolly that their opponents' arrogance deserved nothing less than a crushing and decisive defeat. Rick, however, refused to accept the outcome. He couldn't believe that 3-star upperclassmen could possibly lose to a group of 2 stars. Zeke walked toward him, calling him naive for denying what he had just seen with his own eyes. As he closed the distance between them, Zeke explained that age and stars were just labels. In a real fight, the stronger person is the one who wins. He added that if the upperclassmen were weak, they would lose. It was as simple as that. Rick furiously pointed a finger at Zeke, calling him a fool. He insisted that stars were a direct measure of power, asking if Zeke didn't even understand something so basic. Zeke replied calmly that stars wouldn't matter much if one's heart was destroyed. Dead was dead. Rick fell silent for a moment as Zeke warned him not to lose sight of what strength truly was. In combat, strength was simply the ability to win, nothing more. Finding his voice again, Rick exploded with rage. He screamed at Zeke to shut up, declaring that as an upperclassman, he wouldn't be fooled by a brat's twisted words. He had been going easy on them, he claimed, but now he would show no mercy. Zeke just looked tired of the argument. He said that children should act like children and use their bodies before running their mouths. Since they were the only 2 left, he challenged Rick to show him the martial arts he was so proud of and prove the value of all his training. This only made Rick angrier. He screamed at Zeke not to underestimate him. Putting all his power into his great strength technique, Rick charged forward. But before his attack could land, a golden light flashed in Zeke's eyes. He met the charge with a single punch to Rick's face. The impact sent Rick flying across the entire arena. Zeke even let out a small laugh, commenting that Rick had indeed trained well. His remark was met with a stunned silence from the crowd and from Rick, who was now kneeling on the ground in defeat. Other students agreed with Leica when she muttered how ridiculous Zeke was. He said Rick had trained well, yet he defeated him before he could even show what he had learned. Meanwhile, at the West Hall training grounds, the air was filled with the groans of injured students, clutching their wounds after their own battles. A man looked over the scene with disgust and let out a sigh. Every single one of them, he said, was useless. This man was Vanille Fafnirld Eldragon, one of the candidates to be the next head of the family. Just then, another group of students approached. Their leader addressed Vanille with respect, reporting that their part of the selection was now complete. This was Alan, Vanille's right-hand man, a 3-star student himself. Behind him stood the others who had passed the selection. Among them stood a boy named Redden, who was only 12 years old. Vanille's gaze landed on the boy. He called Retin over and asked if it was true he was already a 3-star, despite being so young. When Retin confirmed it, Vanille smiled. He said that he liked competent people, and that if Retin proved useful, he would make him one of his subordinates. Retin bowed low, thanking him as his heart swelled with pride. To be acknowledged by Lord Vanille himself was a great honor. With Lord Vanille leading them, he thought, there was no way the West Hall could lose to the others. He was certain they would achieve great results in the special mission. When they did, Lord Vanille would surely become the next head of the Eldragon family. And at that time, he would become a direct subordinate of the family head himself. Alan stepped closer to Vanille, telling him there was something he needed to know. When Vanille asked what it was, Alan leaned in and whispered that it seemed Lady Laika would be participating on the East Hall's team. Vanille scratched his head, his face a mask of irritation. Laika, he muttered, was an endlessly annoying pest. He then stood up, his resolve hardening. It didn't matter, he announced. No matter how good Laika was, they would be the ones to win. He declared once more that they would emerge victorious and complete the special mission. By doing so, he would finally prove to his older brothers that the seat of the next family head belonged to him. The day of the selection had finally arrived. Participants from all the Dragon Halls gathered in the arena, surrounded by a crowd of their fellow students. Rangus felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he took in the massive crowd. He muttered about how many people there were, and Laika explained that nearly everyone from the different halls had come to watch the event. She pointed out that the crowd could have been even larger, as many students had already dropped out during the exams. She turned to Rangus, asking if he thought so too. Rangus didn't answer. Laika's words struck a chord, reminding him of those who had failed, those who were called pseudo-dragons. Just like his father. Laika saw the flicker of sadness cross Rangus's face. She quickly changed the subject, patting his back reassuringly. She reminded him that they were chosen as representatives for the East Hall and should be proud. Her encouragement worked, and Rangus agreed, promising to give the selection his all. Their attention soon shifted to Zeke, who stood quietly by himself among the other participants. As they walked over to him, Rangus asked if something was wrong. Laika added that he seemed unusually quiet. Zeke assured them nothing was amiss. He was simply observing the strength of the other students. A loud voice boomed through the crowd, praising Zeke for his skills. The unexpected shout startled Rangus so much that he stumbled and fell in shock. Zeke turned toward the sound and saw 2 students jogging in their direction. A small smile played on his lips as he noted how much things had changed. The 2 upperclassmen, both participants in the selection, eagerly agreed with him as they reached the group. Rick explained that their previous battle had forced them to reconsider their entire way of thinking. Now they held a genuine respect for true strength. Zeke simply replied that it wasn't a bad thing. Meanwhile, a tearful Rangus clung to Zeke's legs, still rattled by Rick's sudden shout. As the others helped Rangus to his feet, Zeke scanned the arena. He noted that every participant from the other Dragon Halls was at the 3-star level. Only those from the East Hall were different. Just as he had expected, there were no 4-star students present. However, he could sense that several were on the verge of reaching that level. The thought filled him with anticipation for the battles to come. As their conversation continued, a girl suddenly wrapped her arms around Laika from behind. Laika instantly recognized the familiar embrace as Sandy's. The cheerful reunion was loud enough to draw Zeke's attention. Still holding Laika tight, Sandy exclaimed that it had been too long and asked how she was doing. She playfully wondered if anyone had been bullying her, but Laika just laughed and said she was fine. Celine, curious about the newcomer, asked who she was. Laika happily introduced her cousin, Sandy Typhona, daughter of the head of the Typhona family. The name caught Rangus and the others by surprise. The Typhona family was one of the 4 great families. Sandy's cheerful expression shifted to a serious one as she gestured to the group and asked Laika who they were. Laika explained that they were her companions and friends. Sandy pressed further, questioning if Laika was certain they were her friends. She explained that while it was nice to be friendly, these students lacked the qualifications to be true companions for a candidate to the head of the Eldragon family. Zeke stepped in, calmly stating that their abilities would be proven in a fight. Sandy turned to him, demanding to know who he was. Laika quickly introduced him as Zeke, another candidate for the family head. Sandy's eyes widened slightly. She asked if he was the rumored illegitimate child of the current family head. She then stated bluntly that she was surprised a mere bastard like him was still alive. Despite the insult, Zeke's smile never wavered. Laika, horrified, asked Sandy why she would say such things. Sandy seemed taken aback by Laika's defense, reminding her that Zeke was a rival. She warned Laika that such a soft attitude would never be enough to win against the other candidates. Sandy then dismissed the entire group as poor quality, noting none of them were even 3-star level. She wondered aloud if the East Hall had become that weak. Zeke cut her off, his expression playful but his tone firm, warning her not to underestimate them, or she might be in for a surprise. Sandy's friendly demeanor vanished completely. Her eyes narrowed as she challenged Zeke to repeat himself. She seethed, questioning how a mere illegitimate child with no backing dared to lecture her. Zeke calmly corrected her. It wasn't advice, he said, but a warning. His words only fueled Sandy's anger. Before she could retort, another student stepped between them, telling Sandy not to cause trouble. He introduced himself as Aegis Vanblade, a representative from the North Hall. Rangus racked his brain, trying to place the name. Sandy snapped at Aegis not to interfere, but he simply smiled. He explained that with the selection about to begin, he couldn't allow any fighting beforehand. The tension eased, and the students resumed their quiet conversations, waiting for the event to begin. Suddenly, a man walked into the center of the arena, and a hush fell over the entire crowd. A bright, eager smile spread across Zeke's face. The man was Teach Meantrick, captain of the Gold Dragon Corps, also known as the Educator. He raised his voice and announced that the selection battle would now begin. With a clear voice, Meantrick declared that the selection battle would officially begin. He explained to the assembled students that the competition would be a tournament-style elimination, pitting all 4 halls against each other. He continued, explaining that the halls would be split into 2 groups. The victors from each group would then move on to face each other in the grand finals. The battles themselves would be a series of one-on-one duels. Each hall was to send out its 7 chosen fighters in a pre-decided order. The first hall to defeat 4 opponents would be the winner. Meantrick made it very clear that once a match started, the fighting order could not be changed under any circumstances. This rule meant that the lineup itself was a crucial part of each hall's strategy, a choice that could determine the outcome before a single punch was thrown. As a final, important point, Meantrick revealed the true reward for this competition. Those who were selected would be assigned a special mission, one of the utmost importance to the Eldragon family. Anyone who participated in this mission would be making a significant contribution to the family's name and legacy. For Lika and Vanille, such a contribution was more than just an honor. It was a major step toward claiming the coveted head seat of the family. With the stakes laid bare, Meantrick announced it was time to set the brackets. He called for the representatives from each hall to come forward and draw a stone from a waiting box. The first name he called was Vanille Fafnerld, the representative for the West Hall. Vanille stepped confidently toward the officer holding the box. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached inside and pulled out a single stone. Meantrick then gestured for him to return to his position. As Vanille walked away, Lika felt a bead of sweat trickle down her face. Her gaze was fixed on her older brother. He was looking right back at her and her teammates, a cruel and malicious smile spreading across his face. Zeke noticed the tense exchange immediately. He leaned over to Lika and quietly asked if she knew that man. She gave a grim nod in confirmation. She explained that he was the head candidate for the West Hall she had told him about before, Vanille Fafnerld Eldragon himself. Zeke absorbed this information with a simple, "I see," a faint, thoughtful smile on his face. He knew that besides Vanille, the West Hall was filled with powerful warriors. Not only them, but the other halls were clearly well-trained as well, though he could sense a distinct difference in the levels of power between the groups. Soon, Zeke's eyes landed on a familiar face in the crowd. It was Retin, and it had been quite a while since he had last seen him. Zeke recalled how skilled Retin had been during the entrance exam. Seeing that the boy had already reached the 3-star level at just 12 years old made Zeke smile. Retin must have been training incredibly hard. Just then, Retin's gaze shifted, and his eyes fell upon Rangus. His expression immediately soured, twisting with hostility, as he seemed to silently question why Rangus was even allowed to be part of the selection. Other students who recognized Rangus were just as shocked. Some shouted in surprise, wondering aloud what he was doing in the arena. All the unwanted attention made Rangus nervous. Raymond noticed his friend's discomfort and quickly asked if he was okay. Rangus managed a hesitant reply that he was fine, even as Retin continued to glare at him with open malice. A moment later, Meantrick's voice cut through the murmurs, calling for the representative of the North Hall. After Aegis drew a stone, Meantrick called forward the representative from the South Hall. That student also stepped up and took a stone from the box. Finally, Meantrick called for the last representative, the one from the East Hall. Hearing this, Lika turned to Zeke and told him he was being called. Zeke looked back at her, confused, asking why it had to be him. Lika's answer was calm and simple. It was because he was the strongest member of their group. Rick and the others quickly agreed with her assessment. Zeke, however, wondered aloud if in a situation like this, it might be better to send their youngest member instead. Lika brushed off his suggestion, pointing out that they were all around the same age anyway. She then firmly told him to go and take a stone. With no other choice, Zeke accepted his role and stepped forward. His selection, however, drew a sharp comment from Sandy, who questioned why an illegitimate child was representing them instead of Lika. Lika simply repeated that it was because Zeke was the strongest among them. Sandy refused to believe it, arguing that Zeke wasn't even at the 3-star level like Lika was. She also reminded Lika that this selection was really a battle between her and Vanille for leadership. At this rate, Sandy warned, Laika was guaranteed to lose. Laika just smiled, her confidence unshaken. She told Sandy it was fine and that there would be no problem, declaring confidently that their team was strong. Zeke then took the last stone from the box. With all 4 representatives holding their stones, Mentric instructed them to channel their source power into what they had drawn. As they followed his command, the stones began to glow, shining with either a vibrant blue or a deep red light. Mentric announced that the colors determined the brackets. The first match would be East Hall versus North Hall, and the second would be West Hall versus South Hall. Upon learning that their first opponents would be the North Hall, Zeke's group immediately turned their focus towards Sandy and Aegis's team. Their attention was quickly drawn to a student who was noticeably taller than everyone else. Seeing his imposing build and the sharpness in his eyes, Rengis shuddered. He asked in a shocked whisper if that man was truly a student at Dragon's Nest. Laika confirmed that he was, admitting that she had not expected to face Sandy's team in the very first match. Meanwhile, a crackling lightning aura flared up around Sandy. She sneered at Laika, saying this was a good opportunity to wake her up from her delusions. Pointing directly at Laika's team, Sandy declared that she would crush them completely, to remind Laika of her proper place and purpose. Laika, however, did not flinch. A brilliant golden lightning of her own surged around her as she met the challenge with a firm, "Bring it on." At the same time, Zeke, still holding the glowing blue stone, noticed Aegis was smiling calmly at him. The other boy commented that he was really looking forward to their fight. Seeing Aegis's calm excitement, Zeke smiled back. He replied that it seemed they would get along well, adding that he, too, couldn't wait for the battle to start. The arena fell silent for a moment, a quiet pause hanging in the air. Mentric's voice then echoed through the quiet, announcing the first match, East Hall versus North Hall. Upon hearing the announcement, Rick turned to Zeke, vowing to give his all and win. But the look on his face told a different story, one filled with doubt. Seeing this, a bead of sweat rolled down Laika's cheek. She nervously asked Zeke if Rick would be okay, pointing out how anxious he looked. Zeke simply agreed that his worry was plain to see. A moment later, Mentric called out, asking if both teams were ready to begin. Rick took a deep breath and walked to the center of the arena, facing his opponent. With a sharp command, Mentric signaled for the battle to start. Wasting no time, Rick gathered energy into his fist and charged straight at his opponent. From the sidelines, Zeke watched and wondered how this fight would end. Laika remarked that it looked like a tough match just from their appearances and turned to ask for Zeke's thoughts. Zeke replied that no victory was ever guaranteed, unless it was his own, which he considered absolute. Laika quickly clarified that she was asking about Rick, not him. Zeke fell silent, turning his full attention back to the fight. He then added that, based on skill alone, the North Hall fighter was on the same level as Rick. If Rick could just fight like his usual self, he should have a good chance of winning. Laika agreed, but she pointed out that this was their first time fighting in front of such a massive crowd. The pressure of representing their team was a heavy weight on his shoulders. On the field, Rick struggled, taking one relentless attack after another. Zeke conceded that Laika had a point, but noted that fighters like Sandy and Aegis Van Blade were exceptions to that rule. He explained that both of them were close to reaching the 4-star level, so a large crowd would not easily shake their resolve. He also recalled that Sandy was Laika's cousin from the Typhona family, which meant she likely used techniques from the same powerful lineage. This, he thought to himself, would be a valuable learning experience for Laika as well. The fight ended abruptly when Rick was knocked to the ground. Mentric's voice rang out, declaring North Hall the winner of the first match. The loss made Marin incredibly nervous. With a shaky voice, she whispered that she had to win her match. Laika tried to comfort her, telling her not to worry, but it was over in a flash. Marin was defeated, and Laika and Zeke could only sigh in disappointment. Eric and Marin trembled as they apologized to Zeke for losing. Zeke just laughed, telling them he already knew the arena's atmosphere had gotten to them. He told them not to worry, adding that if this had been a real battlefield with their lives on the line, the outcome would have been very different. With a cheerful smile, Zeke reminded them that this place was for learning and testing their skills, not for fighting to the death. He explained that today's failure was a safe lesson, one that would strengthen them for real battles in the future. All they needed to do was keep training. His words worked, and Eric and Marin immediately felt their spirits lift. But with 2 losses in a row, the next match was crucial. Zeke turned to Rengis, asking if he understood what was at stake. Rengis, already pale with fear, begged Zeke not to add to the pressure. He confessed that he had been a nervous wreck all morning. To make matters worse, his opponent was the largest and most intimidating fighter from North Hall. The sight of his opponent's glowing red eyes was the final straw. Rengis burst into tears, hugging Zeke tightly and sobbing that his opponent was a terrifying upperclassman. Calmly, Zeke reminded him that he had fought seniors before when they first formed the team. But Rengis insisted that none of the other seniors had been nearly as frightening as this one. He admitted that facing such a scary opponent in front of so many people was making him sick with nerves. Zeke sighed, placing a gentle hand on Rengis' head. Zeke put an arm around him and told him to look closely at his opponent, asking him what kind of weapon the man was holding. Peeking over, Rengis saw the massive sword his opponent was carrying. He told Zeke it was a sword. Zeke nodded. He explained that all Rengis had to do was fight the man holding the sword. Nothing else mattered. If the opponent thrusted, he should parry. If he slashed upward, he should pull back. If he swung downward, he should step in and thrust his spear. Zeke told him to forget everything else and just focus on the weapon, just like he did in practice. As Rengis listened, his confidence slowly began to return. Zeke looked into his eyes and saw the beginnings of an impressive focus taking hold. He knew Rengis still needed help to find his center, but once he learned to enter that state on his own, his potential would be limitless. As Rengis walked toward the center of the arena, Zeke watched and wondered just how much this fight would help him grow. In the stands, the crowd immediately noticed the huge difference in size between the two fighters. Murmurs spread that the scrawny boy stood no chance against such an upperclassman. At Mentric's signal, the match began. Rengis' opponent charged at once, unleashing a sword technique called Single Blade Branch, but Rengis moved like a shadow, easily dodging the strike. The upperclassman scoffed, declaring that there was nowhere left for him to run. He followed up with the Twin Fang Branch technique, a flurry of strikes meant to overwhelm. Yet Rengis skillfully dodged and parried each one. From the sidelines, Leica watched, with a worried heart. Celine pointed out that the opponent was slowly closing the distance, trying to corner Rengis. Raymond nervously asked Zeke if he would be okay, but Zeke simply told them not to worry. He pointed to Rengis' eyes, noting how his focus was sharpening with every passing moment. After ducking under another heavy swing of the sword, something changed. The upperclassman unleashed his ultimate move, a technique called Leaf Storm Dance. But just as the attack was about to land, a flash of pure clarity appeared in Rengis' eyes. He reacted instantly, using his own technique, Flowing Clouds and Water, to parry the blade. The force of the impact sent his massive opponent stumbling off balance. It was the only opening Rengis needed. With a powerful technique called Raging Current Strike, he thrust his spear directly into the upperclassman's chest. The blow knocked his opponent out cold, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Mentric moved in quickly, declaring the match over. The winner of the third round was East Hall. Rengis let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. A smile spread across Zeke's face. This victory, he declared, was the start of their comeback. East Hall's momentum continued to build as Celine won the fourth match. Their lead grew even further when Raymond claimed victory in the fifth. Soon, the sixth match began, pitting Leica against her sister, Sandy. Leica offered a greeting, remarking that it had been a while since they had crossed swords. Though they both wielded similar lightning techniques, their approaches were worlds apart. Sandy admitted she was surprised that North Hall's elite fighters had lost to younger students who were not even at the 3-star level. Leica calmly replied that, as she had mentioned before, her friends were strong. With a mocking tone, Sandy agreed that she had underestimated them. However, she made it clear that Leica's companions were not the real issue between the two sisters. A brilliant golden aura then erupted around Sandy, filling the arena with pressure. Leica's expression tightened with a mix of surprise and nervousness. Sandy declared that Leica's friends were irrelevant. To become the family head, she needed overwhelming power of her own, yet she was only ranked second in East Hall. Sandy questioned if her sister truly understood how dangerous her position was. Leica replied that she understood her standing perfectly, her eyes briefly flicking toward Zeke, who watched from the sidelines. She then stated that she had not given up on becoming the family head nor on her goal of surpassing Sandy. She believed her current strength was enough to defeat her sister. Sandy simply said she wanted to see that confidence for herself. The moment she activated her ability, she vanished from Leica's sight. The sudden movement sent a wave of shock through the spectators. An instant later, Sandy reappeared directly behind Leica, her voice close as she said she wanted to witness this so-called strength. Leica reacted instantly, raising her sword in a defensive block. But Sandy was a step ahead, suddenly ducking low and moving to her front. She then launched another swift attack from the unexpected angle. As their blades clashed in an intense flurry, Aegis observed from afar that Sandy, as expected, held the clear advantage. He wondered how Leica would manage against someone who used the same lightning great sword arts, but with far greater mastery. Sandy unleashed a powerful technique called Judgment, the blow landing and leaving a fresh wound on Leica's side. The sight of the injury sent Celine and Marin into a panic. Leica quickly retreated a few steps, steadying herself with the thought that she was fine. She realized the wound was only a shallow scratch. She just needed a moment to catch her breath. Rengis commented on Sandy's incredible power, amazed at how quickly Leica had been pushed back. Raymond added that he had heard Sandy was the one who trained Leica when they were younger. Her brief pause over, Leica launched herself forward again, renewing her attack. Sandy dodged the blow with ease, remarking that Leica still had not fixed her bad habit of swinging her sword wildly whenever she was cornered. Leica ignored the taunt, pressing her assault as their lightning-infused auras clashed with the ringing of steel. The collision of their power resulted in a powerful explosion at the center of the arena. When the dust settled, Laika was bearing several new injuries from the fierce exchange. Sandy noted that, just as she suspected, Laika's bad habits had not improved at all. She couldn't even become number one in her own hall. She added that if Laika had just joined North Hall, she would never have allowed her skills to end up in such a state. Despite her injuries, Laika slowly pushed herself back to her feet, declaring that the fight was not over. Sandy advised her to surrender, telling her plainly that she stood no chance of winning at her current level. She even muttered that if she had known it would come to this, she should have petitioned their father to forcibly bring Laika to North Hall from the start. Laika remained silent, simply raising her sword again in a clear show of defiance. Sandy sighed at her sister's stubbornness, deciding she had no choice but to teach her a proper lesson. In another flash of movement, she vanished and reappeared behind Laika, her body crackling with lightning as she launched another attack. Just as Laika moved to defend with her sword, Sandy changed tactics, delivering a sharp kick to her side that threw her off balance. With Laika's guard broken, Sandy unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, inflicting more injuries across her body. Watching from the sidelines, Celine and the others grew extremely worried. Zeke, however, remained calm. He observed that Laika looked as if she was on the verge of breaking through some kind of barrier. As Sandy prepared for another assault, she told Laika once more that it would be better to surrender. She then used the first secret technique of the lightning great sword arts, engulfing Laika in a golden storm of electricity. A hush fell over the audience, everyone wondering if the powerful attack had finally ended the match. But Sandy watched in disbelief as Laika slowly stood up again from within the fading light. Laika spoke, her voice steady, saying that now she finally understood the true power of her sister's techniques. Sandy could not hide her shock, questioning how Laika was even standing. She was certain her last attack should have been the finishing blow. Laika admitted that her sister was right. The person she used to be would have surely been defeated by that attack. But she explained that for the past 5 years, she had also been training relentlessly. Their match was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. Before their match, Zeke noticed Laika was not her usual self and asked if something was wrong. Sensing her mood, he wondered if she was nervous. Laika admitted she was, as her opponent was none other than her own sister, Sandy. Zeke listened, his expression thoughtful. Laika explained that it was Sandy who had first taught her the ways of the lightning great sword. While she had learned the fundamentals from their uncle, the head of the Typhona family, Sandy was the one she always turned to. Whenever a technique was too difficult to grasp, she would seek out her sister for help. In many ways, Sandy had been her true mentor. Zeke nodded slowly, beginning to understand the situation. With a heavy sigh, Laika confessed that in all their time sparring, she had never beaten Sandy even once. She knew that for every hour she had spent training over the past 5 years, her sister had likely done the same. Despite her earlier bravado, she could no longer say for certain that she could win. Zeke's voice was calm and steady, as he told her to simply remember their training together. He urged her to recall the 5 long years they had spent side by side, pushing each other to their limits. However, the moment Laika thought back on their sessions, her expression crumpled, her face twisting in frustration. A small smirk appeared on Zeke's face as he jokingly asked if training with him had really been that terrible for her. He then grew serious, reminding her that her biggest weakness had always been letting her emotions get the best of her in an intense fight. That was why their training for the past 5 years had been focused on one thing: teaching her to remain calm and clear-headed in the heat of combat. Laika grumbled in agreement, recalling how freely he had attacked her during their sparring. He simply winked, telling her that was what true fighting spirit was all about. His playful comment only made her more irritated, and she shot back, asking what kind of spirit he was even talking about. Zeke's smile remained. He told her the results of that training were already showing. Now she could calmly analyze an opponent's every move, even while under attack. Laika admitted he might be right, but still doubted if it would be enough against her sister. He assured her she would find out soon enough. Once a fighter with her talent truly learned to observe her opponent, she would finally understand just how powerful that ability could be. He also reminded her not to forget who had trained her. Him, the strongest there was. With that kind of training, her past results no longer mattered. Laika looked at him, noting how he spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. A small smile finally returned to her face, and she thanked him for helping her calm her nerves before the match. Zeke's expression then turned curious as he asked if Sandy was really the one who taught her the lightning arts. When Laika confirmed it, a new thought seemed to spark in his mind. He told her this was the perfect opportunity for her. All she had to do was treat this fight just like their training. She needed to carefully observe every one of Sandy's techniques. If she could do that, she would surely grow even stronger. Back in the present, Laika's voice echoed across the arena. She declared that she had been watching her sister's lightning great sword arts with extreme care. She'd even taken Sandy's attacks head-on, studying them until she finally began to see through the very techniques she once admired. Sandy stared at her, completely bewildered by what she was hearing. In that moment of confusion, Leica lunged forward. Her blade moved so quickly, it left shimmering afterimages in its wake. The illusion made it impossible for Sandy to tell if Leica's blade had slowed or stopped completely. That single moment of hesitation was all Leica needed to land a clean strike, while Sandy was still reeling from the unexpected counterattack. Leica pressed her advantage, unleashing a furious barrage of lightning-infused sword strikes. Her sister was left with no choice but to desperately defend against each powerful blow. As Leica charged forward once more, Sandy could only wonder what had happened. She couldn't understand how her little sister had suddenly become so overwhelmingly fast. Leica then moved to copy Sandy's signature finishing move, Judgment, but the attempt failed. She quickly realized her mistake. She had failed to replicate the subtle changes in tempo that her sister performed so naturally. Now that she understood the missing piece, she just had to apply it. Sandy scoffed, insisting that such mastery wasn't something a person could copy just by seeing it once. From the sidelines, Rangus and the others watched with wide eyes, completely stunned by the incredible transformation in Leica's fighting style. Zeke, however, simply chuckled with satisfaction. It was just as he had predicted. Fighting an opponent with the same style always led to the greatest insights. When Rick asked if he understood what was happening, Zeke nodded. He explained that Leica was actively learning her sister's techniques in the middle of the fight. It was the direct result of their training, which had given her the ability to stay calm and analyze her opponent, even under intense pressure. Eric listened, a look of understanding dawning on his face. As the battle raged on, Zeke added that Leica used to lose her composure, focusing only on her own sword. But now she was different. She had gained the ability to observe and learn from her opponent mid-combat, allowing her to reach an entirely new level of power. Sandy still refused to accept it, shouting that such an incomplete imitation would never be enough to defeat her. But after one more thunderous clash of lightning and steel, Sandy was sent flying backward, a look of pure shock on her face as she realized she was being completely overwhelmed. Leica rushed in again, her voice filled with newfound power. She declared that for the past few years, she had been training to the very brink of death with a certain someone. As she gathered a massive storm of lightning around her sword, she told Sandy that this was the true strength of her lightning great sword arts now. With the final cry, she unleashed her Grand Thunder technique. The sheer scale of the attack caused Sandy's eyes to widen in shock. A torrent of golden lightning surged violently, consuming the entire arena in its brilliant light. After the blinding flash subsided, Sandy remained standing, though she was struggling to catch her breath. She looked at her sister and admitted that Leica had truly grown strong. A moment later, her strength gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. Leica was declared the winner. Even Vanille stared in disbelief, unable to process the incredible power Leica had shown in her victory over Sandy. As Leica walked back towards her friends, Zeke greeted her with a proud smile, remarking that it seemed his fight wouldn't be necessary after all. Leica beamed, happy that she had secured the victory for their team. She added that if she had lost, Zeke would have been the one to face Aegis in the next match. The name immediately caught Zeke's attention, and he asked if she knew him. Leica shook her head, explaining that she didn't know him personally, but his reputation preceded him. Aegis was known far and wide as the greatest genius the Van Blade family had ever produced. Zeke's gaze drifted toward the quiet opponent. He thought to himself that, judging by the man's powerful aura, that reputation was well earned. Leica then added that even for someone like Zeke, a battle against Aegis would have been dangerous, with no guarantee of victory. Before anyone could say more, Mentric stepped into the center of the arena. He announced that although East Hall had already won, the matches would continue until every fighter had their turn. Both Rangus and Zeke looked up in surprise at the unexpected announcement. Marin voiced their confusion, saying she thought the competition was supposed to end once a team had 4 wins. Zeke remained silent, his eyes fixed on Mentric and Aegis. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were planning something. Still, a familiar thought pushed through his concern. Whatever they had in mind, it didn't matter. As long as he got a chance to fight, that was more than enough for him. Aegis admitted that even though North Hall had lost, he was still glad to have the chance to fight Zeke. Zeke asked if he really wanted to fight that badly. Aegis immediately confirmed it, explaining that his interest was because Zeke was the one representing East Hall. Despite Lady Leica being present, Zeke was the one who had been chosen. That fact alone made Aegis deeply curious about who he truly was. He added that even if Zeke came from the bloodline of a family head, his senses told him that Zeke was only at the 2-star level. And yet, he was picked as the representative instead of the 3-star Lady Leica. That was the main reason Aegis wanted to challenge him. Zeke remained silent, taking in everything Aegis had to say. After a moment, Zeke spoke, saying he had a feeling they would get along. He too had been eager to cross blades with Aegis. Aegis questioned if he was being serious. Zeke assured him that he was. While there were many skilled fighters at the event, Aegis stood out. Zeke had heard the rumors of him being called a once-in-a-century genius at such a young age. Because of that reputation, he truly wanted to measure Aegis's strength in a direct battle. A smile grew on Aegis's face. He slowly drew his katana, remarking that he was getting more excited by the minute. Zeke's eyes focused on the weapon. It had been a long time since he had fought someone who wielded a katana. The instant Mentric announced the start of the match, Aegis shot towards Zeke with incredible speed. The sudden burst of movement caught Zeke slightly off guard, but it also filled him with a rush of excitement. With just a single step, Aegis had covered a massive distance. Zeke couldn't help but admire his opponent's impressive footwork. Smiling with confidence, Aegis unleashed a technique from his 1,000-blade style, the 9 blades, sending the attack towards Zeke. Zeke was shocked for a moment as the very presence of Aegis's katana seemed to vanish completely from his senses. However, just before the invisible attack could connect with his body, it was Aegis who was left startled, as his blade sliced through nothing but an afterimage. Aegis quickly realized that Zeke had dodged the strike by twisting his body at the last possible moment. He admitted that he had been certain the attack would land. Zeke simply smiled, praised the excellent strike, and urged Aegis to show him even more. Without a moment's hesitation, Aegis moved swiftly once again. He unleashed another of his techniques, the wave blade, directing it straight at Zeke. As Zeke watched the attack come, he noted internally that the path of Aegis's blade was extremely difficult to read. Suddenly, something caught him completely off guard. He realized one of the attacks was coming from beneath the ground, a move he had not anticipated at all. Even so, Zeke remained calm. He complimented Aegis's skill, saying that while he had no intention of letting himself get cut, the paths his opponent's sword took were truly unpredictable. At that moment, Zeke was certain of it. Aegis was a true genius. He could constantly change his attack patterns without losing any speed or power. His source power flowed flawlessly, without a single wasted movement, delivering sharp strikes that perfectly matched Zeke's own breathing and rhythm. Zeke knew that such mastery was impossible to achieve without relentless training. Meanwhile, Aegis watched as Zeke continued to evade every single one of his attacks. He couldn't believe that he still hadn't managed to land a single hit. Praising his opponent, Aegis admitted that Zeke was incredible, and asked what kind of training he had gone through. Zeke simply asked if he really wanted to know, then casually invited Aegis to train with him after their fight was over. A moment later, the tide turned. Zeke suddenly moved in close to launch an attack of his own. With a determined flash in his eyes, he threw a powerful fist straight at Aegis. Aegis immediately raised his katana to block the blow, but the pure force behind the punch sent a tremor through his entire body. He couldn't believe this was the power of someone who was supposedly only at the 2-star level. Zeke glanced at the damage on his own fist. He had tried to change his breathing to throw Aegis off, but his opponent had already adapted. He had to admit that Aegis was an even more exceptional fighter than he had first thought. Aegis noted that Zeke had finally attacked. He asked if that meant Zeke was done observing his techniques. Zeke replied that, for the most part, he was. The answer made Aegis wonder just how much his opponent had already figured out. With that, Aegis launched another swift attack. As Zeke watched it approach, he thought it looked identical to the previous ones, but his eyes widened in shock just as the blade was about to reach him. Using his lingering shadow technique, Aegis had abruptly changed the direction of his sword. The unexpected shift was too fast for Zeke to react to in time, and Aegis's blade sliced across his chest. After finally landing a hit, Aegis asked if he still needed to show more of his skills to meet Zeke's expectations. As Zeke held a hand to his wounded chest, he couldn't quite believe that Aegis had actually managed to injure him. Even so, a wide smile spread across his face. This battle, he thought to himself, was becoming more and more enjoyable. As the fierce battle between Zeke and Aegis raged on, Sandy slowly began to stir, her consciousness returning. Her teammates rushed to her side, their faces filled with worry as they asked if she was okay. Sandy assured them that she was fine. The reality of her situation then settled in. She had lost her match against Lika, but as she thought back on how the fight had ended, how Lika had bested her, a soft sigh escaped her lips, followed by a small smile. Despite the loss, she felt a genuine sense of pride in Lika's newfound strength, and was pleased with how their fight had concluded. Turning to her teammates, Sandy apologized. She felt that if she had won her match, they might still have had a chance at the special mission. Her teammates quickly disagreed, insisting that the apology should come from them. They felt they had been a burden to both her and Aegis. They lowered their heads in shame, but Sandy stopped them. She told them firmly that it wasn't their fault. Their opponents had simply been incredibly strong. All it meant, she explained, was that they needed to train even harder to make sure it wouldn't happen again. Her words lifted their spirits, and a renewed sense of determination washed over the group. Sandy's attention then shifted to the schedule. She asked if the match between West Hall and South Hall had started yet. One of her teammates pointed back toward the arena. For some reason, the previous match was still going on, and it was, by all accounts, an unbelievable sight. Sandy followed her gaze and saw the two figures clashing with furious energy. A jolt of shock went through her as she tried to understand what she was seeing. She recognized Aegis's technique instantly. He was using his 5 aura blades, a clear sign that he was fighting with everything he had. Her eyes remained fixed on the incredible duel between Zeke and Aegis. Leica's words from before echoed in her mind, that among all of them, Zeke was the strongest. She fell silent. She hadn't truly believed it back then, but watching the scene unfold, she knew Leica had been telling the truth. In the arena, Aegis unleashed a technique from his 1000 battle style, sending 5 shadowy forms hurtling toward Zeke. Zeke, however, dodged the attack with ease. Beads of sweat trickled down Aegis's face. He was in disbelief that even that technique had failed. More than that, after such a long fight, Zeke wasn't even breathing heavily. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of body Zeke possessed. Zeke's answer was simple. He said there was nothing special about him. He had just trained his basic stamina relentlessly. Techniques were important, he explained, but fundamentals were the foundation of true strength. Aegis took his words to heart. If that was the case, he decided, he would focus more on his own physical training from now on. With renewed resolve, he launched another series of attacks at Zeke. Using only his arms, Zeke shattered every single blade that came his way. As he did, he analyzed Aegis's power. The hardness, sharpness, speed, and range of the blades were impressive, bordering on the upper tier of skill. Considering Aegis's age, however, Zeke saw incredible potential. The boy could become something truly special in the future. A smile touched Zeke's lips. This fight with Aegis had finally helped him understand something important, the fundamental difference in combat between his time and the present day. He recalled that in the past, 1,000 years ago, martial arts were about the physical motion itself. The goal was to express the universe through technique, with source power being only a secondary tool. But now, in this new era, it was the opposite. Fighters manifested their source power directly, using it as the primary means to express their art. In essence, the mastery of source power had become the very core of modern martial arts. While effortlessly dodging the incoming strikes, Zeke realized he had been foolish. He had been so focused on the form of the techniques that he had completely missed this fundamental shift in philosophy. Still, the evolution over a millennium was more fascinating than he could have imagined. Aegis pressed his attack, but a sense of dread grew within him. He realized that Zeke was perfectly countering every single move he made. There was only one possible conclusion. Zeke was not human. He was something else entirely. On the sidelines, Rengis and the others watched with growing anxiety. He noted that the fight had already gone on for over an hour, with no end in sight. Leica, however, remained calm. She stated simply that neither fighter was normal, but she had a feeling the battle would be over soon. Aegis stopped his assault, a knowing look on his face. He told Zeke it seemed he had finally finished his observation. Zeke didn't deny it, admitting that their fight had been a wonderful experience. Aegis agreed, saying he felt the same. Zeke then announced that as a sign of respect for his opponent, he would present everything he had just learned from their battle in the form of a new technique. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his fist. A sudden, crushing pressure washed over Aegis. Aegis let out a short, breathless laugh. Now he understood. This was why he could never win. Even so, he refused to give up. He poured every last bit of his power into one final secret technique, the 5-blade ultimate strike, vowing to fight until the very end. But before Aegis could unleash his attack, Zeke launched himself high into the air. He hung suspended above the ground for a moment, channeling immense source power into his clenched fist. Then, he unleashed it. A storm of massive golden fists rained down, covering the entire arena. It was a new move, a modified form of his dragon destruction arts he called Fist Star. Explosions rocked the arena one after another, tearing up the ground. The watching students scrambled back in panic, terrified by the scale of the attack. The final barrage of fists descended directly on Aegis. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire stadium to its foundations. Raymond instinctively threw up a protective shield around his teammates, his own eyes wide with awe at the raw power on display. Sandy was speechless, her mind struggling to process what she had just seen. She could only whisper, asking who had won. Just then, Mentric's voice boomed across the grounds, declaring the match was over. As the thick smoke began to clear, the first thing they saw was the shattered remains of Aegis's katana. Aegis lay in a crater, letting out a weak laugh. He couldn't move a single finger. He admitted defeat, acknowledging Zeke's overwhelming strength and realizing just how much further he had to go. A smile crossed Zeke's face as the official victory was awarded to East Hall. The crowd was in an uproar, buzzing with disbelief. They couldn't comprehend the battle they had just witnessed, or how someone like Aegis could have been so utterly defeated. Mentric announced a delay. The arena would need repairs before the next match between West Hall and South Hall could begin, and he told the other teams to prepare. Rangers and the rest of the team were ecstatic, a mix of joy and pure admiration on their faces. They had never expected Zeke to actually defeat Aegis. Leica dryly commented on how Zeke had once again destroyed the arena, adding that he was a strange person in more ways than one. Zeke asked what she meant by that, brushing it off by saying that the only thing that mattered was that he won. He quickly changed the subject, saying they needed to focus on the next match between West Hall and South Hall. Leica readily agreed. She added that the match was particularly important, as another candidate for a family head position would be fighting, Vanille Fafnirald Eldragon. Looking at the ruined arena, Zeke asked Rangus if he had perhaps gone a little overboard. He couldn't see how they would fix all this damage anytime soon. Rangus just told him it was fine, then gestured for Zeke to look over at the side of the arena. Zeke's eyes widened in shock. The arena was rapidly repairing itself. He asked how it was possible for it to be restored so quickly. Rangus explained that the entire structure was built from a rare material called aetherite. When infused with source power, the stone could revert to its original, undamaged form. Zeke understood at once. It was yet another incredible innovation that had come into being during the 1,000 years he was gone. Just then, Vanille's name was called, and he walked confidently out onto the newly restored grounds. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the match was over in an instant. His opponent didn't even have time to react. A stunned silence fell over the crowd, who were shocked to witness such a completely one-sided fight. The match between West and South Hall was over in an instant. As it concluded, a strange and unsettling feeling washed over Instructor Mentric. Vanille, the victor, stood calmly in the arena. His opponent had been defeated so quickly and completely that it hardly felt like a real fight. Even Vanille found himself wondering if there was any point in continuing. Instructor Mentric's voice finally cut through the stunned silence of the crowd. He officially declared that the match was over, with West Hall as the winner. He then announced that the final match between East Hall and West Hall would begin in 1 hour. With those words, the stage was set for the tournament's final, decisive battle. As medics carried Vanille's unconscious opponent off the field, the other students could only stare in shock. They were all stunned by the display of overwhelming power they had just witnessed. Zeke and his team watched the scene with grim expressions. While Leica remarked on how incredible the power was, Zeke simply said that something felt wrong. In his mind, Vanille's defeated opponent relived the fight. He remembered sensing Vanille's flow of ether and feeling that it was surprisingly weak, which seemed unnatural. Despite managing to block the first attack, he was immediately outmatched. He simply could not understand the massive gap in their power. The difference in their strength was so great that it left him trembling on the ground, completely unable to put up a real defense. With a single, final strike, the fight was over, almost before it had a chance to truly begin. From his seat, Zeke saw the thoughtful look on the instructor's face and realized he wasn't the only one who found the fight odd. He narrowed his eyes, determined to understand what was really going on. Raymond was also confused. He could not believe that Lyra of the Sonar family could have been defeated so helplessly. Another teammate suggested that perhaps it was just because of who Vanille was. It was the first time any of them had seen him fight in person, and the display had left them all feeling intimidated. Rick tried his best to lift their spirits. He reminded them that while Vanille was powerful, they had Zeke and Leica on their side, and that was what mattered. His attempt to be cheerful, however, fell flat. His teammates only responded with tired sighs. Later, the members of the North Hall team gathered, their spirits low. Rick noticed how down Rangus looked and asked him what was wrong. Rangus explained that even though Vanille had defeated his opponents all on his own, Vanille's team has also defeated all of theirs opponent. He hung his head, feeling ashamed. He apologized, saying that he felt like he was just getting nervous. But Marin, who had been listening, cut in. She spoke of her own loss, admitting that as frustrating as it was, she couldn't match the students from West Hall. They were simply on another level. Rick added sadly that the South Hall were beaten so fast, they never even got a chance to see their opponents' skills properly. Tired of all the sad talk, Rick clenched his fist with renewed determination. He shouted to get everyone's attention, declaring that they had come too far to give up. He told them that their only option was to win, and he believed they could do it. Zeke watched from a short distance away. A small smile appeared on his face as he saw their fighting spirit return. He then turned his attention to Leica, who had remained quiet the entire time. He knew that seeing Vanille's incredible power must have been deeply upsetting for her. She stared off into the distance, her pride clearly wounded. Zeke felt he should talk to her, but he didn't have any easy answers and chose not to offer any hasty advice. Rangus walked over and asked if she was okay. Leica thanked him for his concern before turning and walking away. Zeke watched her go. He knew she was looking for a moment of solitude to clear her head. She eventually found herself in a quiet garden, where she sat down on the edge of a large, peaceful fountain. As she stared into the still water, her mind drifted back to the fight. She could not accept that Vanille had become strong enough to defeat Lyra in such a one-sided battle. She knew that not even Aegis could have overwhelmed Lyra that completely without taking some damage in return. Her own reflection in the water seemed to stir up old and painful memories. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and the ripples spread out like the thoughts in her mind. A memory came to her of the last time she fought Vanille. She was only 5 years old, and she had lost badly. Ever since that day, she had worked hard to get her revenge. Just when she thought she had finally caught up to him, he had once again grown far beyond her reach. She thought about the tournament bracket and realized Zeke would likely be Vanille's next opponent. A feeling of relief washed over her, knowing she wouldn't have to face him. That feeling of relief, however, quickly turned to anger at herself. She clenched her fist in the water. Water splashed over the fountain's edge from her sudden movement, mirroring the turmoil she felt in her heart. She seethed at her own weakness. To feel relief was the same as admitting defeat. She made a vow to herself that she would beat him no matter what. Just then, a voice from behind her broke the silence. Vanille had seen her from across the garden. He and his companion approached her with smug smiles on their faces. He taunted her, asking why she looked so serious. Leica turned to face him, her eyes narrowed with clear annoyance. She coldly asked him what he wanted. Vanille stepped closer, telling her not to be so cold. He claimed he only wanted to congratulate her on her victory earlier in the day. Leica tried to ignore him, and began to walk away. He moved quickly, leaning in and lowering his voice to a whisper. He told her he had noticed how she was staring at him during his match. Leica turned her face away, refusing to give him the satisfaction of a reaction. But Vanille moved right behind her, whispering directly into her ear. He accused her of being scared of losing to him again. His words felt like poison, digging into her deepest insecurities. He then grabbed her shoulder, forcing her to listen. He demanded she admit that she could never beat him, and told her she should just give up and submit. Having heard enough, Leica finally snapped. She spun around and violently slapped his hand off her shoulder. Vanille did not even flinch. A dark, mocking smile spread across his face as he chuckled and told her she wasn't cute at all. He then glanced down at his hand and murmured quietly that she was already finished. With that final, chilling remark, he turned to his companion and asked if she knew what to do next. She simply told him to leave it to her. His companion then asked what their plan was for the bastard they were about to face. Vanille seemed unconcerned, saying it shouldn't be a problem to deal with during the fight itself. His companion, however, was more cautious. She could sense that Zeke was not an ordinary opponent and suggested they take extra measures just in case. Vanille had to agree, noting that Zeke did have unusually sharp instincts. It would be a problem if he noticed what they were planning. An image of Zeke flashed in his mind. He recalled the overwhelming power his opponent had displayed during the fight against Aegis. He also remembered how it seemed that Zeke had taken some of those attacks on purpose. Vanille knew this would not be an easy fight, but a plan was already forming in his mind. Vanille and his companion shared a knowing look, then bumped their fists together in a silent mutual agreement. Vanille then dipped his hand into the fountain, and a strange purple substance began to leak from his fingers into the clear water. "Don't worry," he said with chilling confidence as he watched the water turn completely purple. "I will defeat Zeke in this fight, and I'll make sure to break him completely." The final match had arrived. Rick clenched his fist, feeling the heavy weight of the moment. He knew they were facing the elite students of West Hall, a team with a reputation for preying on the weak. His confidence began to fade as he wondered if they truly had any chance of winning. Doubt crept into his mind, pushing away the determination he had felt just moments before. Suddenly, a sharp smack on the back of his head from Zeke broke his train of thought. "Idiot!" Zeke yelled. "What happened to all that energy you had a moment ago?" Zeke asked, looking completely unimpressed. Zeke stared him down. "Why are you even fighting? To lose?" He told Rick that a real fight required the absolute intention to win, no matter who stood on the other side. The words struck a chord with Rick. "To win," he muttered, his resolve hardening once more. "You've trained hard, right?" Zeke said with a grin. "So have some confidence. Fire it up." Rick thanked him, his fighting spirit burning brightly again. "Good," Zeke said. "Then let me give you a little advice. Relax your shoulders more." Rick was confused by the simple tip. Zeke explained that the Great Force Fist needed all his power to be concentrated on a single point. If he was too tense, that power would scatter instead of focus. "Come on, relax a little," Zeke said, physically shifting Rick's shoulders into a better position. The small adjustment made a huge difference. Rick felt a new surge of power. "I feel like I can win now," he exclaimed. "Thank you." Zeke told him to go out there and win. The exchange made Leica curious. She noted that Zeke was not a Great Force fighter, yet he seemed to know the technique surprisingly well, making her wonder how he knew so much about different fighting styles. "What's the reason?" she asked him. "It's strange." Zeke's expression turned serious, and he told her it was not a stupid question at all. Leica leaned in, her own expression serious. believing he was finally going to answer the question she had wondered about for so long. But then Zeke's serious face broke into a wide grin as he pointed a thumb at his own chest. "Because it's me!" Laika's face went completely flat. She realized she had been a fool to expect a serious answer. The time had come. The match was about to begin, and Rick stared down his opponent. It was the same incredibly skilled fighter he had watched in the first round. But this time, Rick's fear was gone, replaced by a fire in his eyes. He promised himself that he was not going to lose. His opponent, Eden, scoffed at his confidence. He could not believe this. Nobody who had lost to North Hall dared to look so arrogant. "Shut up!" Rick yelled back. "I'm not the same as I was before." Eden just smirked. "Not the same, huh?" Instructor Mentrick raised his voice, announcing the start of the first match between East Hall and West Hall. "Begin!" Eden drew his dagger, ready to prove Rick's claims were nothing but empty words. The speed of his opponent's first dash caught Rick by surprise. "You can't change in just a few hours," Eden screamed. He unleashed his insect dagger technique, Mantis Cut, sending a sharp wave of green energy flying toward Rick. To Eden's shock, Rick managed to block the powerful attack using only his aura. Eden could not believe it. "How dare you block that with just your aura?" he yelled, challenging Rick to do it again. He followed up with another technique, Insect Light, determined to shatter Rick's defense. The attack was strong, pushing Rick backward, but he managed to hold his ground. "Come on, what's wrong?" Eden mocked him. "I thought you'd changed." Rick gritted his teeth. The opponent was too strong, but he refused to be defeated so easily. Calling him a fool, Eden effortlessly dodged Rick's desperate counterattack. Rick was too slow. Eden's dagger flashed, leaving a thin, bloody cut across his cheek. He realized that if things continued like this, he would never land a blow. Then, Zeke's advice echoed in his mind. Relax a little. He pictured Zeke's demonstration, remembering the words about focusing all his power into one single point. He knew what he had to do. It was all or nothing. Eden grew annoyed by his opponent's stubbornness and launched another attack, the Needle Sting. But Rick had seen this pattern of relentless attacks before. It felt familiar, predictable. Just as the sharp point of the dagger was about to make contact, a confident grin spread across Rick's face. "Gotcha," he whispered. Eden's eyes flew open wide in disbelief. In a move that was both desperate and brilliant, Rick caught the blade of the dagger with his bare hand. "Take this!" Rick roared, his other fist beginning to glow with an immense pulsing power. He then unleashed his ultimate move, the Great Force Fist. The fist, now packed with all of his concentrated power, slammed directly into Eden's chest. The force of the impact was tremendous, sending Eden flying clear across the arena. The crowd of students could only watch, their mouths agape in stunned silence. Zeke and Laika watched as the dust began to settle. A small, knowing smile appeared on Zeke's face. Instructor Mentrick stepped forward, ready to declare the winner of the match. The winner, he announced, was East Hall. Eden lay defeated in a small crater formed by the force of his landing. Rick looked down at his own hands, his mind struggling to believe that he had actually won. Then, a powerful wave of pure joy washed over him. "Yes!" he screamed, raising his victorious fist toward the sky. Meanwhile, Eden could not process what had just happened to him. He wondered if he had really just lost to someone like that, his pride completely shattered. Shakily, he turned to face his team leader, Vanille, to offer his apology. "Sir, I'm sorry," he stammered, kneeling before him in shame. But Vanille simply flicked his dagger, sending Eden flying away. The message was brutally clear. Failure was not an option. Vanille then cast a cold gaze over the rest of his team. "You all understand, right?" His expression was completely unfazed as he gave a single, cold command. "Crush them!" His team roared in agreement, their spirits now filled with a brutal determination. Next up was Marin's match. From the sidelines, Rick cheered her on, full of encouragement after his own victory. Marin readied her sword, her gaze fixed on the stoic, spear-wielding student from West Hall. The instructor announced the beginning of the second match. Marin immediately went on the attack, unleashing her red fire sword technique, Spark Cut. Her blade glowed with a fiery energy as she lunged toward her opponent. But her opponent effortlessly blocked the fiery strike with the shaft of his spear. He continued to deflect her flurry of attacks, spinning his spear in a near-impenetrable defense. She was completely outmatched. He easily pushed her back before launching his own powerful assault. He unleashed his own technique, the quote, Great Chaos Spear technique, piercing chaotic blow. The incredibly powerful strike sent Marin flying backward through the air. She landed hard, coughing up a spray of blood. But her opponent showed no mercy, immediately following up with another ruthless attack. Watching from the side, Rangus was horrified by the sheer brutality, wondering how anyone could be so cruel. The spear pierced straight through Marin's side. Her teammates could not bear to watch the gruesome sight. Rick screamed in pure rage and tried to rush forward, but he was held back firmly by Raymond. Seeing the devastating blow, the instructor finally called an end to the match. The winner was West Hall. The spear user stood victorious over Marin's fallen body. Rick broke free and ran to her side, holding her in his arms. He called her name, asking if she was okay, but Marin's eyes remained closed. Zeke simply stood and watched, his face a mask of silence. The brutal match leaves Marin unconscious and grievously wounded. The East Hall team gathers around her, their faces a mixture of horror and grief. Watching from the stands, even Zeke, who always seemed so detached, can't hide his grim expression. He knew West Hall was ruthless, but this was something else. As Marin is tended to, the spear user turns to walk away, completely unfazed by the brutality he just inflicted. Enraged, Rick confronts him. "Hey, was there any need to go that far?" The spear user looks back with a cold, condescending expression and asks, "What's the problem?" "What do you mean? What's the problem?" Rick scoffs. "This is a real fight. I was just being meticulous to secure my victory." Spear user replies. Rick can't believe what he's hearing. "Even so, this is too much." Celine backs him up, yelling, "Yeah, there was no need to take it that far." The spear user just smiles. "You're all too naive," he says, his voice dripping with disdain. "We of the West Hall show no mercy in combat. We simply crush our enemies. That's all there is to it." The chilling philosophy is driven by none other than their leader, Vanille. Leica steps forward, her fists clenched. "Was that an order from Vanille?" His answer is as cold as his fighting style. "So what? If you don't like it, you can withdraw." As they carry Marin away, the spear user continues his lecture. "Don't you understand? The referee never stopped the fight. She still had the will to fight, so I broke it. Isn't that the logical thing to do?" Leica is about to explode, shouting, "You!" But the West Hall student cuts her off, turning his back on them. "Talking to you people is a complete waste of my time." He glances over his shoulder with a final, chilling warning. "Worry about yourselves instead of your fallen comrade, because every single one of you is going to suffer the same fate." He leaves them with one last offer. "That's just how it is. You can still withdraw if you want, you know." The next fighter for West Hall steps into the arena. His name is Letton, and his eyes are locked onto his opponent, Rangus. Seeing his target, Rangus calls out his name with a smug familiarity. "Letton." Letton looks down, his expression that of superiority. "People like you don't get to say my name so casually." Letton continues, "So you're not going to withdraw? Fine by me. I won't stop you if you want to end up like that girl." His smile turns sinister as he leans in. "Or maybe, you want me to do what I did back in our village? Tell me, insignificant Rangus?" The taunt hits its mark. Rangus's face darkens with a painful memory. Leica yells his name, ready to intervene, but Rangus holds up a hand. "Leica, it's fine." He stands up from the ground, his voice shaking but firm. "I'm not going to run away." His teammates can only watch, concerned, as Rangus prepares to face his past. With newfound resolve burning in his eyes, Rangus points directly at his opponent. "Today, right here, Letton, I'm going to surpass you." Letton just looks at him, completely unimpressed. "Huh?" As Marin is carried away on a stretcher, the weight of the situation settles on the arena. The onlookers still hadn't recovered from the previous brutality, and now they had seen another one. Rangus stands alone in the vast arena, the crowd a blur around him. His mind is racing, his confidence already beginning to waver. Suddenly, he jolts with surprise. "Wait a minute, is that Zeke's voice I'm hearing?" Indeed, a memory, or perhaps something more mystical is taking place. Zeke appears in his mind, radiating an aura of calm. Zeke's voice echoes, "Don't worry about it. I'm just trying to recreate an experience I had a few years ago." Zeke remembers his time at the library where he had the same experience by the librarian, and now he had recreated the same technique himself. It's telepathy. Rangus is flustered. I don't even know where to begin," he thinks, overwhelmed by the pressure. Zeke raises a finger, getting to the point. "More importantly, I use this technique to give you a piece of advice." Rangus's eye widens in the memory. "Advice?" Zeke's voice becomes profound. "There's an old saying, clouds float freely, water flows clear." Rangus is completely baffled by the cryptic message. "Clouds, huh?" Zeke patiently explains. "The clouds float freely, and the water flows constantly. When you find yourself in a tight spot, try to remember that." His words hang in the air as the vision fades, leaving Rangus to face his reality. Suddenly, Instructor Mentrick's voice cuts through his thoughts. "What are you doing?" Rangus snaps back to the present, flustered. "Ah, sorry!" The instructor, looking unimpressed, officially announces the next match. East Hall versus West Hall, third combat. The two opponents face each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. "Begin!" Letton doesn't waste a second, lunging forward with incredible speed. Rengis immediately counters, unleashing the technique Zeke taught him. Cloud and Water Spear technique, piercing water, but Letten is ready. Don't get so brave, you insignificant worm. He meets the spear's thrust with his own attack, a swirling vortex of purple energy. Snake attack sword technique. His blade takes the form of a vicious serpent. Assaulting pierce. The two attacks collide, but Letten's power is overwhelming. The snake's fangs shatter Rengis's water attack. Letten sneers, his attack pushing Rengis back. You talked a big game for someone with this little strength, you damn nobody. He presses his advantage, relentless. Here it comes again. Rengis is struggling to keep up. Letten unleashes another move from his snake attack arsenal. What? Rengis cries out as the blade seems to bend in mid-air. It's the serpentine cut. The attack is too unpredictable. It curves around his spear shaft and slices deep into his side. Ah! He screams, stumbling back in pain. I thought I blocked it, but it changed direction? Letten mocks him relentlessly. What's wrong? Try to counterattack. He lunges again, his eyes wild with malice. That is, if you even can. Rengis grits his teeth. Damn it! I can do this too. Remembering Zeke's words, Rengis tries to channel the flow of his technique. Cloud and Water Spear technique. Passing clouds, flowing water. With a savage grin, Letten intercepts him easily. He knows this style, inside and out. Letten shouts, "Take this!" unleashing another wave of serpentine attacks. The relentless assault forces Rengis to his knees, his spear barely holding the attacks at bay. The East Hall team watches in shock and horror. They shouts his name, Rengis, in worry. Rengis struggles to stay upright, his body battered and bruised. Every move he makes seems to be anticipated. I want to parry and counter, he thinks desperately, but all my movements are being used against me. Letten looms over him, his expression one of pure contempt. You're trying to use my own movements to counter me, aren't you? Pathetic. You make me laugh. Poor thing. Do you want to know my favorite technique? It's counterattacking. Too bad for you. I'm 1,000 times more skilled at it than you are. Rengis looks up, his hope fading. Letten's taunts turn personal and cruel. I don't know what kind of misunderstanding you're under, but how could the child of a false dragon ever become strong? He grabs a fistful of Rengis's hair, yanking his head back. In the end, you're just as insignificant as your father. The insult strikes a deep chord. Rengis's eyes flash with rage. How dare you mock my father? Letten just laughs, his face contorted in a vicious sneer. The fake one! He slams Rengis's face into the ground. Can never defeat the real thing, he roars, delivering a brutal kick to Rengis's side. Rengis collapses, coughing up blood, the fight seemingly over. Lying on the cold stone, his body aching, Rengis is overwhelmed by despair. In the end, I couldn't do it. I thought I'd gotten stronger, but I was wrong. I'm still so weak. A single tear traces a path through the dirt on his cheek. In the end, I'm just a fake. His mind drifts back to a peaceful day from his childhood. His father asks him, Rengis, do you like to fish? A young, innocent Rengis beams. Yes, I love it. His father smiles warmly. I see. Just like me. His father looks out at the water, a gentle expression on his face. I like to fish like this, just watching the clouds and the water. He asks his son, do you like the clouds and the water? The boy replies, yes, the clouds are always so calm, and the river is always flowing. His father nods. When you look at them, you realize that all of humanity's problems are just small, insignificant things. He places a hand on his son's head. Maybe one day you'll understand what that means, Rengis. Back in the arena, broken and defeated, the memory fades. But the words linger, floating, flowing. Instructor Mentric watches, his expression unreadable. He's clearly had enough of this one-sided beatdown. But Letten isn't finished. He raises his fist for a final humiliating blow. I'll end this. You're just like your father. A fake will always be a fake. You'll spend your life groveling. But those words, just like your father, don't break Rengis. Instead, they trigger something deep within him. A flicker of understanding lights up his weary eyes. His father's voice, once a distant echo, is now crystal clear in his mind. The clouds float freely. The water flows constantly. In that instant, Rengis understands. He's not meant to be a rock, weathering the storm. He's meant to be water, flowing with it. A blue aura erupts from his hands, shaping itself like a current. Rengis meets the punch with a fluid motion, blocking the attack. Letten's eyes widen in disbelief. His knockout blow was just neutralized? What? He shouts, his attack completely nullified before the entire academy. Watching from the stands, the head instructor, Mentric, who had been observing quietly, allows a small, knowing smirk to cross his lips. Oh, he muses, so that is... Lengus rises, no longer looking defeated. A brilliant golden aura now surrounds him, his father's teachings awakened as a true power. He's found his own path, not as a fake, but as the one who truly understands the principle of flow. Letton stared in disbelief. Just moments ago he had been winning. Now his opponent radiated a completely different level of power. The boy couldn't believe Rangus had 3 stars. Rangus stood battered and bruised, but his eyes burned with a new clarity. A golden aura surrounded him. He had awakened, leveling up in the middle of the battle. Letton's pride could not accept this. He gripped his sword as purple energy crackled around the blade. He refused to believe a fake could ever match him. With a furious roar, he declared that he would never admit defeat. The swordsman channeled all his rage into one last, desperate attack. He lunged forward, using his signature move again. A storm of curving slashes filled the arena. It was the same serpentine cut that had crippled Rangus before. But something was different. Rangus's eyes, now glowing with a strange light, followed every single movement. He was no longer reacting, but anticipating. With a new grace, Rangus moved around the blades. The attack that had been impossible to avoid now seemed clumsy and slow. It was as if he was dancing with the fight itself. Letton was stunned. He couldn't understand how Rangus was suddenly able to read all his moves. Panic began to set in as his best technique failed. Not ready to give up, Letton launched an even fiercer attack. It was a chaotic flurry of strikes meant to break through any defense. Rangus simply raised his spear, calm and centered. With a fluid motion, Rangus redirected the storm of slashes. He stopped the entire attack without moving back an inch. The tide of the battle had completely turned. Letton's face was a mask of shock and terror. He screamed, asking how it was possible. His confidence was completely shattered. In the stands, Zeke and Laika watched closely. Laika looked worried, but Zeke simply stated that Rangus had gotten closer to the essence. A swirling blue aura surrounded Rangus. He had finally understood the true meaning of the cloud and water spear technique, the teachings of his family. Laika was confused by the word essence. Zeke explained that clouds float calmly, and water flows without stopping. It is soft, and can change its form. As Zeke spoke, Rangus demonstrated the principle perfectly. He did not meet force with force. Instead, he absorbed and redirected it, becoming an unmovable object by being completely fluid. Zeke continued his analysis with a hint of pride. He noted that while he had shown a little of the concept himself, Rangus had mastered it in the middle of battle in a very short time. Laika watched, truly impressed. She thought Rangus probably didn't even realize it himself, but his concentration was on a completely different level. Now it was Rangus's turn to move forward. Surrounded by his golden aura, he took a single step, and the pressure was immense. Letton stumbled back, his face pale with fear. The boy he once bullied was now a figure of calm, focused power. He shrieked for Rangus to stay away. He swung his sword wildly in a desperate attempt to keep Rangus away. His form was sloppy, his mind filled with terror. Rangus easily parried the attack. His spear moved with the sureness of a river's current, and he hadn't even broken a sweat. A closer look at their weapons clashing showed the huge difference between them. Letton's sword trembled, while the tip of Rangus's spear was perfectly still, a point of absolute control. A wicked grin appeared on Zeke's face. He knew that water doesn't only flow calmly. With a sharp twist, Rangus disarmed Letton, leaving him vulnerable. The energy around Rangus began to stir, no longer calm. Letton cried out as Rangus channeled his power for a final attack. Zeke's voice seemed to echo the thought. Once water rages, no one can resist its current. A torrent of pure energy, shaped like a raging river, shot out from Rangus's spear. It was aimed directly at the defenseless Letton. The blast was overwhelming, a great display of the true power of the cloud and water style. Letton's scream was cut short as the energy slammed him into the arena floor. His eyes went wide and blank as he lost consciousness. From high above, Instructor Mentric watched with a smug look. He declared that it was over. Letton lay in a crater of shattered stone, his body and pride broken. The fight had come to a clear end. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, declaring the East Wing as the winner. Rangus just stood there. As the adrenaline faded, he felt dazed and confused. He looked from his hands to the destruction around him, as if waking from a dream. He was lost. Suddenly, his teammates surrounded him. Laika was the first to arrive, her face full of joy. She congratulated him on reaching 3 stars and on his amazing win as the others rushed in, cheering. Rangus was still trying to understand. He stammered about the 3 stars and winning. The reality of it all hit him at once as he looked over at the crater where Letton lay. He then looked back at his cheering friends, his mind finally catching up. Laika and Celine were all smiles, confirming his victory. He had actually done it. He had defeated the rival who had troubled him for so long. He looked down at his spear, lost in thought. Beating Letton was a personal victory that felt even bigger than the win for his team. Full of emotion, Rangus could no longer hold it in. A single tear of victory and relief ran down his face. He gripped his spear tightly, making a silent promise that this was only the beginning. His friends pulled him from his thoughts. Rick excitedly asked him about the incredible technique he had used. Raymond chimed in, his eyes wide with awe. He said it was insane, like a water dragon climbing a waterfall. Rangus was just as confused as they were, saying he didn't know any such technique. The group turned to Zeke, who stood with his arms crossed. He explained that the technique was called the Ascending Dragon's Thrust. Zeke continued, explaining it was from the second volume of the manual, which Rangus hadn't read. He praised Rangus for figuring it out alone. Rangus was stunned and asked how Zeke knew all that, making Zeke look a little nervous. Zeke quickly made an excuse, claiming he saw it briefly in the Dragon Hall. He tried to act cool, but inwardly he was nervous, unable to admit he created it. Leica seemed to believe him. As his friends celebrated, Zeke thought about the truth. The Cloud and Water Spear style was a martial art he had created in his past life. He didn't remember writing it down, so others must have done so. They had split it into volumes and hidden its true essence from beginners. But what truly amazed him was Rangus. He had found the path to that hidden essence all by himself, using only his own strength. Zeke looked at his friend with a genuine, proud smile. He knew Rangus had incredible talent. The instructor cut their celebration short, telling them to stop wasting time. Celine quickly apologized, and the team straightened up. The victory had boosted the East Hall team's morale. They quickly got back into formation, ready for what was next. But their win had also angered the West Hall team. The next battles became even fiercer, with neither side giving up. The fourth fight began. Celine fought with all she had, but in the end she lost by a very small margin. Vanille looked at the match in complete silence. In the fifth fight, Raymond stepped into the ring. He showed incredible determination and spirit. After a tough battle, he managed to win a hard-fought victory for the East Wing. His friends helped him from the field, battered but victorious. Rangus smiled and told him he did good work. Back in the stands, the girls checked the score. Celine was sorry for her loss, but Leica told her it was okay because it had been a good fight. Leica showed 3 fingers on one hand and 2 on the other. With 3 wins and 2 losses, victory was almost certain. The last fight was next. Leica stepped forward, her face full of determination. She promised to win the next match and secure their victory. Just as she was about to leave, Zeke appeared beside her, his face very close to hers. He stared at her and asked how she was feeling. His serious tone and closeness surprised her. A deep blush spread across Leica's face. Flustered, she stammered, asking what was wrong with him. Panicked, she pushed him away. She insisted she was fine and told him he was too close, but promised she would not lose. Rangus cheered for Leica from the side. Zeke just watched, his face showing no emotion. She turned back to the arena and clenched her fist with a confident smile. She yelled back that of course she would do her best, but Zeke was no longer focused on his friends. His eyes narrowed with a grim look, as he sensed something strange. A strange, powerful energy filled the air. A bad feeling sent a chill down his spine. Something was very wrong. The 6th match is underway, but on the sidelines, Alan, the green-haired fighter, coldly dispatches a fellow student. He calls him a useless pawn, showcasing a level of ruthlessness that chills the bone. Stepping into the arena, he declares that once he wins, everything will go back to how it should be. But his opponent is Leica, East Hall's fiery blonde swordswoman. With a confident smirk, she tells him that's not happening, because she's the one who's going to win. The official announces the start of the 6th match, a critical duel between East and West Hall. Without a moment's hesitation, Leica lunges, disappearing from her location. Appearing directly above the Alan, her greatsword ignites with brilliant yellow lightning as she prepares to attack. Alan's eyes widen in surprise. He knew she was fast, but this power surpasses all expectations. The clash of steel and lightning sends a deafening roar through the stadium. Alan, however, managed to redirect Leica's attack, shocked by the raw power behind her strike. Leica quickly jumps backward across the arena to make some distance. Despite her failed attack, her stance remains unbroken. Her golden eyes burn with fierce determination. She will not be pushed around so easily. Alan, however, regains his composure with a smug look. He knows he has a trump card up his sleeve. In the stands, Vanille, the arrogant leader of the West Hall team, had secretly poisoned Leica during previous interaction, his hand dripping with a sinister purple energy wreathed in thorns. Down in the arena, Leica suddenly feels her body go cold. The purple energy has reached her, subtly flickering around her lightning aura. Alan sees his chance and presses his attack, no longer holding back. Vanille's eyes glow with an unnerving light, a sign that the foul play is in full effect. Leica raises her sword to block, but her movements are sluggish. The strength behind her swing is gone. Alan lands a brutal kick to her stomach, sending her flying. Rangus, Celine, and the others can only watch in horror, as their friend is suddenly on the losing end. Even Zeke's calm expression is replaced with a grim frown. Something is terribly wrong. Leica stumbles, trying to summon her power, but nothing happens. Her lightning aura, her greatest weapon, won't come out. That's why I told you, Alan says with a sneer. You can't win. But Leica refuses to give up. With a desperate roar, she pours all of her remaining physical strength into one last defense. Her face is a mask of grit and pain, but her spirit is far from broken. As Zeke watches, He realizes the horrifying truth. It's not just her aura. Vanille's poison has completely sealed off her connection to her source power. For a warrior, losing their source power mid-battle is a death sentence. Their enhanced strength, speed, and defense vanish in an instant. Alan cruelly exploits this weakness, his attacks becoming faster and more vicious. Lika can only grit her teeth and endure, knowing she has to hold on, for her team and for her friends. In the stands, Sandy and Aegis look on with growing alarm. Sandy cries out that something's wrong with Lika's movements. Aegis' sharp eyes confirm her fears. He states grimly, her source power isn't functioning. The next blow sends Lika crashing to her knees, gasping for air. Alan looms over her, impressed by her tenacity but ready to end the match. He glances back towards the stands, a look of respect for his leader. Vanille gives a subtle, arrogant nod of approval from his seat of power. You held out for quite a while, Alan says, his eyes devoid of emotion. But this is as far as you go. Lady Lika, please, stop already. Her friends scream, their voices filled with desperation. Zeke's rage finally boils over. His eyes burn with an orange light as flames begin to lick at his clenched fist. He's about to intervene. Alan raises his blade for the finishing blow, a strike meant to seriously injure the defenseless Lika. Lika can only watch, her eyes wide with fear, as the blade descends. But in a flash of golden light, another warrior appears. It's Sandy. She has leaped into the arena, her own massive sword intercepting Alan's attack just in the nick of time. What are you thinking? She roars. Alan is completely stunned. He never expected someone to interfere. Zeke breathes a sigh of relief. Cradling her injured friend, Sandy turns on Alan. Don't play dumb! You just tried to kill Lika, didn't you? The crowd is in an uproar, shocked by the West Hall's brutality. Alan just scoffs, feigning innocence. How violent sounding. As if I would do such a thing. But Aegis has also joined them on the field. Is that really true? He asks, his voice dangerously calm. He steps between the two groups, protecting his friends. From where I'm standing, that last strike looked far too dangerous. Alan tries to deny it, but Aegis isn't having it. Aegis stares him down, his voice cutting through the tension. Anyone can see, Lika can't use source power right now. Attacking someone in that state with a full power aura. There's a limit to what's acceptable. Suddenly, Vanille appears beside Alan, casually resting his arm onto his partner's shoulder. So you interrupt the match and complain about how we fight? Tough luck. Sandy's fury erupts. Even so, a match is not a death duel. So soft. Vanille mocks them with a twisted smile. That's exactly why you lose. Aegis says nothing, his cold glare promising retribution. Vanille leans in, his voice a venomous whisper. Listen up! We're not playing pretend war like you. We're fighting for real. That said, he admits with a shrug, it's true this isn't a kill-or-be-killed situation. Even we are holding back. Then, with a chilling smile, he adds, so it's not like we're trying to kill her. Well, there's a chance something got a bit busted though. That's the last straw. Sandy's aura explodes around her, her eyes wild with rage. But before anyone can move, a crushing pressure fills the arena. The instructor Mentric intervenes, his very presence silencing the entire stadium. All eyes turn to him in fear. With a voice that commands absolute authority, he asks, when did I ever give you permission to chatter pointlessly? Sandy tries to protest, but the officer's piercing gaze shuts her down. Someone who shouldn't even be here has no right to speak. His glowing yellow eyes sweep across the field. Aegis knows when they are outmatched. He bows his head and offers his apologies for the interruption. The officer makes his ruling. The match is over. West Hall wins. Everyone not in the next match, leave at once. Without another word, Aegis gently lifts the unconscious Lika into his arms. Her friends immediately rush to her side, their faces etched with worry. The team gathers around, their victory now turned to bitter defeat through underhanded tactics. As they leave, Aegis quietly thanks Zeke. You tried to step in and stop it too, didn't you? He's referring to the moment Zeke's fist ignited, a detail that didn't escape his notice. Zeke just gives a non-committal whistle, playing dumb, but his eyes tell a different story. Aegis and Sandy exchange a worried glance. This whole tournament feels wrong. Alan is strong, sure, Aegis says, looking back at the fight in his mind. But for Lika to get overwhelmed like that, thinking back, things were already off from the very first match. There's definitely something going on with them. Lika stirs slightly in Aegis' arms, her voice a weak whisper. Zeke, you be careful too. Zeke's expression hardens. He appreciates the concern. He knows exactly what he has to do. He turns back to the arena, waving to his friends to signal that he's got this. In the center of the stage, Vanille holds up one of his own unique weapons, a cocky grin plastered on his face. Too bad for you, huh? You'll never be able to beat me. Your loss is already guaranteed. Zeke simply cracks his knuckles, a silent promise of the pain he's about to deliver. The official announces the 7th and final match. Vanille's eyes are filled with contempt as he looks down on Zeke. He glares, ready to unleash whatever dirty trick he has planned next. The official, seemingly oblivious to the foul play, watches with a detached interest. Then he announced the start of East Hall versus West Hall, match 7. Vanille opens his mouth to spout more arrogant nonsense, but all that comes out is a spray of blood as Zeke's fist connects squarely with his jaw at blinding speed. The force of the single punch sends a shockwave through the very stone of the arena floor. The entire stadium is stunned into silence. Rangus and the others can't believe their eyes. Even the instructor Mentric is caught completely off guard by Zeke's sudden, explosive attack. Zeke stands calmly. For someone who talks so much about real combat, you sure leave yourself wide open. He lowers his hand, beckoning his dazed opponent. Well, this is the kind of thing you like. Real combat. The tension is at an all-time high as the final decisive battle is about to unfold. Vanille, still reeling from the unexpected punch, can only stare in confusion. His face is a mask of disbelief and pain. Zeke, on the other hand, is perfectly calm. He throws Vanille's own words back at him. You said you're fighting as if it were real combat, right? Then I'll fight in real combat mode too. His eyes, burning with a cold fire, lock onto his opponent. The message is clear. The time for games is over. You sure you won't regret that? He asks, his voice low and dangerous. From the sidelines, Alan, Vanille's loyal subordinate, screams his leader's name in pure shock. He can't believe what he's seeing. The sheer force of Zeke's initial blow is replayed, a silent explosion of power that shook the very foundations of the arena. But Zeke stands completely unfazed, not a scratch on him. He barely even broke a sweat, landing a hit that would have knocked out any normal student. Vanille stumbles back to his feet, clutching his bruised face and his shattered pride. He draws his blade, a mix of anger and bewilderment in his eyes. He looks up, utterly baffled. I countered as fast as I could, and he's unharmed? The gap in their speed and power is already terrifyingly apparent. Seeing Zeke standing there so casually, Vanille begins to put the pieces together. Wind-type source power. So that's the special source power your clan wields. Zeke just gives him a dark, knowing look. So how does real combat taste, he mocks. I even tried to match your style, a little, just for you. Vanille's face contorts with absolute rage, being toyed with like, this is an insult he cannot bear. What was that? He screams. Before he can even finish his sentence, Zeke is behind him in a flash, landing a sharp jab to his side. The second hit connects before Vanille can even register the first. Zeke's eyes are cold and calculating. That's twice now, he says, his voice devoid of emotion as he looks down on his staggering opponent. A third strike, a brutal kick, sends Vanille flying across the stone floor. Zeke is moving so fast he's practically a blur. Vanille can only scramble away, his mind racing in a panic. What the hell? What's going on? How is someone like me getting handled this easily? Zeke closes the distance in an instant. He lectures Vanille mid-combo. Thinking in the middle of a real fight, huh? You must feel awfully safe. His eyes flash with deadly intent. In a real battle, that single moment of hesitation would have been fatal. Another brutal punch connects, a sickening crunch echoing through the silent arena. Vanille is completely overwhelmed, unable to mount any defense. His face is a mask of pure agony and shock, blood flying from his mouth. As Zeke's relentless assault continues, Zeke stands over his kneeling opponent, his expression unimpressed. That makes 3 times, he says, casually dismissing Vanille's confusion. He points a finger at Vanille, his eyes wide with a chilling intensity. You don't get it? Obviously. I'm talking about how many times you've died. Vanille's blood runs cold. A dark, bloody vision fills his mind as Zeke explains. First was the face. Second was the neck. Third was the heart. In a real battle, you'd already be dead 3 times over. Zeke leans in, his whisper-like tone adding to the horror. The only reason you're still alive now is because this isn't a real battlefield. He straightens up, a slight, almost playful tone returning to his voice. Oh, that's right. This is real combat, wasn't it? Break time's over. With that, he delivers a vicious roundhouse kick, sending Vanille's battered body tumbling through the air once more. The sheer, one-sided brutality of the beatdown leaves everyone in the audience completely stunned into silence. In the stands, Sandy, who had fought so fiercely with Lika, can only watch with a mixture of horror and awe. Even the stoic Aegis is sweating, his eyes wide. He looks at Sandy, the realization dawning on him. Looking at how things are now, I guess to Zeke, his match with me was just a friendly sparring match. He now understands the terrifying difference in their power levels. The Zeke he fought was holding back immensely. A sinister purple aura begins to envelop Zeke. Aegis grits his teeth. He's this unreasonable. He's the very definition of unfair. Zeke crosses his arms, a smug smile on his face as he looks down at the broken Vanille. So, have you started to understand what real combat really is? Vanille is on all fours, spitting blood, his fan lying uselessly beside him. But Zeke isn't finished with his lesson. It's true that on the battlefield, it's important to crush the enemy completely, Zeke concedes, his tone almost philosophical. He continues his lecture, his smile never wavering. But this isn't a battlefield. It's under instructors, supervision, and we have healing potions. You could say it's a pretty soft environment for someone talking about real combat. Vanille can't take it anymore. The physical pain is nothing compared to the humiliation. Shut up, he growls through clenched teeth. Zeke's eyes narrow, his final words cutting Vanille to the core. In short, the real combat you're talking about is far removed from the real thing. All you're doing is running away from your own weakness, aren't you? Those words are the final straw. Vanille's composure shatters completely, and his aura explodes outwards in a furious, turquoise cyclone. He roars, his voice filled with a lifetime of frustration and rage. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! The entire arena trembles as Vanille unleashes his full power, the ground cracking under the immense pressure of his wind aura. His friends in the audience look on, horrified by the sheer destructive power he's unleashing in his desperation. He screams, his pride as a noble warrior completely incinerated by Zeke's words and fists. Some bastard child like you has no right to lecture me. Zeke, however, looks almost bored by the outburst. So you're at that rebellious age, he says nonchalantly. He opens his arms wide, inviting the attack. Can't be helped then. I'll be your opponent. So go ahead and let out all that frustration. But Vanille isn't listening to a word. I said shut up, he bellows, lunging forward with reckless abandon. Quit acting like you know everything, he screams, channeling all his rage into his ornate fan. He unleashes a torrent of razor-sharp wind blades. Wind-rending fan arts! Stormblade! He's completely desperate now, his mind focused on a single thought. Just once, just for a moment is fine, as long as I can touch him even a little. The invisible blades of wind tear up the stone floor of the arena, a testament to their deadly power. In the stands, Rangus finally recognizes the attack, his eyes wide with shock. Why is the ground tearing up when I can't even see anything? One of the other students cries out in alarm. That's his power! It's the wind aura of the Fafneld family, one of the 4 great houses. Aegis's group discusses the dire situation. Such a nasty power. Suits them perfectly, one of them mutters. Sandy nervously bites her lip as Aegis explains, annoying or not, it is tough to deal with. An invisible barrage of continuous attacks. He's a tough opponent. They can only watch with bated breath, praying for their friend. Lord Zeke. Down in the arena, Vanille is losing his mind. Why won't any of my hits land? His ultimate technique is proving completely useless. Zeke moves with an unnatural grace, weaving through the storm of invisible blades as if he can see every single one. It's easy if you just follow the flow, he says calmly, his movements fluid and precise. He effortlessly sidesteps another attack, appearing right beside the frantic Vanille. There you go again, wide open. Vanille swings his knife in a panic, but Zeke is already gone, leaving only an afterimage. He appears and reappears all around Vanille, treating the deadly battlefield like his personal playground. His calm demeanor, a stark contrast to Vanille's wild desperation. Enough already, you damn brat. Vanille is completely unraveling, reduced to a screaming, flailing mess. Zeke just sighs, as if dealing with a child throwing a tantrum. Ah, the rebellious age tilde, well, feeling better yet? His patronizing tone sends Vanille over the edge. Like hell I am. You quit screwing around? I'll kill you. Zeke's expression finally turns serious again. He raises a finger, his patience worn thin. That stubborn will is admirable in a warrior, but, in a flash, he's in Vanille's face, stopping his attack with a single hand. Your body's long since at its limit. Zeke leans in close, his voice a low warning. If this keeps up, you're only going to suffer more. He releases Vanille, who collapses to his knees, utterly exhausted. We should probably end the match here, Zeke suggests. But Vanille isn't done. With a guttural snarl, he grabs Zeke's leg, and a sinister purple energy begins to crackle around his hand. Zeke looks down, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. So you do want to go to the end? A wave of purple energy erupts from Vanille. He begins to laugh, a low, chilling sound that quickly builds into a full-blown maniacal cackle. Zeke watches him, his expression unreadable. What now? Laughing all of a sudden. Vanille, now overflowing with this new confidence, glares at Zeke with pure hatred. You're already finished. He leaps into the air, his fan glowing ominously. Wind-rending fan arts, he roars. Gale bullet! A condensed projectile of wind and dark energy shoots towards Zeke like a cannonball. Zeke's eyes widen slightly. A strange purple substance seems to spread across his face as the attack nears, but he doesn't dodge. Instead, he simply brings his arms up to block, taking the full force of Vanille's powered-up attack head-on. In the stands, his friends cry out in terror. He actually hit the Lord Zeke! Rangus can't believe his eyes. But Aegis, his eyes sharp as ever, notices something is off. Zeke looks different now. Celine asks what he means, her face pale with worry. Just then, a voice calls out. It's Laika! She's awake, being supported by Marin and the others. Her friends rush to her side, overjoyed and relieved that she's conscious after the brutal beating she took. Her teammate asks, Lady Laika, do you know anything about what's changed with Lord Zeke? Laika looks towards the arena, a knowing expression on her face. Rather than, no, it's more like, I realized he's the same as me. In my match earlier, halfway through, I suddenly couldn't use my source power. A small, chibi-fied Rangus expresses the group's collective shock. What? How could something like that happen? Laika's friend realizes the terrifying implication. Lila, who fought Vanille in the very first match, was acting strange too. Thinking back now, maybe she was in the same condition. A vision flashes, showing Zeke standing with the mysterious purple-haired staff user, both of them surrounded by the same purple energy Vanille just used. The poison that sealed Leica's powers, it seems Vanille used it on Zeke too. The horrifying truth dawns on Rangus. His face drains of all color. Then right now, Lord Zeke, you're saying he might not be able to use source power either? Back in the arena, Vanille is laughing triumphantly, convinced of his victory. Haha, that's what you get for taking that smug tone with me. His laughter dies down, replaced by a cold, murderous fury. He glares at the spot where Zeke was hit, his eyes glowing. I'll make sure you can never stand up to me again. He gathers every last ounce of his power, both the wind of the Fafnilde family and the dark energy he borrowed, preparing to unleash his final, ultimate attack. First secret technique, typhoon falling to dust. A cataclysmic tornado erupts, threatening to tear the entire stadium apart. His friends can only scream his name in terror. But from within the raging tempest, a single, unassuming fist emerges. It meets the godlike storm not with magic, but with pure, unadulterated physical power, shattering the attack in an instant. The massive shockwave blasts through the arena, sending Vanille flying backwards like a ragdoll, his ultimate attack completely and utterly nullified. He crashes to the ground, his body and his spirit broken. The dust settles, revealing Vanille on his knees, defeated. He stares up at Zeke in utter disbelief, his mind unable to comprehend how someone supposedly without their source power could possess such monstrous, world-breaking strength. Up in the stands, Zeke's friends are left completely speechless, their jaws on the floor as they witness the impossible. All except Leica, who simply smiles. She knew all along that for a monster like Zeke, a handicap like losing his source power was never going to be enough to stop him. Zeke stands victorious. A powerful, serene white aura now envelops him, and one of his eyes glows with a terrifying, otherworldly light. Vanille, battered and broken, can't understand how Zeke survived his final, poisoned attack. Why, he wonders, sweat beading on his bruised face. Zeke simply looks at his own hand, where faint purple wisps of energy are dissipating. It's poison, he states matter-of-factly. The casual way he says it sends a shiver down Vanille's spine. Vanille's eyes fly open in pure shock. That's impossible! How did you know it was poison? That poison shouldn't be detectable! He screams, his last trump card revealed so easily. Zeke calmly explains his deduction. You finally score a passing mark. The reason everyone who fought you ended up losing so one-sidedly. So, this is a poison that only activates when source power is stirred up. A flashback shows other students using their powers only to be overwhelmed. Zeke continues. To think it slipped past even me until I actually used my source power. He gives Vanille a condescending smirk. You've done quite well. The compliment is laced with mockery, infuriating the already humiliated Vanille. With that poison, I know I definitely sealed your source power, Vanille growls, clinging to this one fact. And yet, how did you pull off that last hit? Zeke just scoffs, flexing his bicep like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Something like that is meaningless in front of a thoroughly trained body. Having my source power sealed is nothing. There's no way someone like me, the strongest, would be shaken by it. Right? Vanille clutches his knife, his knuckles white. The poison was his masterpiece, his one true advantage. Meaningless? He seethes. You're saying my creation, true killing poison, is meaningless? He roars, his pride and his very identity as a creator utterly shattered. Zeke's eyes narrow with interest. Oh? So you made this poison yourself? He asks, piecing together Vanille's story. Seems it really is harmless to your own body, and you channel it through your source power into others so it takes effect. A dark vision flashes through Zeke's mind of Leica. It's a groundbreaking kind of poison. Creating something like this is truly impressive. But Zeke roars, his own purple aura exploding outwards with a force that dwarfs Vanille's. It doesn't work on me. Vanille stares in absolute horror as Zeke purges the poison from his system in an instant. He detoxed himself? Through his nose? Zeke brushes himself off, completely unfazed. It was an interesting unknown poison, but that's as far as it goes. In the end, it always comes down to your own strength. He points a finger at his defeated opponent. If you rely completely on poison, you've still got a long way to go. Vanille is on his knees, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and despair. His eyes, glowing with a desperate light, can only stare as his world falls apart. Zeke stands over him, an unspoken challenge in his posture. Well then, you're satisfied now, right? He asks, his voice calm, almost gentle. But Vanille can only grit his teeth, spittle flying from his mouth as the full weight of his defeat crashes down on him. What a screwed up world this is. And then we're pulled into the dark recesses of Vanille's mind. We see him as a small, lonely boy, clutching a blade he has no talent for. His past is a cold, sterile mansion, where his stern, green-haired mother lays down a cruel ultimatum. No matter what you have to do, you must become the head. If you can't, you have no reason to exist. The pressure was immense. His own value as a person was tied directly to a position he felt he could never attain. He overhears other students gossiping. They talk about how all the other candidates for head of the house are geniuses, all except one. Lord Vanille. Honestly, one says, he's the one with the least chance. Vanille was ordinary, and in his world, ordinary was a death sentence. No matter how hard he trained, wielding his family's signature fan, all it did was expose how little talent he truly had. He was outclassed by everyone, even his younger relatives like the formidable Laika. His mother's words were a constant, screaming reminder of his inadequacy. "How can you still not do something this simple?" she roars, brandishing a riding crop, a symbol of her harsh, unforgiving training. In those endless, painful days, his hands, battered from weapons training, found a new purpose riding in a lab. He discovered his one, true talent. Not in swords, not in fans, not in source power, but in poison. A dead rat on his desk is the first testament to his dark gift. A twisted smile spreads across his face as he holds up a vial of his creation. This was it. This was his path. That was my talent. With poison, even I can fight, he resolved. I'll use it to become the head. He makes a deal with the green-haired fighter, their tainted handshakes sealing the pact. And then he thinks, a desperate hope in his eyes, as he imagines his mother sitting before him. Mother will finally acknowledge me. And yet, back in the present, all of that hope turns to ash. He unleashes a primal scream of pure, unadulterated rage and despair. Zeke simply watches, his expression unreadable, as the torrent of Vanille's pain washes over the arena. "What do you know about me?" Vanille shrieks, his face a mask of fury. "I'm constantly being compared to geniuses. Every single day. By everyone. No matter how hard I work. In front of their talent, I'm worth nothing. And they still keep comparing me to them. No matter what it takes, I have to struggle and claw my way up," he screams, lunging at Zeke with his knife. "And you, someone, WHO knows nothing. Dare to judge me." His wild attack is filled with a lifetime of resentment. But Zeke, with the calm of a seasoned master, effortlessly catches Vanille's wrist, stopping the attack dead in its tracks. He looks down on Vanille, his expression almost bored, completely unfazed by the emotional outburst. Vanille, seeing that even his rage is useless, makes a desperate choice. He stabs his own hand with a poisoned needle, channeling a surge of dark purple energy through his body. His friends in the stands can only cry out his name in horror, realizing he's using a forbidden power-up on himself. Even the black-haired boy with the white streak and Sandy watch with stunned concern. This duel has gone far beyond a simple match. Rely on poison? Yeah, that's right. Vanille screams, his body contorting as the purple aura swirls around him. As long as I win, nothing else matters. I have no talent for combat, but when it comes to poison, I actually have talent, he declares, his eyes glowing with manic energy. As long as I have poison, I won't lose. He leans forward, a crazed grin plastered on his face. I really didn't want to use this one, but if I want to win, I have no choice. He prepares his final gambit, a cloud of deadly smoke and poison needles that even I, the creator, can barely detox. I'll have to inhale a bit myself, but if I go this far, then for sure, he thinks, channeling all his power into his knife for one last, desperate attack. But as he looks up, he sees Zeke, eyes glowing with an intense golden light, ready to meet his attack head-on. "That was your last one, right?" Zeke asks, his voice dangerously low. Vanille falters, completely caught off guard. "What?" he stammers, his confidence evaporating in the face of Zeke's overwhelming presence. Zeke casually walks towards him, swatting Vanille's hand away like he's shooing a fly. Vanille collapses to the ground, utterly powerless. Zeke's body begins to glow, not with the familiar purple aura, but with a new, intense power. His eyes shine like beacons in the dark. Vanille can only look up in terror, a single thought racing through his mind. What is this guy? Zeke grabs him by the collar, the sheer pressure of his grip making Vanille choke. The difference in their power is no longer a gap, it's a chasm. "Listen well," Zeke says, his voice cutting through Vanille's panic. "You've got one big misunderstanding." Instead of delivering a finishing blow, Zeke kneels down, helping his defeated opponent sit up. Vanille is completely baffled. After everything he's done, after all the cheating and the insults, why is his opponent showing him compassion? Zeke begins his lesson. To grow strong, you don't need talent for martial arts, and you certainly don't need special talent for handling source power. He looks Vanille directly in the eyes, his voice resonating with absolute conviction. "All you need is this. I want to win." He reminds Vanille of the backs of the geniuses he could never surpass. That thirst is the road that leads to strength. And from what you've been saying, Zeke says, a faint smile on his lips. He gets right in Vanille's face, his voice rising. "You claim you have no talent for martial arts. What nonsense. Your problem is that you're using the wrong weapon," Zeke declares, shocking Vanille into silence. Vanille sits on the dusty arena floor, his mind reeling from the revelation. His weapon was wrong? Yes, something with a longer handle. Zeke continues, a thoughtful look on his face. "For example, an umbrella would suit you quite well." "An umbrella?" Vanille asks, his voice barely a whisper. The suggestion is so bizarre, He can't tell if Zeke is mocking him again. "This is no joke," Zeke says, his expression serious. "It might be unusual, sure, but like the Iron Fan, it's a weapon with a long history." We see a vision of an ancient warrior wielding the very same weapon with deadly grace. Zeke crosses his arms, a confident smirk returning to his face. "Well, for me, most things in this world can be turned into a weapon." Vanille looks at his hands, then back at the empty space where the vision of the umbrella was. "Something that suits me?" The very idea that there's a path for him, a right way for him to fight, is something he's never considered. Zeke's voice cuts through his thoughts. "You seem to think you have no talent for battle, but when it comes to the battlefield, you're more of a warrior than anyone," Zeke says, patting him on the head to stop his spiraling thoughts. Vanille looks up, completely stunned. "A warrior? Him? In a real fight, like you said, as long as you win, anything goes." A vision of a bloody battlefield appears, littered with fallen soldiers. If you cling too much to quote, warrior's pride, you won't be able to win and protect a thing. Zeke's gaze is intense and unwavering. To protect what's important, you have to use every tool at your disposal. So your thinking isn't wrong. What is wrong is where you're using it. Zeke stands up, towering over the seated Vanille. The lecture is over. He looks down at his defeated rival with a gentle, knowing smile. "Come to me," he says. Vanille can only stare, dumbfounded. "Huh?" Zeke extends his hand, an undeniable offer of strength and mentorship. "If you do," Zeke says, his voice filled with a strange mix of kindness and intensity, "I'll make you as strong as you could ever want." Vanille is completely bewildered, suspicious of the sudden offer. "You're saying—" "That's right," Zeke confirms, poking Vanille like a chibi anime character. "As you can see, I'm stronger than you, aren't I? Don't worry." He pulls back his hand, a wide, confident grin spreading across his face. "Once I'm done with you, you won't have time to moan about talent and all that nonsense. I'll drill you until you're strong." Vanille's face is a perfect picture of shell-shocked confusion. This guy sure talks a good game, he thinks, but a tiny spark of something new has been lit within him. But Vanille's thoughts are cut short as he sees Zeke's hand drop. "Ah," Zeke says, looking up with a start. "Whoops, forgot something." Before Vanille can even process what's happening, Zeke states, "We're still in the middle of a match." With a comically joyful expression, Zeke delivers a final bone-crushing right hook straight to Vanille's jaw. As Vanille is sent flying, Zeke poses dramatically. "A match is a match. When you wake up, come find me, all right?" Vanille lies unconscious on the stone floor, a faint wisp of purple poison energy escaping his mouth, his defeat now absolute. The blonde officer, who had been watching the entire exchange with a mixture of shock and intrigue, finally makes the call. Match over. He looks on, impressed despite himself. To think he even managed to detox in that instant. The champion is East Hall. With the official declaration, Zeke's friends erupt in a massive, joyous celebration. They swarm together, cheering for their victory and their incredible friend. As the victors celebrate, we see the other students dealing with the aftermath. And so, with Zeke's overwhelming victory, the intense selection matches finally conclude. As a reward for their hard-fought victory, the students of East Hall are treated to a magnificent feast. East Hall students sit around the table. The battle's behind them for now, ready to enjoy the spoils of their incredible teamwork and unbreakable spirit. That's all for this chapter. If you enjoyed the recap, make sure you smash that like button. It really helps out the channel. And don't forget to subscribe and ring that notification bell so you don't miss the next explosive episode. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. The selection matches are over, but not everyone is celebrating. While the winners feast, the defeated students, including the lavender-haired student, sit in stunned silence at a separate table. Vanille and his associate, the green-haired fighter, look utterly dejected. They were summoned here, along with the victors, and they have no idea why. Even some of Zeke's allies, like the Edgin and Sandy, are confused. She wonders aloud why everyone was called here, victors and vanquished alike. The answer, for now, is a reward. The students are presented with a magnificent feast, a mountain of food to celebrate the conclusion of the grueling matches. And no one is enjoying it more than our hero, Zeke, who immediately dives headfirst into a giant turkey leg without a care in the world. His friends, Rangus, Raymond, and Eric, can only watch with a mixture of amusement and awe at his bottomless appetite. The girls, however, are less impressed. Laika looks on with a strained smile, completely exasperated by Zeke's total lack of decorum. Zeke, his mouth stuffed full, casually tells his friends they'd better eat up before the food gets cold, completely oblivious to the tension in the air. He turns the grand hall into his personal all-you-can-eat buffet, a whirlwind of motion as he grabs food from every corner of the table. Laika can only sigh. Defeated. For someone so powerful in a fight, he's completely hopeless at a dinner table. Just then, the grand doors swing open, commanding the attention of everyone in the room. A man in an ornate uniform enters. This is the blonde-haired academy officer, and his calm, almost smug expression means business. He strides over to Zeke's table, casually remarking, "Now let's eat," though some of you have already started, his eyes fixed on the still chewing Zeke. The other students happily dig in. taking the officer's words as a formal invitation to start the feast. The girls, including the Serene, also enjoy the meal, which the officer confirms is a reward for their hard work in the selection matches. But the pleasantries are over. The officer claps his hands together, his expression turning serious. It's time to get to the real reason they're all here. Edge speaks up, asking if it's all right for those who lost to listen in on the briefing. The officer gives a wry smile. No problem. You might end up participating as well. His tone grows grave as he reveals the shocking news. A few days ago, a special rift was discovered on Eldragon family grounds. The festive mood vanishes in an instant. The students look up in alarm. Even Zeke, the ravenous beast, finally stops eating. The word rift has captured his full attention. He remembers reading about them in the Dragon Hall library. But this special rift is something new, the officer explains. To put it simply, a special rift is one that can't be cleared by normal means. It's a unique and dangerous phenomenon. Laika and her friend exchange worried glances. What could that possibly mean? The officer reveals the first condition. The rift will only allow 7 people inside. An image of students facing the strange, insect-like terror in reality flashes before them. And the second, even more critical condition. All of them must be 3-star level or lower. Anyone stronger will be forcibly ejected. The defeated students, including Vanille, now understand why they were summoned. This isn't just for the winners, and the reason for this high-stakes mission. The officer reveals the ultimate prize waiting inside the rift. It's an item of legendary power, magic water, a substance capable of awakening latent magic power within a person. The students gasp in unison. Magic is a rare and powerful ability, and the chance to unlock it is almost unbelievable. Zeke confirms he's heard of it, and the officer continues, explaining its function. Just the thought of it sends a jolt of pure excitement through Zeke. A vision of a powerful hooded mage appears behind him as his eyes glow with golden light. Magic! The officer provides some context. The world is ruled by the 8 Gates of Dominion, 8 powerful families, including their own, the Eldragon. This new rift, however, poses both a great opportunity and a great risk. The mission is clear. Enter the special rift, overcome its challenges, and retrieve the magic water for the Eldragon family. He looks at the students with an unyielding gaze. Failure is not an option. It's a critical mission. But he's not finished. His eyes narrow as he reveals a dangerous complication. The rift has appeared on the border with the territory of a rival house, the Kerberos family, whose emblem is a ferocious wolf. The students immediately understand. This isn't just a simple dungeon crawl. It's a race against a rival power who will undoubtedly be aiming for the same prize. The orange-haired girl puts the pieces together. The selection matches were held to choose capable students for this very mission. But the officer reveals a final twist. Victory in the matches doesn't guarantee a spot on the team. He rests his hands on the table, his presence filling the room. Vanille and his teammates are floored by the next revelation. Every student, regardless of their wins or losses, is a candidate for the strike team. The officer leans in, his intense gaze sweeping over the students. We had everyone fight to the end. Zeke and Lika are stunned. To share information on each person's strength and fighting style as reference for building the team. He throws a pointed look towards Vanille's table, adding, though a certain someone couldn't really show their full potential, making the poison user flinch. And with all that said, the officer makes his final, most shocking announcement. He looks directly at Zeke and declares, and with that, Zeke, choose the members of the strike team. Zeke is caught completely off guard, a half-eaten piece of meat still on his fork. Huh? Me? The officer is unfazed. Why are you so surprised? You're East Hall's representative, aren't you? Zeke panics. I never meant it that way, though. He immediately looks for a way out of this responsibility. With a bright, panicked smile, he points a finger at Laika. Lika, you decide instead! Lika is flabbergasted, shouting, eh? As Zeke cheerfully passes the buck. She stammers. Is that really okay? Zeke's expression turns deadly serious. If you let me pick, I'll just make myself the only member of the team. He then pictures himself as a chibi, running off alone. Laika's face drains of color. She knows he's not bluffing. With a gloomy, defeated expression, she mutters, yeah, you really might do that. Zeke explains his logic. As the one aiming to be the next head of the family, this is a perfect chance for her to train her judgment. Laika seems to accept this reasoning. The officer, surprisingly, agrees. He questions Zeke, wouldn't it be beneficial for you, Zeke, to do it yourself, to get recognition? But Zeke drops another bomb. Waving his hand dismissively, he declares, I'm not really interested in becoming head anyway. The entire room is stunned into silence. Even Vanille, who fought desperately for a similar position, can't believe what he's hearing. You don't want to become head? Edges and Sandy are just as shocked. To turn down the leadership of one of the 8 Gates of Dominion is unthinkable. Zeke just yawns. What? It's not such a big deal, is it? It's up to me what I consider valuable. His friends are dumbfounded. They try to explain that becoming head means having everything the Eldragon owns in his hands. But Zeke isn't listening. He turns to his closest friends with a newfound intensity. His eyes burn with a singular purpose as he reveals his true ambition. There's only one thing I want. The end of the martial path. That's all. His friends and rivals alike can only stare, finally understanding the source of his monstrous strength. It isn't ambition for power or status, but a pure, unadulterated desire to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He turns back to Lika, his point made. More importantly, Lika, come on, choose who you're taking with you. Forced into the leadership role, Lika takes a deep breath, her expression a mixture of nervousness and determination. She stands before the entire assembly, all eyes on her, ready to form the team that will venture into the special rift. The ones I'll choose are, but far away, in a dark and opulent room, a different kind of team is being assembled. A sinister figure sits flanked by two-headed, monstrous, wolf-like beasts, their red eyes glowing in the dark. His subordinate reports to him, trembling. The man, clad in a suit and a massive fur coat, takes a long drag from his cigar. This is the head of the rival Kerberos family. He exudes an aura of pure menace, lounging on his chair as if it were a throne. His subordinate confirms their worst fears. A special rift has appeared, and their rivals, the lizards of the Eldragon family, are already making a move. The boss's voice drops to a lethal whisper. So? Blood seems to fly as his displeasure becomes palpable. Why am I only hearing about this now? His men flinch, sweating profusely under his terrifying gaze. His monstrous pets lets out a low growl, echoing its master's fury. The subordinate babbles an apology, claiming they were misdirected and delayed in finding the rift. The boss remains silent for a moment, piecing things together. He takes another puff from his cigar. So this is what they were after, he muses, understanding the Eldragons. Recent provocative actions. A cruel, sharp-toothed grin spreads across his face. Crafty little pests. He leans forward, his sunglasses glinting. There's a high chance magic water is there. In that case, they'll move heaven and earth to secure it. He asks for the conditions of the rift, already formulating a plan. His subordinate confirms the entry requirements. 7 entrants, all 3-star level or below. The boss scoffs, leaning back in his chair. Not exactly a difficult condition. Still, they beat us to it. He correctly deduces that since the Eldragons are short-handed, they'll fill the slots with their trainee brats instead of proper soldiers. His men ask for orders. What should they do? It seems they're already too late to form a competing team. But the boss's grin only widens. A vision of the Eldragon forces appears in his mind, and a wicked plan begins to form. He realizes something crucial. If they're using kids, that lizard bastard's heir will definitely be among them. His voice is dangerously calm. Hey, how many deception bracelets do we have left? A golden bracelet with a green gem materializes in a flash of light. It's a powerful artifact. His subordinate confirms they have 4. The boss's orders are simple and brutal. Here's your order. Use all of them. If you have to, wipe out every last one of those brats. The nervous subordinate questions the command, pointing out how rare the bracelets are. Is it wise to use all of them on mere students? The boss is dismissive. If we hoard them, they're just going to gather dust. Better to blow them all here, where they'll actually mean something. He leans back, a cloud of smoke obscuring his face as he imagines his rival's pain. I wonder what kind of face that lizard bastard will make when his kid gets killed. He points a finger down, as if passing judgment from on high. And besides, it'll be fun to see, won't it? He chuckles, the sound echoing in the dark room, with the strike team chosen. Zeke turns his attention to the friends he's leaving behind. He tells them they're not getting off easy. They're all gonna have to get a lot stronger. He wastes no time putting them through a hellish training regimen, starting with push-ups under the crushing weight of massive boulders. Rengus and the others are forced into grueling stamina training, running for their lives while dragging giant rocks behind them. Rick and Marin look on in utter horror, asking if they really have to do that. Zeke just gives them an innocent, almost chibi-like look, asking if something's wrong. Gritting their teeth, the group forces a pained smile and agrees that it's fine. They know better than to argue with Zeke when he's in instructor mode. Pleased with their compliance, Zeke gives them a nod of approval. Next, he turns his attention to the blonde shield user, Raymond. Zeke unveils their next piece of training equipment. Massive, enchanted rocks called regeneration stones, specially prepared by their instructor. Raymond and his friends look on, bewildered. Zeke explains that he remembered how the stones work and realized they would be perfect for their training. He tells them that these stones have a nasty ability. They send back any impact dealt to them, multiplied hundreds of times over, as a flashback to his own painful test demonstrates. With a confident grin, Zeke adds that they're impossible to break without using source power. He then declares his intention to do just that, hit it with nothing but his bare hands. His friends can only stare in disbelief, their minds short-circuiting at the sheer absurdity of what he's suggesting. With a focused expression, Zeke braces himself, pulling back his fist for the blow. He strikes the stone with a completely normal punch, devoid of any visible energy or aura. Rick and Marin can't believe their eyes, shouting out that he just hit it normally. Zeke stands firm, explaining that without source power to protect him, the recoil from the stone is going to be insane. As if on cue, a massive wave of force erupts from the regeneration stone, blasting back towards its attacker. Raymond gasps, thinking there's no way Zeke can survive a direct hit like that. But his eyes widen as he realizes Zeke's plan. A small diagram clarifies the technique. Instead of taking the full force, Zeke used a simple shield to absorb and tank the reflected shockwave. Zeke holds up the cracked shield, a perfect example of what he wants Raymond to learn. how to take a shock head-on or deflect it, honing his defensive skills to a razor's edge. Raymond breaks into a cold sweat, the reality of his brutal new training exercise sinking in. He's amazed, never having imagined such a creative and painful way to use regeneration stones. Next on the list is the Celine. Zeke hands her a sword and instructs her to attack the regeneration stone, repeatedly using her source power. With a determined cry, Celine follows his orders, but there's a problem. He tells her she has to focus all her aim on a single point. She unleashes a furious assault, but her strikes land all over the stone's surface, scattering her power and giving the stone time to regenerate. Zeke points out her mistake. As you can see, her attacks are too dispersed, and the stone has already healed itself. It's not as easy as it looks. He explains that her training will be to master her focus and learn to channel all of her power into one single perfect point. To demonstrate, Zeke tells her to watch closely as he takes a stance before the stone. In a single, fluid motion, he strikes the stone once. The impact is so focused and powerful that it shatters the stone's core, sending cracks spiderwebbing across its entire surface. Celine is left speechless, completely in awe of his flawless precision and power. Zeke explains that her Windflower sword style emphasizes quantity over quality. To reach the next level, she must learn to value each blow and aim it properly. With a grateful smile, she agrees. Finally, Zeke turns to the Rangus. Rangus looks on nervously, sweating as he wonders what impossible task Zeke will assign to him. But instead of some brutal physical trial, Zeke simply holds out his hand and presents Rangus with a single, delicate white feather. A vibrant green aura, the same wind energy Vanille used, begins to swirl around the feather in Zeke's palm. As the wind intensifies, Rangus looks up, utterly mesmerized by the display of power. He immediately recognizes the swirling breeze as Lord Vanille's signature technique and asks Zeke how on earth he learned to use it. Raymond is equally shocked. Zeke just shrugs, casually explaining that after he took Vanille's wind aura head-on in their fight, he just found he could use it too. Rangus completely loses it, shouting that copying a unique family ability just by getting hit by it is completely and utterly ridiculous. Zeke ignores his outburst, holding his spear and getting to the point of the lesson. He reveals Rangus's task, to learn to control the flow of wind with such precision that he can manipulate the feather without touching it. Zeke then provides a mind-bending demonstration, striking perfectly, balancing a floating feather on its tip. Rangus is stumped. He understands that a feather is so light that it's incredibly difficult to control with wind, but Zeke expects him to move it freely. Zeke explains the philosophy behind the technique. Rangus must not try to follow the flow or seize it by force. Instead, he must surrender himself to it completely. As a feather falls, Zeke's spear slashes the ground beneath it, the gust of wind from the blow gently lifting the feather back into the air. He tells Rangus that once he can master letting go and surrendering to the flow, he will finally be able to create the flow himself. Zeke's eyes glow with profound understanding, a master sharing a glimpse of the peak. He stands perfectly still, balancing the spear on a single fingertip while the feathers dance in the air around it, a perfect display of control. Rangus and Celine can only stare, dumbfounded by the sheer depth of their friend's martial arts. Just then, Laika's voice cuts through the air, calling out to Zeke and telling him to hurry up before they're late for the mission. Snapping back to reality, Zeke gives his friends a final, cheerful goodbye, telling them they have their drills and to train hard while the strike team is away. He runs off to join Laika, leaving Rangus and Rick behind, their faces pale and their minds reeling from the impossible training ahead. Rangus clutches his spear, his confidence shattered. He mutters that he doesn't think he can do this at all. But as Rick puts a comforting hand on his shoulder, Rangus is overcome with emotion. Tears stream down his face, not of despair, but of gratitude and determination. He agrees that they'll do their best together. Meanwhile, in a grand hallway, Lika chides Zeke for taking so long. With a wide, unapologetic grin, Zeke explains that he was just giving their friends their training assignments to keep them busy. Lika can't help but smile back. She comments on the interesting lineup she's chosen for the team, declaring with confidence that it's perfect, the best team they could have. Further down the hall, the rest of the 7-person strike team is assembled and waiting. Aegis gives them a friendly wave, announcing their arrival. He apologizes for keeping the others waiting, as Zeke and Lika finally join the group. The first members of Laika's unconventional team are revealed. Her trusted friends Aegis and Sandy, along with the quiet but capable lavender-haired student. But the real shock comes from the final 2 members. She chose their bitter rivals, the arrogant Vanille and his powerful associate, the green-haired fighter. With the full, eclectic team assembled, Zeke flashes a sharp, excited grin, ready for action. It's time to go. And so, the unlikely alliance of 7 students, friends and foes united by a common goal, marches forward, ready to face the dangers of the special rift. The scene then shifts to earlier that day, in the family head's office. 2 subordinates report to the imposing Baalsa. They confirm that the strike team has departed, but add that their rivals, Liao, Mutz, from the Kerberos family, have already detected the rift's presence. Baalsa muses that this is sooner than he expected. Still, he's confident that even if the Kerberos forces rush over, the Eldragon strike team will already be inside. However, the dark-haired officer raises a valid concern. He reminds him of the possibility that the Kerberos family will simply wait for the students to clear the rift, then ambush them to steal the prize, a bitter flashback hinting he's experienced such a tactic before. Balsa considers this, asking for an assessment of the strike team's overall strength. The light brown-haired officer replies, with unshakable confidence. He asserts that they've gathered the very best of the 3-star ranks, more than capable of conquering the rift and even fending off the mutts if it comes to it. Balsa raises an eyebrow, questioning his subordinate's confidence. He points out that there's a 2-star student on the team, referring of course to Zeke. With a knowing smirk, the officer confirms this is true, but boldly claims that if anything, he believes Lord Zeke alone would be enough to handle the mission. He elaborates, explaining that in all his years of observing the current head's children, Lord Zeke is the first one whose true potential he finds completely unfathomable. The other officer listens intently, a hint of surprise on his face. A montage of Zeke's greatest feats flashes by as the officer concludes that watching the young prodigy fight has taught him that the number of stars is no true measure of strength. The light brown-haired officer isn't finished. With his eyes glowing, he reveals his most shocking observation yet. He confesses that the very first time he witnessed Zeke's techniques in person, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. The exact same feeling he had when he first witnessed the family head, Lord Balsa, perform the legendary dragon destruction combat arts. The revelation sends a shockwave through the room. The dark-haired officer is stunned, while the family head's eyes narrow with dangerous intensity, demanding he repeat what he just said. The dragon destruction combat arts are a sacred technique, a secret style passed down exclusively from one Eldragon family head to the next. As images of the current head and his predecessor appear, it's explained that the style is strictly concealed from all outsiders. The dark-haired officer, sweating, calls the claim absurd. Is he truly suggesting that Lord Zeke, a mere 2-star student, has somehow mastered a legendary art reserved for the family head? The light brown-haired officer admits it shocked him as well. But having seen Lord Balsa's techniques with his own eyes countless times, he is absolutely certain of what he saw. He makes his final, stunning declaration. Lord Zeke's martial arts are on par with, if not one and the same as, the Eldragon's dragon destruction combat arts. Balsa falls silent, absorbing the weight of this impossible revelation. The subordinate isn't done. He quietly speculates that Zeke's potential might go even further. A terrifying vision of Zeke's purple aura form flashes in his mind, an image of dark, limitless power that might surpass even the legendary family arts. He quickly dismisses the thought, shaking his head as if waking from a dream. The family head finally speaks, revealing that years ago, he grew suspicious of Zeke's origins. He had Freya conduct a thorough investigation into Zeke's background, searching for any clue about where his monstrous talent came from. But the investigation turned up nothing. There was absolutely no evidence that Zeke had ever formally learned martial arts before enrolling at the academy. The dark-haired officer processes this, his mind reeling. If Zeke never had a master, does that mean he developed every single one of his sophisticated techniques entirely on his own? The light brown-haired officer gazes into the distance, proposing a theory that borders on heresy. It's almost as if Zeke is the reincarnation of the very first patriarch of the Eldragon family, and of the 15th head as well. As he speaks, an ancient portrait is shown, depicting a former patriarch who bears an uncanny resemblance to Zeke himself. The family head's eyes widen, his stern composure finally breaking as he whispers the word. Reincarnation? He turns away, his back to his subordinates as he stares out at the light, his thoughts his own. Then he scoffs, calling it a ridiculous idea. A sly, confident smile touches his lips. He muses aloud that if the boy Zeke truly possessed such unfathomable power, then the rival Kerberos family, those wild dogs, wouldn't even be worth worrying about. 1 week passes. At the edge of a forest, a team of officers stands guard before a colossal, shimmering purple dome of energy, the special domain. The high-ranking officer, Freya, looks stressed. One of her men asks about the vice captain of the Black Dragon Corps, but she's clearly just as lost as he is. Another soldier points with exasperation. It seems the vice captain has already gone off on his own, leaving them short-handed. Freya lets out a frustrated sigh. They were already supposed to have more backup, and with people now wandering off, she's worried this mission is already becoming a problem. Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted. She looks up. A voice cuts through the clearing, chiding them. If they'd sprinted, they could have gotten there faster. Laika gasps in shock, recognizing the imposing red-haired woman. She exclaims her name, Instructor Freya. Freya stands bathed in an authoritative glow, correcting her sternly. Right now, she is not there, Instructor. She is an officer on duty. She explains, she's here to guard the special domain. The students look on in awe at the massive, pulsating rift. Laika can't help but feel a shiver of dread at the sight. Freya explains that some special rifts are so potent they warp the reality around them, creating a self-contained domain just like this one. Zeke, however, isn't looking at the rift itself. His attention is drawn to the unnaturally pitch-black trees at its border. A memory clicks into place. The dark, misty power radiating from the trees is identical to the energy from the monstrous boar he fought. He finally realizes that beast must have been a product of a rift. He turns to Freya and asks the obvious question. Why are they all just standing around guarding it? The mission, Freya reveals, is more political than it seems. Their main job is to keep their rivals, the Kerberos family, from interfering. If the Eldragon clan succeeds, their power will grow, a fact Kerberos will do anything to prevent. Leica gives a small nod of understanding. This isn't just a simple monster hunt. It's a power play between great houses. Freya gestures to the forest around them. Their other duty is to handle any monsters the domain happens to spit out. At the mention of monsters being spat out, Zeke's eyes light up with a familiar, battle-hungry curiosity. She continues, the Rift has a strict entry condition, only allowing 7 fighters of the 3-star rank. Aegis also confirms the information, from what he has heard. To demonstrate, Freya tries to force her hand into the purple domain, but she is instantly repelled by the barrier. She explains that anything or anyone who doesn't meet the conditions, including herself and any monster 4-star or above, is forcibly repelled. The entire strike team stands before the invisible wall, understanding that once they cross it, they are truly on their own. Freya's expression is grim. She warns them that entry is strictly first come, first served, and once a team goes in, the entrance seals. No one else can enter until the first team either clears the rift or is completely wiped out. Ignoring the grim warning, Zeke steps forward, reaching out a hand to the shimmering purple energy. As his fingers make contact, he can feel the selective power of the barrier, a gatekeeper deciding who is worthy to pass. Freya watches him, adding that it's said to be impossible to break the barrier with brute force. A wild, challenging grin spreads across Zeke's face as his own purple aura explodes to life. He asks if hearing something is impossible doesn't just make her want to try. Freya begins to sweat. The high-ranking officer loses her cool, demanding to know if Lord Zeke was listening to a single word of her explanation. Zeke simply flashes a cheeky wink and a thumbs up, insisting that he heard every word. Of course, Freya's chibi-fied face contorts in rage. "No, you weren't," she screams internally. Getting serious again, she tells them they can't waste any more time. With the Kerberos family potentially on their way, the team needs to enter the rift now. With Leica at the lead, the 7-person strike team stands ready, their expressions a mixture of nerves and determination. They're all set. Freya offers them a rare, encouraging smile. It's time. She wishes them luck as they turn and step into the swirling vortex of purple energy. One by one, the students are consumed by the light, vanishing from the real world as Freya watches them go. Before they can even get their bearings, a stampede of monstrous deer-like creatures with glowing red eyes charges through the trees. A massive alpha beast rears up, ready to crush them. But stepping forward to meet the challenge is Vanille. His expression is deadly serious as he channels his green wind aura into the staff. With a furious battle cry, Vanille leaps into the air, bringing the staff down in a devastating cyclone of wind that obliterates the monster. The green-haired fighter claps sarcastically, praising Lord Vanille's brilliance. Vanille just mutters a dismissive yeah. This small victory brings him no joy. This is all part of Zeke's insane training. Nearby, Aegis dispatches another monster with cold efficiency. Just before the mission, back at the academy, Aegis had been walking down a long corridor. Curiosity getting the better of him, he'd peeked around a corner and witnessed a strange scene. Zeke handing a staff to a furious-looking Vanille. Zeke held the weapon before Vanille. However, Vanille is in confusion. Zeke tells confused Vanille, "I told you, didn't I? I'm going to train you." Vanille, in disbelief, demanded to know that Zeke was actually serious. Zeke just smiled, explaining that since the mission was a rare chance for real combat, Vanille would be using a new weapon, the staff. Vanille completely exploded, screaming that forcing him to use a weapon he'd never touched on a critical mission was pure madness. Zeke, with an infuriatingly cute chibi face, simply confirmed that was indeed the plan. In a fit of rage, Vanille threw the staff to the ground, collapsing in a tantrum and refusing to cooperate. He stormed off, muttering about having to use a weird weapon, but his escape was cut short when the wind flew past his head, the very same green wind aura that was his family's secret technique. He spun around, his jaw dropping in shock. There stood Zeke, effortlessly wielding Vanille's own signature power. Vanille stammered, demanding to know how it was possible for Zeke to use the wind aura, but Zeke's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by the sharp, intense glare of a master. He told Vanille that, how, didn't matter. He was going to do it. He held out the staff again, the silent offer hanging between them. Gritting his teeth, Vanille stubbornly refused one last time. Zeke's patience had run out. He commands, "You will do it." What followed was a ridiculous chibi-style argument, with Vanille's defiant shouts of, "No," met with Zeke's equally loud, "Just do it." The disagreement escalated into a full-on cartoon brawl, with Zeke physically wrestling Vanille into submission, determined to force him to accept his training. Finally, with a thoroughly defeated Vanille on the floor, Vanille brought up the odd comment about umbrellas from their previous match. Zeke explained that since they lacked any actual umbrellas, this staff would serve as a substitute. Lying on the ground, Vanille could only stare in exhausted disbelief as the reality of Zeke's training began to sink in. He made one last protest. He didn't have any basics. How could he possibly train with a new weapon right before a mission? Zeke simply puffed out his chest and beamed with pride, telling his new student not to worry. He'd already invented a brand new fighting style, tailored just for him. Zeke declares that he's even given his impromptu fighting style a name. He calls it the Ghost Wind Umbrella style. Vanille looks less than thrilled to be the style's first and only practitioner. Watching from the side, Aegis is in disbelief. Creating a martial art from scratch sounds completely insane, but he can't deny the results. He observes that Vanille's movements are even sharper now than when he used his signature fan. Somehow, the staff-based style meshes perfectly with Vanille's innate wind aura, amplifying his power. Aegis can't help but wonder if Zeke really did the impossible. Having just dispatched a monster of his own, Zeke stands with his arms crossed and gives his new student a glowing review, exclaiming that his last strike was excellent. The green-haired student asks Vanille if Lord Zeke really created the style. Vanille, still struggling to process it all, can only mutter, yeah. Just then, a new voice pipes up. Lila, the lavender-haired staff user, steps forward to join the conversation, calling out to them. Zeke turns to her with a curious expression, confirming her name is Lila. She smiles, confirming her identity, her own ornate staff in hand, and gets right to the point. With a shy but determined look, she asks him directly, did he really create the Ghost Wind Umbrella style all by himself? Zeke puffs out his chest with a smug grin, proudly confirming that he sure did. Lila looks utterly impressed. She then asks the million-dollar question, how did he do it? Zeke pauses dramatically before giving his answer. With a pose that radiates pure, unadulterated confidence, he declares that it's obvious. He did it, because he's him. Lila is completely starstruck, clapping her hands together in awe at his wonderful explanation. Watching from afar, Sandy can't help but yawn. She dismisses it as Zeke talking nonsense again, muttering that creating a martial art from scratch is impossible. But even as she denies it, a part of her has to concede. With someone as absurdly talented as Zeke, the impossible somehow starts to make a twisted kind of sense. Shaking off the thought, she turns her attention to Vanille's group and issues a cold warning. Just don't drag us down. The comment immediately gets under Vanille's skin. He turns with a glare, demanding to know what she just said. Sandy doubles down on her taunt, reminding him that he can't even fight properly without resorting to poison, and questions if he'll be okay using a style he's never practiced before. The insult hangs in the air, a direct reference to his and his allies' underhanded tactics during the selection matches. That was the last straw. Vanille and his green-haired attendant absolutely explode with rage, shouting that they've been holding their tongues for long enough. The attendant screams at Sandy to watch her mouth, but Sandy just fires back, asking if the truth hurts her feelings. Leica desperately tries to get her sister to calm down. Seeing the situation about to boil over, Aegis jumps in with a cheerful laugh, trying to act as the peacemaker. He reminds them that they're all on the same team and that they'll need to work together to survive, turning his attention specifically to Sandy. But Sandy is far from convinced. She scoffs at the very idea of working with the people who poisoned Leica and nearly killed her. Her eyes glowing with fury, Sandy declares that she does not approve of this team lineup one bit, and Leica can only shout her name in exasperation. While the drama unfolds, Zeke quietly asks Lila if she's really okay with all this, pointing out he thought she'd have her own issues with Vanille. Lila simply says that she's not really bothered by it. After all, she says with a shrug, she had to join the mission one way or another, so holding a grudge is pointless. Zeke laughs, genuinely impressed by her maturity. He tells her she has a big heart. Sandy, however, is not so forgiving. She turns to her sister Leica, questioning why she would ever choose Vanille for their team. Leica looks away, sweating. She admits that she's not as willing to forgive and forget as Lila is, but she continues. It's an undeniable fact that Vanille and his attendant are on a different level strength-wise. She declares that she chose them because they were necessary for the mission's success. Hearing this, Vanille simply says, naturally. But his attendant throws more fuel on the fire, snidely remarking that their leader Leica is wise, unlike her own cousin Aegis. Hearing this now, Aegis is on high blood. The two are instantly at each other's throats. Sandy holds him back. As the bickering continues, Zeke watches them with a serious expression. The bad blood from the selection matches is still poisoning their dynamic. He lets out a heavy sigh. He knows that at this rate, they'll never be able to trust one another with their lives. He muses that if they can somehow learn to accept one another through this trial, they might become true comrades. But he knows it's just wishful thinking. The outcome is anyone's guess. Suddenly, a sound from the trees catches everyone's attention. It's Leica. She points forward excitedly, telling everyone to look. There, in the center of a clearing, is a pulsating, violent tear in the fabric of space. So that's the rift! Leica exclaims. Zeke notes that it really does look like space itself is cracking apart. This must be the heart of the domain. The playful bickering is forgotten in an instant. Leica's face is a mask of tension as she whispers that they're about to go inside. The entire team stands ready, their expressions grim and determined. no one knows what awaits them. Laika, as the acting leader, takes her position before the anomaly and reminds them all to stay sharp. But where they see danger, Zeke sees a challenge. A wide, battle-hungry grin spreads across his face. He cracks his knuckles with a satisfying crunch. But just as they begin their approach, Zeke senses a surge of energy heading straight for the heart of the anomaly. The faraway outer barrier distorts, which Zeke's team had crossed earlier. And from it emerges a man in the suit, subordinate to the fur-coated crime boss. Zeke senses scream and alarm. His eyes flash white as he instantly perceives the unexpected arrival. Lila, noticing his sudden pause, asks him if something is wrong. Playing it cool, Zeke says it's nothing, but his urgency betrays his concern. He tells them all to hurry. With a new, unknown variable now in play, the team proceeds with renewed caution, walking towards the final confrontation of the domain. The team takes their first cautious step into the heart of the anomaly. But the moment they're inside, something goes terribly wrong. Laika lets out a scream of pure terror. Edge's face contorts in panic. Sandy gasps in shock. The ground vanishes beneath them, and the entire team is sent tumbling through an open sky. Laika desperately shouts for everyone to calm down and think of a safe way to land. But before anyone can react, a massive bird swoops down and snatches Zeke right out of the air. Sandy screams in horror, watching her sister Laika plummet towards the forest below. Caught completely off guard, Zeke can only look on in surprise as he's carried away. Laika frantically points, screaming Zeke's name as he's whisked away into the sky. Edge screams at Laika, reminding her to focus on their own survival first. He shouts in desperation as the ground rushes up to meet them. Gritting her teeth, Laika braces herself for a rough impact. Vanille clicks his tongue in annoyance, muttering that his teammates are all useless. He yells for his attendant, Alan, and the two of them leap into action. Alan unleashes the newly learned Ghost Wind Umbrella style, while Vanille counters with his signature, Wind-Rending Fan Arts. Together, their wind techniques combine into a massive whirlwind, creating a cushioned wind wall to break everyone's fall. The powerful gust of wind swirls beneath them, softening their rapid descent. Edges just barely manages to grab onto a thick tree branch, saving himself from the impact. Vanille and his attendant land with practiced ease, their wind control flawless. The girls aren't so lucky, however, crashing into the ground with painful thuds. Sandy yells at them for the rough landing, but Vanille coldly replies that it's not his problem. Edges, ever the mediator, rushes over, pointing out that Vanille did soften the impact, which is better than nothing. Lila sits up, admitting that while it hurts, she'll live. Edges takes a moment to survey their new, alien surroundings, remarking on the strange nature of the rift. He suggests they all take healing potions while they have the chance, since they have no idea what's coming next. With the immediate danger over, Laika turns to face Vanille and Alan. She sincerely thanks the two of them for saving everyone back there, but the duo simply turns away, with Vanille muttering that it would be a problem for the mission if they lost people. Sandy sighs, wishing they could at least accept a simple thank you. Alan then asks the most important question. What do they do now that Zeke has been kidnapped? Vanille scoffs, telling them to just leave him. This prompts Lila to ask if he's actually worried. He instantly explodes in denial, insisting he's not worried at all, though his flustered expression says otherwise. Sandy sighs at the display, remarking that Vanille is terrible at being honest with himself. Edge surprisingly agrees with Vanille's sentiment, adding that for someone like Zeke, worrying is probably a waste of energy. Sandy looks at him in surprise, questioning his sudden confidence in their unpredictable teammate. But when Laika also agrees with Edges, Sandy fumes, demanding to know what they all take Zeke for. In Laika's mind, she flashes back to Zeke's monstrous training regiment. Edges recalls his unnerving, almost frightening intensity, and Vanille remembers his overwhelming inhuman power. In a unison, they proudly declare him a monster, and Sandy wonders if she's the weird one for not seeing him that way. Edges brings them back to reality. He states that regardless of what Zeke is, they have to reunite with him. The only problem is, they have no idea where to even start looking. Just then, Lila gives a small smile. She recalls that while they were falling, she saw something in the distance. She tells she remembers seeing a strange pillar of light in a distance. Alan admits that after their chaotic drop, nobody could possibly keep track of their direction. But Lila confidently points towards a spot in the dense forest. She says with certainty that it's over there. The others are stunned. Alan asks if she really managed to keep her bearings while plummeting from the sky. Lila confirms she took a quick look around and memorized the location. A chibi Sandy pops up, exclaiming that Lila is amazing. Laika quickly formulates a plan. She points out that the bird carrying Zeke was flying directly towards that same pillar of light. So while they need to eventually meet up with him, their first course of action is to head for that beacon. The others agree. Knowing Zeke, there's no way he'd be able to ignore something so strange and conspicuous. Meanwhile, the man of the hour is having a surprisingly relaxing time. He muses that things have turned out to be quite interesting. He never expected to get grabbed by a giant bird the moment he entered the rift. He reflects that he's never sensed an attack from another dimension before. It was a good, if startling, new experience for him. Though he's been separated from his team, he has complete faith that they'll manage somehow on their own. Suddenly, the bird's flight pattern changes. Its beak opens, signaling that their little sky trip is over as it unceremoniously drops him. Zeke looks down, seeing that they've finally reached their destination. Below him is a massive nest, precariously perched on a jagged mountain peak, and inside are 3 very large, very hungry-looking baby birds, all chirping for food. The chicks chirp with glee, their mouths open wide, ready to receive their fresh meal. And Zeke, plummeting towards the drooling chicks, is clearly the main course. That's all for this chapter. If you enjoyed the recap, make sure you smash that like button. It really helps out the channel. And don't forget to subscribe and ring that notification bell so you don't miss the next explosive episode. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.